to Little Tokyo, where some big news has just reached the big cheese.
A video game? A video game? 30 years later, and these old-fashioned furballs are getting a new video game? These darn pizza cats are always stealing my spotlight. I haven't felt this angry since our cartoon show stopped airing on TV.
Calm down, Simo. If the pizza cats are getting a new game, that means we will be cast as the main villains, right? Our voice actors are even recording the scene that we're doing right now.
But I'm supposed to be the lead. I'm probably not even going to be a playable character.
Calm down, Cheese. I have a plan. We could bribe the animators to draw a super powerful robot for us. And then we can get rid of those pesky pizza cats once and for all.
Bribe the animators. What a brilliant idea. And with those annoying pizza cats out of the way, I'll become the new emperor of Little Tokyo once and for all.
Oh no! Isn't there anyone who can stop this cast-off supervillain?
So, the big cheese is up to his old tricks again, huh?
Well, we've got 9 lives, plus continues.
And when the game gets tough, you know who to call.
We are the Samurai Pizza Cats!
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. The Samurai Pizza Cats are back with a brand new video game. The Big Cheese has an evil scheme up his sleeve, and it's up to you, the player, to stop him from taking over Little Tokyo. Switch between your favorite cats, Speedy, Guido, and Polyester, and get ready for some nostalgic pepperoni action. So put on your best pajamas, because we're going to party like it's 1991 with the return of the Samurai Pizza Cats.
Ah, the accursed town of Tombwater. Tell me, lone gunslinger, why have you come to this decrepit settlement? Monsters roam the streets, and horrors lie beneath. There's something sinister in the soil. A curse that's hidden under it all. No one leaves Tombwater alive. And it won't be long until you succumb to the madness.
see this sign, that means you have to stay away.
Oh, but what if I want to know what's inside?
Well, I'll tell you. These areas are filled with machinery that helps keep the park running. You don't want the park to break down, do you?
I guess not.
Rule number 2. You must be the appropriate height to ride the rides. If your head doesn't reach the arm, that means you can't ride.
That's not fair!
Remember, this is for your safety, Ella. Rule number 3. If there's a hat in the park, follow the exit signs and get out.
Hey, what happened to the lights?
Rule number 4.
Elliot, what's going on?
Don't be afraid. There's no reason to fear us.
Elliot!
Rule number 5. If you feel a panic setting in,
Can
remember
somebody
to
hear
take
me?
deep breaths.
Someone stop him! Please, Elliot! Stop!
Rule number 6. Don't close your eyes, or you'll miss the best part.
Fluff Bites' streams are intended for mature audiences. This is an 18+ space. Be prepared for disturbing or dark games and themes, difficult discussions, and interests outside of your comfort zone. Try to have an open mind in good faith. Please respect the space and treat yourself and others with respect. Welcome, everybody, to the Fluff by Entertainment System. A place for you to despair. Safely. But really, this is a safe space to get outside of your comfort zone, and the world's very uncomfortable, so we value safe spaces, but we also value spaces where we can get a little honest in a way that certain comfy frameworks we feel strip from our ability to express ourselves. I think I said those words right. Hey, now I'm visible. I am not on a normal screen right now because I need to open something up and I need to not be sharing my screen right now. As much as I would love to share my screen with you beautiful bites. If you're new here, I am Scribblebite. I use they, it, and they pronouns. You can call me a good boy or a good girl, and I will giggle. I am in a plural system. We are VTubers, all of us, so we have our own models and junk. Lately, only one Byte has been hosting a stream, but today I really wanted to do the discussion part, and I have a kind of a soft spot for the demo that we're playing for the demo spot today as well. So pretty much everything before the first break I am in charge of. Hi. And I will admit I am a little scattered, although to a degree one might say, when am I not scattered? Let's see. I did so much pre-stream work and I was like so excited. I was like, I have everything, I'll be able to start on time and all the stuff. It was like, but it was one thing I forgot. Hyped to be able to catch a stream. Hey, Neon Crypt. Have you been following us in other places for a while? I noticed you followed us right now on Twitch, or today on Twitch, but I don't know if you're following us in other places as well. Although I feel like we're probably mutuals on Blue Sky or something, and I'm being silly. I always like meeting other artists, though. I'm now on your website. And are we good? Okay, we're good. Alright, and now I can switch to the screen I mean to be on. Let's see here. There's a go. Yeah, mainly co-host and Blue Sky. I miss co-host so bad. We make comics now and then. Oh, sick. Mostly about being plural. Valid as hell. We've been meaning to make a video about plural stuff, just like a 101 sort of deal, and then like build up and do some other topics relating to it. You know, seeing other plural folks talk about their experience helped us realize that we were, and helped us come to terms with the reality of being plural and being able to have a framework that was positive for it instead of like a negative one, especially in like that like medicalist sense. Let's look at today's schedule real quick. I kind of messed up on this one today, so don't judge me. Because we did it last minute. I forgot to switch out the title screen slot for the demo. We're actually playing standalone, not Dice and Dungeons again, Dice and Goblins again. So we're supposed to play demo, then we're playing Cereza and the Lost Demon, and then we're playing Peripeteia. Cereza and the Lost Demon is Bayonetta's prequel. It is like, it has some action elements, but it's kind of like a puzzle action character action game. It's pretty neat. It has a storybook aesthetic, and it's like Bayonetta as a kid. Peripeteia is like lane, Ghost in the Shell core, Deus Ex like, basically. We've been really into it, and it has been very comforting in its like lonely, serene moments, and also really interesting in its world and in its mechanics. We've been really excited about that. You know, we always like showing people games that they might not be aware of, or it may not have stumbled upon naturally. We're kind of your vector for experimental and interesting niche games. Although I would say that we probably have kicked the can down the line for some AAA stuff we've been meaning to play as well at some point. But the discussion topic for today, that's the interesting one. What aren't you willing to give up, even if it compromises your safety? I'm going to go deeper into this after the demo, but I wanted to give like a more general sample before I get into the nitty-gritty of how we're answering this question, which may lead to a very long just chatting section. But for now, I want to give you my thoughts on the scope of this question and why I'm asking it. More and more discussion questions have been less just, what's your favorite color? And more, what will you say to yourself when you die? Okay, this is probably the closest we've gotten in terms of like hard existential stuff. But because of like American grown fascism, as well as fascism in other colonial powers such as the UK, a lot of rights and liberties are under attack, and increasingly there is a pattern of the Holocaust poem thing, where they came for X, but I wasn't an X, and then they came for Y, but I wasn't a Y, and then they came for me, and nobody spoke up for me. And there's this sense of fragmentation within communities. There's even in trying to talk about certain people's issues, like say the men's loneliness epidemic, it sort of centers in this like narrow view, just men, instead of like honestly a global loneliness epidemic. And just kind of like looking at a problem, but only with like a very narrow view and not looking at the entire picture of it. And this is being obfuscated for a reason. There are reasons that power would want to disrupt people's ability to empathize with each other, especially as it connects to organization of like worker power. Yes, we're going to be talking a little bit about communism and workers' rights as well, at least a little bit. But I think that a lot of the things that we have as freedoms that are being eroded quite fast right now were hard fought for by like labor movements and stuff like that. And although this question feels abstract at first, especially if you were asking it, say, like 4 years ago, or 8 years ago, or 12 years ago, you might be like, what am I willing to give up? You're probably just talking about the war on terror and like safety and security, right? And it's like, yes, that is a very apt thought process to have. But you know, in the preceding 12 years. One might point to obscenity laws, might point to drag bans, might point to abortion bans. And whereas there is certainly a pattern of going after an acceptable target to erode like rights and liberties of like a more general or something that's going to affect a wider breadth of people. We're seeing this right now with trans rights under attack, and I think people are increasingly, the average person, I think, is recognizing the scapegoating that's going on, but people are still, in their culture war stuff. But my question isn't necessarily about culture war stuff chiefly. It's more about, like, at what point do we push back? In terms of, like, leftist bread tuber stuff, I believe, it wasn't Dan Olsen. It was, there's a YouTuber who has a recent video. I believe it's Renegade Cut. Yeah, Renegade Cut did a video and was talking about, hey, write down your line for when it is unacceptable what's happening, or like what the government is doing, and like where we are. At what point does like white supremacy or colonialism or ICE is existence? At what point does this cross over to I'm keeping an eye on it, this is bad, this is concerning, to I need to take action, this is too far, this is horrible actually, I can't stay quiet. There's a lot of different lines for a lot of different people, and depending on how like marginalized you are, your line is probably going to come sooner than people who are less affected at scale, right? So this question really digs at going past that point. This is affecting pretty much everyone. If you're not rich, then like what's happening right now is probably affecting you or will affect you, from like the increasing of like inflation and stuff like that, tariffs, like health insurance companies. Like there's so much. There's no way to be unaffected in some way, So I feel like it's no longer this question of they came for someone who wasn't me and I did nothing. They're coming for all of us at once, some of us more heavily than others right now. So really what our question of the day is how much of your personal ability to express yourself, or your freedoms, or what is your limit? What are you willing to give up for safety? To say, okay, this is bad, but like, at least they're not coming for me. As long as I comply, they won't come for me. And that's a very liberal mindset, and it's also a very faunish mindset, which is like our chosen, I believe is our predestined. I don't even know how to frame it. It's our go-to trauma response. Trauma response, flight or flight response. There's flight, there's fight, there's freeze, but there's also fawn. Placating and stuff like that. And there's been a lot of placation and a lot of community. We're going to be talking about art a lot today, and talking about that placation, I think is part of that thing that I was saying before about like fragmented communities, because there are limits for some people, and some people's limits are further away because they're willing to compromise other people's safety than their own. For example, something we're very used to as a baby fur in the furry community is baby furs are often seen as acceptable losses if like some force of power is coming down on furries as a whole. Not always literally scapegoating, but not necessarily being insular and protecting baby furs as much as they would non-baby furs, or being more skeptical of a baby fur just in general, like, oh, you're sus. And that's something that we're gonna see and discuss today to some degree. And I think today I want to encourage, and I think we generally try to encourage people to fight for each other. I know a lot of people are bitter about the fact that, say, as a trans person, that we constantly have to frame things for cis people that they're gonna get hurt too, which they are, in order to convince them that it's worth fighting for our rights. And it is a bitter pill. I won't say it's not. However, I like the fact that on some level we're all in this together. We're not free until we're all free, you know? And the small fights can matter too. Like, at one point we thought it was good to like choose your battles, so it's not like a full compromise. It's just, you know, if I speak out, or if I take action, or I push it against that every turn, then, you know, I might not be able to recover from the consequences of those actions. Like, say, protesting. We haven't protested in years for partially that reason, also because being a disabled person, we feel like it would do a lot more harm than good for us to be like at a protest directly, as we have seizures, as a POC person, a visibly trans person will be targeted. We don't want to get picked up. At the time of the like George Floyd protests, we were like in a bad position. Didn't have any like flesh space people to go to places with. So if we got picked up, we knew that there wouldn't be anyone to like go, oh, Fluff isn't here, and like, you know, that sort of stuff. We'd be kind of like in the wind. And it's always important to understand like what your role is and what your role can be. But just like when we say that someone should not stop at being not racist, they should be anti-racist. Like fighting for people, even people that like aren't directly your people, is part of like that group power that we have with collective action. And I hope I didn't just use so much jargon that someone who isn't like terminally online left can understand anything of what I just fucking said, because I feel like I made sense, but I also feel like I could have lost a lot of people. We still think about someone trying to lolcow us, but pointing out something that we do feel is to some degree true, that, you know, we're used to using a lot of leftist jargon that can, at the very least, make it harder to understand what a layperson, from a layperson perspective. That being said, we're not necessarily here to placate normies, especially not anymore. Oh, hey, Specky. Woo, I am so winded from talking so much. Fun fact, one like the 12 Google search results for you can talk to people is baby fur hashtag on the defunct co-host. There's probably 99% y'all LOL. Oh yeah, definitely. I'm pretty sure it is. I still need to give them my ref. I can draw now, so I can give them a ref. I just have to figure out what my outfit's gonna be. I could probably just give them this outfit. I should probably just give them this outfit, honestly. Don't forget about immigrants. Oh yeah, thank you. Immigrants. I mean, I mentioned ICE briefly, but there have been people standing up for immigrants, and that's one of the things. It is. We were talking to our partner the other day about how, like, years ago, we would have been surprised if someone told us that immigration, like, quote unquote law enforcement body would end up being America's equivalent to like the Gazpacho or whatever, like a secret police. And it's like, and she was like, wait, really? I was like, well, yeah, before 2016 at least. But ICE is out of hand, and like they're snatching people, they're disregarding like amendment rights. They're going into places they're supposed to be like safe. Honestly, they're just looking for a reason to deport someone or put them in a detention center. It's a mess out here. Yeah. There's, and on our feed, we've seen a lot of, and we think that we have some amount of similar overlap with some people in our community in terms of like what's on the YouTube feed. I think it was like in the majority report, and also I think Lex Ander covered it, of someone who, no, I don't, maybe there was someone who was like conservative and voted for Trump, and whose wife was someone who legally immigrated or had like a green card, and got snatched by ICE, and it was like, it traumatized him, obviously. And it's just like, oh yeah, people think that they're safe. They think that the people that they care about won't be hurt, and that's the sort of thing. I mean, I feel like that also relates to what I was saying before, where it's like trans people trying to convince cis people that they'll be affected, and like having to frame it that way. But like we are all connected, and the erosion of like the rights of immigrants is also going to result, and currently resulting in the erosion of the rights of natural born citizens, especially since natural born citizenship is under attack as well. I'm not going to be putting up a conspiracy web of all the bad things that are happening right now. I actually have a very particular focus today. However, we will not go immediately into it right now because I feel like it's going to go on for a while, so I think I want to play a video game first. Pop, pop, pop. That was just the sounds of me stemming, don't worry. Alrighty, the demo for today is standalone. We got into the playtest for this game. I believe Dust played a demo for it a while back. We couldn't find the file for it, I don't know why. But we have had a great time with it, and it's like a lot of games that we enjoy in the roguelike genre. It particularly reminds us of Metal Unit, and it has a really, really striking art style, some psychological elements. The story is really interesting. I am curious on how it's going to play with the roguelike looping, and how the story is going to intersect with there, because the problem we were having with Metal Unit was like redoing like an entire route just to get to one story element, just to retry the boss, and just having a hard time wanting to do it over and over again. I don't know if this game will have the same problem though. It has a very similar structure, which I enjoy. I think when Dust played it, they thought maybe it was from the same developers, but apparently it's not. The developers say that this is their first game. I wonder if they do know about Metal Unit though, because it has so much DNA in common, and I say that with the highest praise. You really are nothing more than a trickster. Congratulations on becoming the Shepherd Alpha Robot. I'm sure your flock will be happy too. Restarting. Break. System. Woof 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 woof. Wolves? How did they get here? Oh my god! They're little child soldiers! They're so cute! Leave us! Just run! Omega, we should have trusted Alpha! Make sure you avenge me against Dr. Wolf! Get crucified, bro. They have tiny great swords. It's like a bunch of little gutses. It's kind of fucked up. Transport ship manager. Oh, you have a sword for a hand, bro. This is a tutorial. Cancels the normal attack action. 1, 2, 3. Grants a random skill. X Crusher. Obtain. Skill. You can learn a new skill or enhance effects to skill you already know. It's like I'm Smash Brothering them. Oh wait, they were gonna talk? I should move slower then. Maybe I'll come across other conversations. Flame Rush, Cross Slash. Add special effects to weapons. Let's do that. How's everyone's week been? Sorry I didn't ask about it before. It seems that it cannot be touched without special equipment. My week was busy. We did a lot of art. We kind of rushed our stream prep and did most of it today because we have been working on a YCH, like ADBL art YCH, which is open right now if you want to give us money to draw your character being forced into diapers. If that's something you're into. But we we put a lot of effort into that and the surrounding art and some surrounding art about it, because it's also we also made Esperbite a Sona for the first time. So we have now, for the first time, made a Sona from scratch, completely from scratch. I say completely from scratch. Like, my Sona obviously is a offshoot of Drizzle's in the same way that Thorns was, obviously, because we both used to be Drizzle when we were one person. But although there's like very particular refs because of Esperbite's origins, like actually like conceptualizing and drawing it ourselves without like having an artist do it first by a description is actually kind of a new experience. And yeah, it was really good. Also, we've been experimenting with shading and stuff more. It's been nice. We feel like we got to a good level. But there's been like a lot of tragedy also this week. We won't get into it. But our personal life has been, oh boy, so tumultuous. And not even necessarily directly us. It's just like basically people not being okay around us. And we've been trying to be there for friends and loved ones and stuff. But whew, has it been a lot. Also, it's hard to bake because eggs are expensive. We really like baking in my house, I have to mention. Let's go this way. I love destroying puppies. I'm gonna have to get some stills from playing this so I can make some art. It has dawned on me recently that the thing that some people say, like say when like a new Pokemon starter set gets announced or something, where it's like, wow, artists have already drawn this character, and it's like, you know, like 3 hours after the announcement, sometimes maybe just an hour after the announcement. I mean, I've heard people say it even after like a day or a week, and now after someone who draws and is used to using references and stuff, it's like, especially after we made fan art for what was it, Nano Apostle, it was just like, okay, you just take pictures, look at the sprites, and you do your best. And I mean, and for that game, the sprite for the boss characters didn't have any like a detailed image version, so we had to kind of like interpret some of it, you know. And that led to some interesting places. But like, if it's like a Pokemon announcement or like just some type of big thing with official art, it's super easy to take those references and draw something from it. It's now not mystified. It just like coding or something. If you have no experience with something, it just seems like magic. Shit, even talking to people can seem like that. I know people who are like, Fluff, I can never do what you do. Stream and stuff? Oh my god. I mean, to each their own, obviously, but like, just like I would tell someone who's drawing or who wants to draw, like, we were even talking about on Blue Sky today, like just draw, just draw, like really. we were obviously way more explainy than that, and wasn't just like writing just draw on repeat in all caps, slobbering at the mouth. Ooh, Flame Boost. Swings a fiery strike to deal burn 3 damage, deals additional burn 6 damage to enemies in the burn state. Warp Grenade, backflips and throws a grenade, and then throws 1 additional grenade corresponding to the current booster. I like that. Fires a powerful electric cannon. Sick. Take a rest. This game is atmospheric as hell. Also, these shots. There's a bunch of illustration in the game that's like this, and it inspires me so fucking bad. I need to make some of this. Okay, so the story isn't super clear right now, but and we're also kind of in a vague sense of understanding it. Like, there's supposed to be a prequel game coming out before the main game, but there is like, it's not full Dark Souls in terms of its storytelling. It's like something that would have assumed media res. It's like if you had a in media res, but you cut off the in media res, the flash forward part. Like, cause it's just kind of like, it's a little vague at first. The Steam page is like a robo sheep, but it seems like Alpha or Omega is like puppeting a corpse, possibly? Oh, I don't have enough blue to do the other thing. I wanted to use blue to increase my maximum health, but I used it to enhance the weapon, so silly me. I almost want to apologize for being so excitable. I'm letting out a lot of stress right now. I love streaming. Did I tell you that? Wasteland Warlord! Ooh, hello. Ocelot! Oh, shit. Oh yeah, these game developers love boss design. There's so many bosses. The mini bosses are so cool. On my last run, I actually lost to a mini boss. That in my opinion was stronger than the first main boss. I want to make art of the cute wolf pups. Chat, do you think making art of the cool wolf pups normalizes child soldiers? I don't, but I have brainworms. Oh, maybe the other mini boss was so strong because it was the second stage. You're pretty good. I don't have that problem. We have chickens. You have chickens at your house? Seriously? Excellent communication. Aw, I do have excellent communication. Sometimes, when I'm not babbling. I didn't even fucking read that. What is wrong with me? I was just taking it as halves crit rate, doubles crit attack. Wait. There's a chance of triggering a crit. Crit hits deal 1.5 times damage. Okay, so crits hit less often, but they hit for twice as much. I do have enough blue to increase my maximum health now. Adjusting the transport point. Select the landing point of the for the transport ship. You know, Fluffbite loves a child soldier. X-Men? Fucking goated. Power Rangers? Aw. You can't get enough. Magical girls? Oh, yeah, totally.
Oh, don't get me started on like fucking stuff like Gundam, Mecha in general. So many child soldiers. Healing. Yeah, no, I do love child soldiers, yes. Oh, you're asking because I was asking the question if it normalizes child soldiers. I was being facetious. I was applying the anti-argument to this. Oh, wait, pausing doesn't pause it. Or going to the menu doesn't pause it, I just realized. That elite, it wasn't really a boss. That elite was actually kind of weak. It was just the positioning that made it seem more threatening. Movement speed? Yeah, actually, I wanted to. Oh, that's pause. I was gonna turn it down a little bit. Oh yeah, the sound effects are definitely way louder than everything else. Can't see too far ahead. I love Sheet. Oh, we should totally watch Ringing Bell. I think that's what it's called. There's this anime movie about a sheep that like gets their mom killed by a wolf, and so they go on a quest of revenge, and they get trained by a wolf on how to kill wolves, and they like to reflect the transformation they have into adulthood instead of becoming like a normal like sheep or whatever. They have like these really like sharp horns, and they're all like menacing and stuff. It's so cool. You would think the wolves wouldn't need to be militarized, since, you know, they're technically natural enemies. I wonder what the sheep had going for them. Because maybe they could defend themselves at a certain point. Oh, okay. There's a warning sign. Exposure warning. In case of exposure to meteorite energy, use emergency medication immediately. That was cute. I like spikes. Oh, that film! Haven't seen it, but it definitely looks cool and beautifully animated. Oh yeah, fucking... Ugh! Like old animation, like traditional animation with like animation cells and stuff, it just hits different. I love movies that turn that like predator prey thing on its head or play with it. I love Beastars too. Beastars is so queer and erotic. Okay, I was wondering if I could go higher than that. Probably not. Grants a random skill. Stack electricity, pulse drone. I like that idea. Well, I'm about to replace one of these. I hadn't done anything for electromagnetic shock, so it's not bad losing it. Ah, okay. I have a little buddy. Mysterious place. Average Beastars fan. Being consumed is so cool. I don't actually know how I can get another slot. Feel free to exchange your blue pea on your own. Why isn't the inventory matching up? Because you got rare ones too. Oh, what's this up here? Grants an ability permanently. Oh! That's pretty cool. I should save up. I didn't even notice those. First time is free. Just go all in on modifying the cross slash till I'm done. Adjusting the transform point. Add special effects to weapons. How you doing, Ashley? I'm so excited for Beastars Season 3. Like, oh. I heard they go to like an actual like a kink club in that season. Like, oh. Speaking of anime generally, we caught up from the beginning, all of Overlord. We may end up playing the Overlord Metroidvania sometime this year because of that. It was a good time actually. It's even affected our writing too. It was like actually a big influence on us, surprisingly. We started showing some of our Polycule Shadows house, which is actually going to be our second time watching it. It's definitely a comfort anime for us. We've been in the server, in the Discord server. I know not everyone here hangs out in the Discord server that much. We've been watching Zenshu, which is like an isekai anime surrounding an animator who got isekai to the basically her inspiration for becoming an animator's most famous film, but also most panned film. It has a lot to do with like why people get into art and like try to excel at it, and like art and expression, and like how it makes you want to live. It also talks about like love and stuff. Very cool anime. What else were we watching? Sakamoto Days, which is probably the only shonen we're actively watching right now. It barely feels like a shonen. It's like a it's a shonen, but it's like very approaching the same vibes as Spy Family. But it's even more found family. It goes even harder in the paint with this found family stuff. It's about a mafia hitman in Japan who retired and promised his wife that he would never kill again, and they have like family rules and stuff. And he like low-key adopts some like other criminally aligned people who want like a more peaceful life, and they run a shop together. And the main conflict is villains from his past basically trying to assassinate him for existing while not being in the organizations anymore. It feels kind of like John Wick but more wholesome. It's pretty rad. Ooh. Thank you much. Let's see. Let's learn a new skill. I gotta remember to stop and let them talk maybe sometimes. Ow. I love how I dodged right into the bullet. Oh, I can summon multiple? One part of the sheepiness that I kind of like, at one point I was like, this game doesn't have a block. Maybe it'll get a parry later on, but it doesn't have a block. But then I was like, you're a sheep fighting wolves. You should probably dodge. A deep, suspicious pit. A faintly glowing rock is visible. I don't have the equipment! Metroidvania's 5 ever. I hear it's not super good though. Oh, I can obtain one of these or I can modify it. Okay. Alright, about to fight the first boss. I'm doing okay, but should really go to sleep since I have an English exam tomorrow. Oh, well, good luck. You have an English exam on a Saturday? Fucked up. Manium Enhancement Lab. This is our destination in the area. The lab where wolves' bodies are enhanced. So, here I have to be like, have you played Changed? Because this game really get me thinking about Changed once you walk in here. And I didn't realize it before, but there's like... it sounds like latex sounds. Doesn't it? Come on, latex freaks. Come on, I know there's someone around here. And I'm not even into latex yet.
Something seems not right.
Handle with care. Mantium storage bots. Empty. Yet? Well, I mean, here's the thing. I wasn't in a puke, and then I was. I wasn't in a girl, and then I was. I don't gotta knock on wood anymore, and latex is like not even like that far. I mean, I'm certainly into like drone stuff. Specifically, oh my god, I didn't even think about it until just now, but like. I should, like, draw myself getting werewired. I don't know why I haven't done that yet. Honestly, I'd probably make a lot of money, actually, pivoting specifically to doing, like, fucking drone YHCs. Actually, that's not necessarily true. But, you know, I need to push buttons more. Latex, like, I just have such a proximity to latex fetishists that, you know, like, one day they're just gonna get my ass. I mean, it's just the way things are. They're just gonna get my ass. Anyway. Experiment log. Wait, is that how it? No. Experiment log. Only parts of the subjects ended up growing after injected with boosters. The experiment failed. Looks like we need more mantium after all. Didn't expect things to turn out like this, Robot Alpha. No, now you're Omega, right? So the one outside was a failure. And this is the abandoned prototype. Oh, that's cool. I didn't even realize that. Okay, so I was a little bit peeved about the fact that probably within the confines of this extended demo playtest thingy that I won't actually be able to unlock extra slots, so I can only have 2 skills instead of 4, right? And that's true, but with certain skills with the stacking ability of like you have a few seconds to cast again, and you can use a whole nother skill basically. Like that's fucking means I have like 4 skills right now already. So I have actually 4 full slots. After a certain amount of leveling up my skills, I have like so much it'll feel like cheating. This is this game's version of Father Gascoigne, I swear to God. Ah! I stopped talking once I got to 1 HP because I was like, I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to jinx it. Doubles crit. Oh man, I'm gonna be doing so much crit damage. What was that? Doubles crit damage. So I have double crit damage twice. Oh, these things have little thingies. Is a fragment of meteorite left in the contaminated area. Seems to have unknown power. This device is designed for a quick return when you stray from the designated coordinates. Baby leash. Yeah, plasma can be generated from amnium before it goes into a runaway state. Let's investigate. Lab data. DX001. Unknown research log. Family. Friends, lovers, all crushed into flesh. The day the meteor struck, the impact was halted, but as the breeze rained down, tearing everything apart. As everyone screamed and gasped for air, their last breaths, I looked at the sky. The meteor, glowing ominously, streaked across the sky and fell endlessly, veiling the heaven in its descent. How breathtaking. I desire to keep that overwhelming power to myself. Error code BR19_25. Gotta go to sleep right now, so good night. Right? Yeah, this game is awesome. Night night. Thanks for stopping by. Ugh. Look at all these energy fragments. Digging them up feels like it'll take forever. Maybe a few lifetimes if I keep at it. I'll be swimming in riches one day. Oh, it's a sheep. What are you doing here? Did you get lost? Who are you? I'm a scavenger, digging for mantium fragments here. Haven't you seen other scavengers? Can you give me directions? Are you asking for directions to the village? I can show you the way. Wanna come along? What about the underground village? Village? It's just a village. Haven't you been there before? There's nothing special about it except for the underground stuff. So, do you want to go? Let's go! Well, I guess I can't go back. I wonder if Gen X and Gen Alpha even know what old school blue screens even look like. I guess it depends on how much unfiction and ARG horror they look at. Huh. No words. Oh my! You nearly gave me a heart attack, young lamb. I've never seen you before. What brought you here? This is our laboratory, you see. Do you need our technology? Let's talk. Our mice are small, but they're just as quick and delicate. This is the best place for understanding skills. Despite how we look, we are the best engineers in the village. Let's make a deal. Well, are you satisfied? Oh, right. Shit, I was meaning to say for permanent upgrades. Shit. It's been a while since I've seen a sheep in the village. This is a place to trade modules. If it's a useless module, would you like to exchange it with me? I will value the modules you have highly. Exchange complete. Little friend, it looks like there are a lot of fun things. I marked what I definitely want to have. I'll give you a good price, so make sure to trade with me. Oh, looks like there's only 2 shops. Alright. Hey you, where'd you think you're headed, huh? It's rough out there, just stay put here, alright? What are you doing wandering around all pitiful like that? Got a death wish or something? This road here leads straight to the industrial zone, so don't be hanging out around there, get a move on. Don't go dragging the other scavengers down with you, got it? Hey! You can't tell me what to do. I can't read. So basically, I just have to bully the ones with the shield. Nice test run. Oh, they have tiny little hammers! They're gonna bash my kneecaps in the dust! Well, actually, I'm not that big either. They actually have a clear shot at my face. Oh my god, there's so many of these fuckers. slowly realizing how little damage I do in the grand scheme of things. You send your children to their death. I need more Baja Blast for upgrades. Eat shit, eat shit, eat shit. Oh. I got a little bloodthirsty. Ooh! You look cool. Wow, you gonna really stay up there and let your people get hurt? Hit and run is best against this guy, I think. I was not trying to stay there. Flipping thrust. Optimize workflow. This skill no longer takes stamina. Baja Blast! I need to inject Baja Blast directly into my veins. That's honestly what veins are for. Frame freeze. A dog's bark must be so threatening in this world. Because they bark, this means there's gonna be more of them. They're not even barking to go, fuck you! They're barking to go, let's get this motherfucker! Barking is community. Fucked up dog fascists. Oh wait, there's some raccoons there too. At least I thought that was a raccoon. Swings quickly, releasing a short-range energy wave to defeat enemies. My only IRL furry friend is learning to make protogen heads, so that's fun. Oh, that's sick as hell. Are they just mining? Adorable. So moe. So maybe some of these aren't even soldiers. I'm assuming the shielded ones are, but they just seem like workers. I don't know why they're carrying bombs, but if they're mining, demolition, bombs doesn't make sense. Yeah. $100 tiny little hammers. Oh no, fuck you guys. Get. Whoa. Thought I was done for there. Oh, if I had mini boss right now, I will fucking die. Oh! Well, fuck me. It's cool you have IRL furry friends. They out here fucking genociding sheeps. That's fucked up. The blood sampling equipment and the sheep hanging there. It's striking imagery. Omega, this message can only be accessed with your biometric information. And the bodies of dead sheep are all discarded here. And if you, Omega, are reading this, You must not be Omega. Who are you? At least if you're not with the wolves. Search for Omega's data here. The machinery is malfunctioning. Security footage appears to be preserved in the memory. The data is missing. Project Omega. A final Omega sheep for the grand finale, no less. The Doctor, if this is truly sheeple... You, over there. Yes, sir. Gather every piece of data here. Sweep the entire desert for Alpha Robot and those sheep. Every corner, every shadow. Immediately report any sightings of Alpha Robot. It knows far too much. That memory must be erased. Move, you idiots! Find anything about Robot Alpha? Doctor, there's something out here in the wall. Rip it out of the wall. This is... Ah, fascinating. Well, well, Alpha Robo, all you need to do is simply keep an eye on the sheep. But, you just kept working on this needless scheme. How foolish. System force shutdown detected. Executing recovery protocol. Restoring energy supply circuit. Etz Crusher. Default skill. Oh. A sturdy and heavy giant sword made out of reinforced carbon steel. Oh. There's also a sword. Regular sword? Or electric halberd, actually. Charge hammer. Oh, I can't. Damn. I should have. Fuck. Flame sword time. Skills can be used while rolling? Ah, okay. New trial. Yeah, this is the exact sort of thing I was talking about. It's like, there's not a lot of story progress here, and I don't know if it's gonna do the thing that, like, you know, like Hades has been heralded for, of like having tidbits of characterization throughout the world. But I haven't seen many NPCs outside the shopkeepers. But it also makes sense to start from the beginning and not the industrial zone, so I can build up the resources to do the industrial zone well. Repetition is part of the thing. I'm supposed to fail and get better and, you know, advance my options. And wow, this is a strong pup. The pup is the elite. One-on-one, baby. Oh, and the portal materialized over there? That's interesting. Alright. That's cool as hell. Flipping thrust. Oh, I could've chose something else. I keep forgetting that. Because it keeps saying random, and I was like, it's random, but it's a choice. It's a loot box. Message data. It looks like something a NetNavi would use. Dense orange mist. An unidentified orange mist obscures the view. The air is murky, making it hard to breathe. Carefully surveying ahead, orange smoke is seen seeping from a vast pit. What should be done? Investigate thoroughly. A sense of ominous energy is felt from the orange meteorite. However, strangely, it feels like nothing is wrong. What should I do? I close my eyes and focus on the energy of the meteorite. The energy of the meteorite and the core module began to resonate. The pulsation feels comfortable. The body has become light. Interesting that it says the body has become light and not your body has become light. Just saying, I think they're puppeting a corpse. That's all I'm saying. I mean, it's valid. I'm a necromancer too. Don't worry. The thick protective gear seems about to burst due to the swollen corpse. Is this the influence of the meteorite? Manium analyzing, activating. Days remaining until manium is processed. Sits. Do not touch under any circumstances. Well, they touched it. RA at maximum, unable to restore HP. First time is free. Oh, grants critical hit. That's useful. Performs a light jump and unleashes energy. Gain 10 shield when using this skill. Or Lightning Blade. Pierces through enemies and inflicts 3 damage. Did I ever tell you, chat, that Sasuke is like my favorite Naruto character? Like, if I'm gonna dress up as a Naruto character, it's probably gonna be Sasuke, you know? I was getting faded before. We don't got no backup now. I can focus so much more on just your timings. I feel free. Adaptive footwear. Increases attack speed and cooldown recovery speed by 10% when you dodge. Burst lightning. 3 plus additional burn for lightning generated by electric. Maximum stamina plus 20. How does a vest give me more stamina? It should give me less. It should give me more defense. Whatever. I guess they just don't want to give me more health, or they didn't want to give me shield for it. Whatever. Adaptive footwear. I was gonna take adaptive footwear anyway. Gotta spend a little time doing bureaucracy. Yippee! I hope you have a not horrible time doing bureaucracy. I hate doing bureaucracy. It sucks. This place is noisy and thick with alcohol fumes. You let go of your fatigue and take a seat. Drink hot chocolate to warm up. Or rest in a room. Slowness. 100%. You enter a quiet room, lie down, and fall into a good sleep. That's cute. I'll increase my maximum HP. I have just enough to do it. Ow! Oh my god, so many! That thrust is actually great. I'll probably replace the flame sword though. HP will not drop below 1 during the charged attack preparation period. 20% plus for charge attack. Stamina recovery speed does not decrease in combat. Reduces the stamina recovery speed by 30%. Precision control chip. Plus attack and plus 20% attack. Reduces cooldown by 1 second for skills that have reached their max values after modification. Can't buy any skills. So I guess I'll just modify my thrusts. Taser shot. Fires a magnetic bullet toward the enemy, stuns surrounding enemies for 3 seconds, and gives electric 1 damage for 1 second. Crush. Jumps and swings, inflicting crush on hit. Lasts 3 seconds. Crush. Vulnerable 2 when attacked. Let's do crush. Crush, crush, crush. Like that song from Paramore. The rocket arm. You have a rocket arm. Ow! You're not pick-upable. Ow. This character design is on point. It's so inspired. Every boss got me feeling like I did after when I'm watching like a new episode of Samurai Jack or something. Monster of the week ass shit, you know? Shonen protagonist ass. Give me your Mantium. Speed overclock. Speed plus 30%, but minus attack. Metal bat. Alright, I still forget the charge attacks. Plus 15% attack for every school on cooldown. Ooh, I like that. I don't feel like I have a charge attack. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's a certain, only certain weapons can do it? Or maybe I need a specific module for it. Increase my maximum health, please. Increase my maximum health, please. Increase my maximum health, please. Something seems not right. Huh, that message was held. Message? Held? Let's see what message Twitch held. Huh, isn't it showing up in my, it's not showing up on my Steam manager. That's weird. Oh, Ashley got a Sundari compliment, but went to sleep. I'll have to refund that later. Sorry to Steam. Why I keep saying Steam? Hi, Dell. Try to say a thing you said again. Maybe Twitch won't block it this time. I miss having my little drone buddies. Oh, that's how you parry, I guess. Ow. Secret mechanics are secret. Cool as sheep don't look at explosions. Energy blade. Get. Oh. I get a different lock this time. Lab data, D at 002. The fallen meteor fragments continue to emanate orange energy. It is unknown energy pulsing into a heart like a heartbeat, clearly made of a previously unknown substance. We decided to name it Mantium. There's been endless debate over the meteor and Mantium. These people just never stop rambling about ecological impact, social consequences, religious beliefs, and even moral standards. What a bunch of fools. It's not worth arguing with them. I've got much more pressing things on my plate. I will stop at nothing to study Mantium. Erico SH16_04. We meet again. Ready to head out? Whee! Does he literally just get a concussion every time he rides that? Is that just how life is for him? I guess I can maybe trade a module. There's a 5% chance to summon an energy blade when attacking. I want to keep that. Precision control reduces cooldown for all skills by 2 when you dodge attacks. Attack speed. Is adaptive watch better than precision control chip? No. Well, because it has 2 effects. So still get an effect even though I haven't reached the maximum value part. We begin. I will clash you. Okay, these fuckers are a joke with the thrust attack. Who knows that all I need to do is thrust cubs to defeat them. Now this fucker is when I want to thrust hard. Energy sword! Fuck, I thought it was gonna be a tiny sword. Like the ones that Virgil shoots in Devil May Cry. Oh, obviously I want to thrust this guy because he keeps thrusting me. I want some reprisal, some revenge. Piercing attacks are cool, though I'm more of a slashing attack. Maybe some corruption, psychological. Maybe some grotting. Not to be confused with frauding, that's different. No survivors! Okay, no, you can be survivors. I mean, you weren't really fighting me, so all you can say is you saw something. Like, we landed and they were already dead. +5 attack for skills that do not consume stamina when equipped. 20% when equipped. 20% attack when equipped. 100% attack for skills that consume 3 or more stamina when equipped. Oh wow, that was the first time I got a module for it? Fuck. Well, that's not a module, technically. The noisy place is thick with alcohol fumes. Drink hot chocolate and warm up. up to 20% HP. You gulp down the hot chocolate from the bartender. The sweet taste slides down your throat as warmth spreads through your body. Okay, that time it says your body. I want the Baja Blast, but... Bounce, 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 bounce. Ow. I'm gonna get shot at this door. You think that of me? Nah. I am the one who knocks. If I didn't know any better, I think they were infinite. Another super powerful cub. You probably don't have a mama, so I can't really say you'll be crying to her. Your handler? Your unit commander. Although maybe you're the unit commander? Let's go to the unknown place. Supply station. This place is noisy and thick with alcohol fumes. You let go of your fatigue and take a seat. Obtain shock blade. Obtain one random module. Or search for blue. Let's get some blue. I love Baja Blast. Oh, not have enough to get a permanent upgrade. Grab what I need and quickly leave. Mini boss. Three idiots. Oh my god, I love it. Big's Legend Jesse looking ass. Definitely want to draw these idiots. Do they not have individual health pools? What? They were hard. Unlocked a new skill. Spire of the Kata. Ion Flare. Flame Wheel. And got a new module. Unlocked several new modules. Back to the lab again. Uh-oh. I bet you this sheep and the sheep from Cult of the Lamb will be friends. Oh, yes. Oh, that's actually... that'd be a good, thing to... That's a cool pairing. Huh? Oh, hey! Hey! Are you nuts? I'm not finished cleaning yet! Don't come in! I appreciate you fixing me, but I've got my priorities. I still have a lot of cleaning to do. Please, wait a moment. Do you have a question for me? This is where we conducted the Omega Project, but now I can no longer serve that purpose. Fortunately, you're here, Omega. I'm the robot responsible for this place. I used to be part of the Omega Project, but got destroyed when it all fell apart. And a long time passed. When I woke up, I found out all the research logs were taken. What a blow. My code name is Noah, and everyone calls me Noah. Sorry to introduce myself late. Pleased to meet you. Alright, feel free to ask me anything if you need help. Muscle augmentation. Replace weapon. Charge hammer. So all the weapons are heavy. Oh, that's a charge tag. God, I'm getting some God Eater energy here. Oh, skill tree. Oh, an additional skill slot! Let's go! Hunt that puppy! Into the fucking stratosphere. God! This fucking weapon does not play. This is amazing. Stack electricity. Pulse drone. Or upgrade ion flare. Pulse drone, please. Blue P. Alright. Blue. Shut up. Wasn't even aiming for that one. Okay, I just need you out of my face. Oh my god, I'm in the perfect position for the sun to be in my eyes right now. At least I can feel the sun on my face and I know that I'm alive and not in a simulation or dead. Sorry, stray thoughts. Stream of consciousness. Demolisher. I'm not sure if I understand that cart right. Ooh, cool skills. This better be more fastidious. Attack speed. I can't wait till I get to the village so that I can open the slots on my drone. I definitely want to keep the drone. A sense of ominous energy has fell from the orange meteorite. However, strangely, it feels like nothing is wrong. What should I do? Strike the meteorite hard with the weapon. When I strike the meteorite hard, part of it shattered. It seems that with just a little processing can be used conveniently like a module. Raw Mantium Fragment. Inflicts vulnerable on all enemies within a certain range upon defeating an enemy. Ooh. I'm a threat. The thick protective gear seems about to burst to the swollen like a corpse. Will this influence of the meteorite? All in a day's work. Wow, so many mini bosses. Wasteland Warlord. This is probably the weakest boss in the game so far, or mini boss. Okay. Can't go getting cocky. Too bad you make yourself vulnerable to trauma by calling allies. No, I'm a full boss. I'm totally a full boss. Additional 3 burn for lightning generated by electric. HP will not drop below 1 during charge type preparation period. I'm really cool and a whole boss. Not quite a final boss, but I'm a cool boss. I'm maybe like a reoccurring rival. I'm like a reoccurring rival boss. I'm actually surprised this game didn't procedurally generate the levels. I should drink water, and you should too. I can be a small big boss if I want. Like the mind control lowly in Chrono Arc on the ice level. For every 10 skill uses, 200% for the net skill used. Battery. Well, I know what goes with battery. Assault! Big damage. I thought I said soy! What? Wrong one. Soy. Sometimes you just need some extra attack. You're more bab than the boss. We award you the title of Small Boss. Yeah, not many. Outcast Detonator. We're fighting using the same kind of attacks. It's like I'm gonna swing a big heavy thing around. Plus 50% crit chance when your HP is 50 or lower. Kettleball. Supernova engine. That seems like a useful thingy. Rest! A relaxation. I'll actually take a normal rest instead of repair the core. Because I want to be in tip-top shape for the boss. Oh, I'm having a bad dream! Oh, I'm having a bad dream. I should have known. Huh? You. Do you really think you know who you are? Have you never wondered why you're doing all this? What you're fighting for? I don't know who I am, why I'm here. Everything is blurry and uncertain. What I know for sure is, we're not sheep. A sheep that kills wolves? Doesn't that seem strange? You kill wolves out of instinct. It's not strange. Even if you think so, you're not a sheep! It's time to think about who you really are. Fool. Yeah, I'm the drone. I'm the drone. No, everything's right. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. I can't put them out of their misery. Misery? I can't put them out of their misery. This one doesn't have any hordes for me to take advantage of to do a bunch of vulnerable damage. My headphones switched off. Ooh. There we go. I started playing worse as soon as I stopped being able to hear stuff. There's like sound cues for the monsters, attacks and stuff. Might cost me the fight. Ow. It cost me the fight. Piercing Instinct. Impact. Multi-slash. Super dash. One purpose. The Lost Glory. Alright, it should probably be my last run. Okay, now I'll have a chance to try out all of them. They're all too rich for my blood. Hey, stop landing here, you idiot! Why are the wolves always doing like this? The growing piles of scrap metal are getting worse! Get out of my way! Don't bug me while I'm working. Ugh, look at the mountain of scrap metals! If it keeps up, I'll end up in a crush can! I'm tied up here. Why do you keep bothering me? I'm I'm I5AAC, the administrator for the Foremost Wasteland. Just call me Isaac. I'm a cutting-edge robot with the latest features. Pretty impressive, huh? So being on the outskirts doesn't mean I'm incompetent. I invented this cutting-edge, high-performance recycling machine. It can make useful things, but only a few at a time. See that mamnium? It's too small to provide enough energy. Don't even think it's because I can't make it. I mean, it's all because of this damn dust that the lens got dirty. It won't come clean no matter what I do. I'm sorting scrap metals. Hey, what's with that look? You have a problem with recycling old things? Okay, so yeah. Let's get a few more persistent NPCs. Aw, I lost the 300 blue before I could use it. Sucks to suck. Not that I suck. Day of the Doggos. Barrier tank. Summons a protective robot that blocks projectiles. The robot explodes on hit. I love that robot. Also, I have 3 slots. Hopefully I can bully more things now. Okay, just gotta build a good kit. One must simply do better. Super Dash. Cools down sooner. Boss time! shit, I thought I died for a second. Alright, there we go. Increases the regain recovery amount by 20%. Restores HP when attacking enemies for a certain period of time after being attacked. Oh! Oh, this game has the Bloodborne thing? Fuck yes! Rally? Although it seems a little bit better than Rally, it's just like a healing. Like, I don't think it's preset. Just the amount of seconds. Conflict. Scavengers and hyenas face over invaluable loot. Both sides brandish weapons, but neither dares to make the first move. Obtain solidarity. Help the scavengers. Obtain power of organization. Help the hyenas. What the? Solidarity, obviously! Seeing you side with the scavengers, the hyenas stare at you before slowly retreating. The scavengers become friendlier. Hyenas become more hostile. Oh. Interesting! Wow, that's a cool mechanic! I was worried this game was gonna be overly simple. Oh, this fucking blocking robot is actually pretty broken now. Because I can summon it so much. Okay, they're just gonna be replacing them when they die, so... I'm fucking gone. Like the wind. Gain 30 shield when the next battle starts. You will not hear me complaining. I discovered a place far away where module boxes are stacked. Could it be a module storage for wolves? However, oddly enough, there's no one around. I look closely to see if there's anything useful nearby. Operate. There's still military supply boxes that look intact. It seems to have a structure that can be opened by putting in a little blue. What should I do? Put in my blood! Respiratory device. The stamina recovery speed does not decrease in combat. Reduces stamina by 30. There's still military supply boxes. What should I do? Wow, this is like fucking Risk of Rain. And now I'm about to fight a boss! Oh! My God! Overwhelming power! Oh! But I was winning! Overwhelming power! Okay, one more. I got distracted by my own greatness. There's a 25% chance to reset the cooldown of the skill when using skills. Oh, I see. That's why it was so effective. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it. Damn, I was sniffing my own farts there a little bit. Damn, I really want that robot back. It was such a good combo. I was probably resetting its cooldowns with the weapon. This one's a rare one, I think. So I'll take it. Thunderbolts! Ooh. I'm just mining them for blue at this point. Nothing. Leaked Current adds an additional 5 to enemies in the electrical state. Livewire inflicts Livewire on hit enemies, grants electric when attacked. Lasts 5 seconds. Let's do that. Let's make a broken build. Current Storm stomps the ground in place. The surrounding area becomes electromagnetic zone and inflicts 1 attack and electricity 2 every 0.5 seconds. Or Oil Toss throws grenade forward, increasing the burn of enemies hit by 30%. Nah, I'll do Current Storm. And that's as much as I can upgrade that right now unless I get to the village that lets me get more slots. Noisy thick alcohol fumes. Give me blue. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, I'm not sleeping. I got blue burning a hole in my pocket. Damn, I could go to another shop. I don't want to. More health. Lasts longer. I feel like this game is super seizure baity, but I'm doing pretty okay actually. Oh, this is an interesting place that I'm forced to fight in. Weird shaped tunnel is weird. Very good for trapping me and making me not able to really jump. What's this? What's this? This looks funny. I want that. Bureaucracy is done. Might take a quick nap. You deserve it. Energy blade, please. Boss time! Come on, Outcast Detonator. Time for a rematch. Shocking! Get it? Shocking. I'm gonna be using skills a lot, so that's gonna stack beautifully. Let's go to the unknown place. Did my maximum health go down? I could've sworn my maximum health was 10. Oh, I probably got a module to decrease my maximum health. Yo! Love this item. And I still have enough blue to increase my max health yet again. Fuck sleep. I don't want no nightmares. I don't want to think about existential topics like who I am. Fuck that. Okay, one died, one failed, and then the other became this boss. Well, at least I didn't die on in the first area. Damn, I'm a fucking bully! It's funny, the scream was supposed to keep the distance, but ended up not doing that because he backed me into the corner while standing right next to that corner. So, sucks to be him. Archive dated DX003. Manium is, without a doubt, a gift from the god. We've confirmed that Manium, refined from the meteorite, emits an immense amount of energy disproportionate to its size. There's a minor issue that prolonged exposure to its energy inevitably leads to madness and death. But if the energy can be properly harnessed, that's hardly a problem. Oh my god! Oh my god, this is like, oh, we can burn this energy but it destroys the planet. Ah, it's fine. It's long-term exposure to it makes you go insane? Yeah, it's fine. This energy can be used to unnaturally enhance physical strength or drastically increase the efficiency of machines. However, using manium beyond a certain size or concentration results in physical distortion, mental derangement, machine malfunction, or mutations leading ultimately to death. However, how shall I resolve this? VA 1711. Slide my head on in. Let's make a deal. That's really doing me a huge favor. Thank you. Nope, keeping that. Keeping that. Yeah, no. I'm fine with what I got. Thank you, everyone. Actually, can we talk again? Oh, they even mentioned I'm back again. Okay, it's just the same dialogue. I was hoping they'd talk about how they have someone like training in sword in the background. I was wondering about that. Oh, they were just days before dying. Wow. Makes me think about Joker said in The Dark Knight in the interrogation room. You never start with the head. Then everything gets all fuzzy and they can't feel the next hit. I don't know what it was, a screen shake or something else, but I totally thought that those little tri-balls were doing way more damage to me, so now I'm a little bit less afraid of them. I'm much more willing to tank one or two. Of course, it'd probably be different if I was at low health. Digi modify! Modify! Reduces the cooldown of all skills on cooldown. Reload. Sounds pretty rad. the best way to deal with misbehaving dogs is to use electricity, obviously. But, you know, a shock collar seems a little inefficient. I was just toying with the pups that were gonna explode. Chelsea! Oh, I have no choice. I can only go forward. God, I almost feel like I'm playing a Survivors game. Like Vampire Survivors or something. This like gets to a point where it's just like, all I have to do is not get hit. And just my skills just do all the work. I just am not, they're just not gonna give me the drone, huh? Super Dash. Well, they end up giving it to me later. I can spend some to refresh? Ew, no. Upgrade, though. Oil tot. Spray bullets for it. Shooting an additional number of bullets based on booster count. Cause charge attack to inflict vulnerable. Do oil toss. Illusionary Claw. Creates a rift that causes enemies hit to freeze. Triggers crit if an enemy's HP falls below 50%. I can roll again. That's the one that I might still change. Crit rate plus 30 plus 1 cooldown. But I do have that thing that helps me with cooldown, so. Alright, hopefully that'll help me survive. I like how Sheep is trying to reach the top shelf when you do the upgrade, lol. Hell yeah, it's like, it's kind of cute. Wait, did I just come to another? I did. Well, first one's free! Plus 5 power, minus 2 stamina, but cannot trigger super armor. I'll just crit rate. What's the spiral needle? Quick thrust restores 2 stamina and damage. Get the fuck out of here, oil. Oh, I'm gonna be fighting for a while. I can't afford to drink hot chocolate. I'll rest in a room. Oh my god, I'm a monster! I love making children explode. But only cartoon children. I'm gonna explode all these wolves. Yeah, all those reloading skills. Alright, give it to me. Or Risk of Rain. This loop, this particular route is making me think about like Risk of Rain, where you just have all the right skills to just have a field of destruction around you at all times. Shields threw me off a little bit though, because a full frontal assault, which is what I've been doing, isn't gonna do anything. I guess I'll rely on status effects. Well, I guess I could get a drone. It's not exactly what I wanted, but... -5 cooldown for one random skill when using skills. Oh gosh. My cooldowns are amazing. Oh, hey Banu! How are you? What? Happy weekend! I'm just causing destruction to everything that moves. Ah! Damn. You stun locked me a little bit new. I'm going to just run to the nearest battle that I have to fight. Regain my composure a bit. Damn. Okay, here we go. It was funny because I was just talking about Risk of Rain and then you came up. I was talking about how this game reminds me of Risk of Rain and its escalation. Also like Vampire Survivors or something. Stamina recovery. Causing destruction to everything's his move, as one must sometimes. Real. Let's sleep. Oh, I didn't have bad dreams. Cool. Boss time. Oh, I don't think I've ever made it to this boss. Alright, we're if I beat this boss, this is the end of the playtest. At least I think so. Let's drop. Guardian. Whoa! Oh my god, you're invisible? Oh my god! Alright. I guess it's also kind of like 9 Souls. Wow. Yeah, I have a really good setup. I don't even mind tanking the hit. Victory? I did it. It's the playtest. Damn! Obliterated! This is fun! My name is Kiki. Originally, I was supposed to go on to the next stage, but the playtest ends here, Kiki. If you want to do more, press the like button and keep receiving updates. Your play has been a great help to the development, Kiki. Oh! Wow. Don't tell me you've come this far without smashing that wishlist button. Wishlist! Oh my god, that's so good. That's so good. Thank you for playing our game. We appreciate you let us know what is lacking during playthrough via the survey. We will try to make a better game. We will also continue to communicate through Discord and look forward to your participation. Restarted me if I wanted to do more runs. There's probably more story I could suss out if I wanted to. But, I completed the playtest content, which is what my objective was, and, just under 2.5 hours. Not bad, not bad. Definitely was nice to cool down with this before we get into the meat of today's adventure in morality? Anyway, you should play standalone. There isn't an active demo right now, but you can join the playtest through Steam and play everything that I've played and go through even more of it. It has a Steam page, of course, support small developers. I did not get the achievement. So, as you can see, there's plenty of stuff that hasn't been done. Oh my god, there's an update for it that came out while I was playing. Oh, I'm downloading skills from enemies when I defeat them. Oh. So different enemies have certain skills. Yeah. God, I love this fucking art. I'm definitely one of the games I'm looking most forward to this year. Cyberpunk. Add to Kiddo. Alright, there we go. They may stand alone, but we need to stand together. Really cool to watch. Thank you. I guess I could do a standalone survey. Hold on. We're going to roof. Okay. So just in case I had to open up something. What was it? Stand alone survey. I might have to go back through the game. Ugh. Annoying. So the reason that we always do this is because we always have a bunch of Firefox tabs open, and we close our whole Firefox browser when we stream. So when we have to open up our main thing, we have to open up our old tabs to make sure we don't lose them. Please don't lecture me about you can save and bookmark. I'm too dysfunctional for that to help very much for the way that I navigate tabs, though I do have lots of bookmarks as well. Yeah, I have to update first, and then open the game, and then I can start doing the survey. Oh. Oh, I'm gonna grab some Pocky. Hold on. I think I lost my Pocky, chat. I don't know where I put it, but I didn't eat it. Unless Big Sis ate it. Which is a possibility. But I did grab a Capri Sun, but I don't really want to have a Capri Sun right now, so I'll just save it for later. Like as a treat or something. Can't believe I'm Pocky-less. Survey. Let's see. Alright, cool. Close all those. That's it. Alright, I'm back, and I got it onto the other browser that I use, because I couldn't just grab a link from a website, or at least I was having trouble finding a website. So, standalone pretest questionnaire. And the distinction between areas on the map clear? Very clear. When selecting and using new skills, is it easy to understand their effects? Average. In combat, focus on skills versus combat focus on basic attacks. Which do you prefer or think is better? Combat focus on skills. Which one do you think is more valuable? Legendary skills, skill modify. Skill modify. Do you know that skill modify includes both passive skills and combo skills? I have a vague idea. Do you prefer passive skills or combo skills? Combo skills for sure. Do you prefer skill modify or weapon modify? Not sure. Are the prices of modules in the store appropriate? Modules? Modules, yes. Skills, not necessarily. Maybe it could be a little bit cheaper. What is the highest damage you've dealt? A value may change. I've definitely done over 500. Let's say 509.99. Well, I did like 15. So yeah, with the big attack. We're doing real big chunks. What is your favorite weapon? Thunder Edge. Thunder Edge. What type of modifies do you prefer? It's actually asking me about like my playstyle too, which I think is nice. Reduce cooldown time and energy consumption. Okay, if I can only pick one, it has to be that. How's the overall game pacing? Average. How many attempts did it take you to defeat the boss in the first chapter? First try. How many of the 4 weapons have you purchased? All 4. The flame sword, the normal sword, the lightning, the thunder thingy, and the big fuck off hammer. Do you think the effect of meta progression is appropriate? Yeah. Are meta progression rewards easy to understand? Somewhat unclear, but understandable. Do you think that the amount of meta progression currently is appropriate? Insufficient. I want more meta progression. What's the most inconvenient element in combat? I would say HP recovery methods, probably. Is the supply of HP appropriate? I kind of think it is. I mean, I like going into the extra health type thingy. That's what I prefer. It's hard to tell, but I think it's appropriate. At least I got through the content with a fair amount of with health upgrades available to me. I didn't have to upgrade my health the way I did, but I did. Okay, what type of combat do you prefer? Mini boss battles are so fun. They're so fun. What is the reason you repeatedly engage in game combat? Want to try skills, modules, etc. I think I might be able to make it after meta progression. Think there may be new NPCs. Oh, I really want new NPCs. What is the difficult part of regular combat? It's fine. I don't think they need to tweak regular combat at all, honestly. How's the pacing of boss battles? Very fast. It's fast, but I like it. I do kind of want to parry, though. Is the boss battle duration appropriate? Appropriate. Alright. Questionnaire done. And I didn't put it off. Shameless Pocky Thief. Sometimes we gotta be a little shameless. Okay, I guess I'll say this, if you're feeling particularly sensitive today, or that you can't hold space for stuff that's like really uncomfortable, then this may not be a great space for you tonight. Hopefully we will not have to go into topics as heavy as today for as long as we might, but who knows. I'm mad that I'm mad that Twitch makes it so that or I should say they make it so they have a rule where it's like if you're talking about political stuff, you have to be in the political tag. And I'm just like, I'm not ready. But here we are. So we have a topic for today's stream, like usual. And it can go in a lot of directions. And of course, you're free to interpret it whatever way you want if you want to answer it. But for us, we have kind of a discussion planned, and we have lots of reading to get through with you, if you will allow me that. I know that my audience is not discouraged from being challenged or talking about challenging topics, or being willing to expand their worldview. Let's see. So the topic for today is, what aren't you willing to give up, even if it compromises your safety? And so the scale of that compromise can be a lot of things. If you live with your parents, you might be giving up the ability to easily bring like partners home, maybe, or to have sex specifically, if that's a thing that you do and want to do. With a certain job, you might compromise being able to have a tattoo or have a visible tattoo, or to dye your hair. Right? These are average compromises that we see in society, although a lot of these examples I have chagrin with, especially the last one. I hate that jobs are like it's unprofessional to have like blue or pink hair or whatever. It's not ridiculous necessarily, but I don't like that society makes it that it is a thing that is undesirable for employment, and forces people to automatically go into other professions if they want to do that. Like, the average job is not very nice about that. Well, I guess as time has progressed, maybe a general service job is okay about it. And of course, if your tattoos aren't visible, if it's tattooed specifically, it's something that you can get away with hiding. But the fact that you even have to hide it is still a compromise. But unfortunately, I'm not talking about those small scale compromising infractions. I'm talking about what are you willing to lose for your safety? Or I guess rather, I'm asking the question from the opposite direction here, because I think that generally a person is going to do what's in their best self-interest for self-preservation. However, for a great many of us, especially queer people, the stakes for repression are quite steep. And even outside of, like, quote-unquote invisible qualities that you can be marginalized about, there's a lot of times where people ask, say, a trans person to, not come out because life is going to be too hard. People asking you to compromise yourself, your real self, for safety, or for less dealing with less bullshit in society. A lot of people will go, why would you opt in to being marginalized? And it's not as though you're opting in. It's society that needs to change, right? And even that example still doesn't fully get the scope of what we're talking about here even. We are about to hit and I guess you could say we're already in a prohibition era right now. In terms of art, there's a specter of censorship that is threatening to descend on artists, and especially in the space of anime enjoyers, anime artists, furries, and just like any art that isn't the most sanitized thing that you'd find in like a Target or something is, and even then, like, depending on like what books you may be looking at, or DVDs in that Target, maybe even that is something that may be seen as something taken for granted in the future because of what's happening. And I don't want to be alarmist, although now it feels like saying I don't want to be alarmist feels silly considering what we have to deal with. And there's other issues. There's the deregulation of a lot of regulatory bodies. For example, I am facing the fact that the thing that I use to help me take pills because I have a hard time swallowing, applesauce, I'm basically have to stop buying applesauce unless I get some overseas applesauce, because there's going to be so much risk of contamination for average shit like that very soon that it will not be safe for me to buy applesauce if I don't want a lot of lead. And that's just one thing that's happening under the current government. a lot of people dismiss comparing what we're going through right now to like the German Nazi Holocaust, but like time is a spiral. Time rhymes. Like there are patterns of behavior, both politically and socially and stuff that you can see in certain things, and I think it's a little hard to deny right now. And as opposed to having like a public book burning, like what happened with like Thomas Hirschfeld stuff, we're experiencing like a mass erasure of like queer and trans people and the concept of diversity from education, from like the like federal employees, like even like something as simple as a poster of anything that has to do with diversity and inclusion and equity is tantamount to I struggle not to say thought crime. Things are getting really bad really fast, and there are people who are fighting against things. There are still people who are protesting. Like there's not no one pushing back, but when it's people kind of destroying your government from the inside, it's kind of hard to push back against. It's an uphill battle. So in terms of like art, like queer art and queer bodies will get censored and told they don't exist a lot, and they've been doing that. There's been things in America with laws talking about that, about how you get to define yourself, that you have to that sex, the biological sex is only one of two things, and it has to do with your body parts, your specific body parts and how they fall into these very specific categories, reverting people's legal status. Like it's a mess. And I think if I was liberal minded under how we're feeling right now with everything that's going on, I would go, oh, if I just hide myself, if I just curl up into a little ball and don't exude my queerness and don't exude my weirdness, and am okay with all my documentation being wrong, and I'm okay with not having access to hormones anymore, and what else, right? Like, how much more am I willing to let them take away in order to live peacefully, I suppose? And so when I think about those things, those are already things that like I've been kind of in a weird place with, because it makes it so much harder. Like DIY hormones, for example, that's a lot more effort, and I got a low amount of spoons. And so it's a daunting concept. And I think to a large degree, something that we might talk about in the future actually would be like the topic of disengaging from systems, because some of the same systems that exploit us are also systems that in a way acknowledge or placate us, and decentralizing how we interact with, say, the internet can free us from those things. For example, although I already knew that Spotify was a bad company that is bad and you should not support, I've been a Spotify user for like 10 years. Like ever since college. And actually I found out that they actually had a overarching plan in the same way that Amazon had the plan of, oh, we get them as young as possible because they'll become lifelong customers. That alone didn't necessarily sway me to be like, oh yeah, I should disengage from Spotify, but also recognizing the rampant use of AI on Spotify, and obfuscating artists that are AI or like fake or ghost artists, and stuff like that was one thing. But also seeing that Spotify like donated money to like the Trump campaign, I'm scromming, and it's just like, yes, great. And it's not super new of a concept because, you know, people talk about, like, say, accessibility with the availability of, you know, Amazon and being able to get stuff really quickly. And it's like the same company that, like, may help me get, like, you know, stuff that helps me for my medical needs is probably also like funneling money into initiatives that, you know, reduce how much Medicaid you can get. Although at this point Medicaid is about to die anyway or be like super gutted, so that's already happening. In the Spotify example, I thought at one point that I couldn't possibly disengage from Spotify no matter how bad it was, because in the way that I engage with music necessitates that I use a service like Spotify. Before I realized, because I have friends that also care about music but are disengaged already, that there are programs that you can organize your music that's not Spotify and not iTunes, and it's like this like open source thing, and you can consolidate all your music and your podcasts and stuff, and it's fine. But you do have to go out of your way to like get your music. And I was like, okay, I'll take the next year to disengage. I'll take the next year to slowly but surely disengage from Spotify. This year was gonna be that, but now I'm gonna try to get it by like the next 2 months, maybe by the summer, because like I've reached my willingness to compromise my giving money directly to a company that does hurt me and hurt people like me and doesn't even like artists, honestly. Like, let's be real. Like, even I was kind of saying Spotify like YouTube, and it really is like there's a lot of visibility in having your music on Spotify, and it kind of turns me that it's like that. And I mean, part of me doesn't want any of my music on Spotify at this point, but like in terms of visibility, it is very accessible, and that's something to consider too. And because of the way that we kind of like buy into these systems, it takes so much to pull yourself from them. And it's not just with like something like Spotify, it's also ways of thinking, because it's also like self-preservation. And I don't know if you know where this is going, but I mentioned on Blue Sky that today we will be talking about Texas Bill 20 and pro-fiction stuff. So I hope that you understand the context of what I'm saying there, because a lot of people don't say, express their opinion online about how they may or may not feel certain art is permissible, or they don't even fucking care because they know that someone might use it as a reason to tear into them, to harass them, to dox them, or in our case, we've been afraid of, and we talked about it in the past, we're talking about a Lowly Show, because we were afraid of like people like distancing themselves from us, or losing friends that felt it was inconscrutable, I guess. Although we've come to see it like it's still like in the sense of ABDL, where if it's a mixed company space, that I'm not leaning heavily into the thing, and I understand other people's boundaries and comfort, and so like, you know, there's certain ways of being that is reflected in me, but like I'm not necessarily trying to make people uncomfortable. Although I know that like being into taboo media is, you know, a nuanced line that you must walk, because, well, we're already ADBL and we've already had people force us to be that way about it, and like consider ourselves in certain ways. One way we've had to compromise our sense of self or our sense of autonomy about our own image is like maybe having a friend that like is like, oh yeah, I'll stream with you, but please cut the diaper part out of your PNG to be on my stream, because I don't want bad things to happen. And it's like, well, like, is that okay? Should I choose to compromise that for that person's comfort and safety? It's like, we make these choices every day, small and big. And if you don't know what Texas Bill 20 is, I'm sorry I'm about to reveal to you that we're in the worst timeline. Although Texas is, at this point, a bastion of just the worst way that shit can go on in this country. Alright, so I actually have a list of, if this was a video essay, I would have a bunch of, this will be my bibliography that I'm looking at right now. I have on Notepad. We're gonna go through some stuff. Hopefully we learn something today. I don't really have a call to action right now, but I'll let you know as we progress. And we're starting in familiar ground. I have organized this in a way where I think it should be approachable even to someone who is mostly an orbiter of like anime and furry stuff and like obscenity laws and that sort of thing. So we're actually going to start with this thing from Aaron in the Morning. If you don't know Aaron in the Morning, Aaron Reed does follows trans news and politics, especially as it relates to laws and rights and lots of unfortunately bad news, and this is no exception. And this is to provide us a wider context, because it's an Ouroboros. It's an Ouroboros. New Texas bill outright criminalizes being trans as a felony. As felony fraud. The bill, brought by legislator Tom Oliverson, likely not to pass. However, it represents a new front in attacks on trans people and connects with other attempts to label being trans as fraud. A new bill by far-right Republican legislator Tom Oliverson, HB 3817, seeks to criminalize being transgender by classifying it as felony fraud. While the bill has no co-sponsors, making its passage significantly less likely, it marks a significant escalation in anti-trans legislation. It's the first measure to explicitly criminalize identifying as a gender different from one's assigned sex at birth and communicating that identity to others. The proposal also aligns with broader efforts at the state and federal levels, including Trump's administration policies that seek to label transgender existence as fraudulent. I mean, they already started with, having the legal explanation of gender being just the two sexes, and that, that's scientific truth, even though there's literally, medical bodies that disagree. The bill states that transgender individuals who make a false or misleading verbal or written statement to their employer or the government are guilty of felony fraud if that statement identifies the person's biological sex as the opposite of the biological sex assigned to the person at birth. This language effectively criminalizes transgender people for merely existing and identifying as their gender identity. Beyond employment, the bill could also apply to interactions with law enforcement, attempts to update gender markers on official documents, and other routine disclosures of gender identity. If enacted, it would amount to the direct criminalization of being transgender, with felony fraud charges carrying the potential for jail time. When we share stuff like this, a lot of people are like, these fail. And they do. And even Aaron Reed said it is likely to fail. However, I'm not going to bury the lead with why I am reading y'all this particular thing first. Because we need to understand all this in the context of setting precedent and continuing to push. One thing that is very clear about the effectiveness of the Republican Party's ability to pass damning legislature or say, get Roe v. Wade tossed before it was codified into law, which it really should have been done, that they're persistent, and their persistence has moved the Overton window, and that just because a law like this is very unlikely to pass in 2025 does not mean that it would not pass in, say, 2027. They understand what they're doing, and they're not just well, to a degree, they all the anti-trans legislation that they've been putting out for all these few years, like, it is very much like throwing as much to the wall and seeing what sticks. But what they're choosing to throw is not arbitrary, I would say. Relating to creating the criminal offense of gender identity fraud, being enacted by legislature of the state of Texas. Section 1, Subchapter D, Chapter 32 Penal Code is amended by the Section 32.515 to read as follows. Gender identity fraud. A person commits an offense if the person knowingly makes a false or misleading verbal or written statement to a government entity or the person's employer by identifying the person's biological sex as the opposite of the biological sex assigned to the person at birth. No? Damn. Do I not have a... There we go. Alright, I was like, I need a face for this. I do not want to be smiling while I'm reading this. Thank you. Okay. To the government entity or the person's employer by identifying the person's biological sex as the opposite of the biological sex assigned to the person at birth. The offense under this section is a state jail felony. Also, I want to mention for anyone who thinks maybe in some defeatist hopeful sense that at least it's just Texas. Eventually, it would get challenged, and so, like a Roe v. Wade, if the Supreme Court eventually rules on it in a certain way, it could become a federal precedent, which is bad. Though this is the first direct attempt to criminalize being transgender, the use of fraud language in anti-trans policies has appeared in other settings. In 2024, the Florida Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles announced that transgender individuals could be guilty of fraud for misrepresenting their sex assigned at birth on driver's licenses. Shortly after, the state banned all gender marker changes on those licenses. While previous policies have used the concept of fraud to justify restriction, this bill takes it further, escalating from bureaucratic barriers to outright criminalization. Nationally, similar language has been used to justify sweeping restrictions on transgender people under the Trump administration. Trump's military ban explicitly frames transgender identity as deception, saying that a man's assertion that he is a woman and his requirements that often honor this falsehood is not consistent with the humility and selflessness required of a service member. Oh, right. The trans military ban. This framing treats gender identity as a false statement, barring transgender people from service on the grounds of dishonesty. This reminds me of back in the day when we were having, as a community, having trouble with wider society understanding that trap is a slur. And that framing trans identity as trying to fool people is fucked up and disrespectful. And here we see it again. Likewise, recent actions by Secretary of State Marco Rubio have effectively banned transgender individuals from obtaining U.S. visas. If their applications do not match their assigned sex at birth, if such misrepresentations are deemed fraudulent, applicants could face permanent bans from entering the country. These policies signal an alarming trend, an increasing use of fraud as a legal pretext to criminalize transgender existence and prevent travel. The bill is unlikely to pass. Texas has introduced dozens of anti-trans bills this cycle. It is only a single sponsor, and is the most extreme proposal on the docket this year. However, an alarming pattern has emerged in state legislature and now federal policy. The most extreme bills from one year often become viable the years that follow. Few can imagine visa and passport bans 2 years ago when the first driver's license bills were being passed, for example. Given the growing hostility towards transgender people in Texas, many in the community are increasingly concerned about the escalating severity of the proposed legislation. Another bill, also unlikely to pass but similarly extreme, removes the word minors from a gender-affirming care ban, expanding it to apply to all ages. These proposals illustrate a broader shift in the Overton window, pushing often unthinkable policies closer to political reality. Are you ready? Because we're done with the easy part. But hey, we're talking about anime now. So obviously it will be so peaceful. It'll be so less stressful, right? Anime censorship hits new high as proposed US law could make watching some shows illegal. This is a more of a normie take, because, well, I shouldn't say a normie take, a wider normie concern. And it's weird to say normie in terms of anime, but like anime is mainstream now, and so it's like, oh, you don't care about transgender people? How dare you? Do you care about anime? Of course, the stream is not for someone who doesn't care about transgender people but cares about anime. I don't want you anywhere near me. A proposed Texas law aiming to curb media depicting minors in inappropriate situations has far-reaching consequences for the anime industry. The result could be that many beloved series are declared outright illegal in the Lone Star State. According to a report by Dextro, Texas Senate Bill 20 can outlaw obscene material depicting minors in all media, animated or otherwise. Proposed by the Texas State Senator Pete Flores, the bill is primarily aimed at curbing the potential for using AI to generate sexually explicit depictions of minors. The text in the amendment to Texas's penal code would be as follows. A person commits an offense if the person knowingly possesses, accesses with intent to view, or promotes obscene visual material containing a depiction that appears to be of a child younger than 18 years of age engaging in activities described by section 4321 A1B, regardless of whether the depiction is an image of an actual child, a cartoon or animation, or an image created using artificial intelligence application or other computer software. So I think it's misleading to present it as primarily trying to suss out realistic like AI deepfakes for like CSAM. And I think that that's it's valuable to criminalize that, but I think they should also just make it illegal to have real people's like images scraped for data sets in the first place. Like, AI is immoral even if you don't have the data that people can use to create that stuff, you know? And companies are still not going to feel the brunt of this. Like, it's not gonna stop AI companies from producing the models that allow this to happen. The section of Texas's penal code cited in Senate Bill 20 defines obscene material broadly as material lacking in artistic value that depicts sexual acts, though some of the definitions for obscene material given by the penal code are far more concrete, such as explicit depictions of sex. Others are a little more vague and open to interpretation. Texas Senate Bill 20's vagueness makes it dangerous for anime. While this may initially seem to only be openly illicit material, many popular anime series depict minors in situations that can be considered obscene. Early Dragon Ball, for instance, contained a running gag centering on Master Roshi creeping on an underage Bulma. Even Naruto sees the titular character using a jutsu that turns him into a naked woman. It's unclear if these scenes, and those like them featured in many popular anime series, will run afoul of the proposed law if it does pass, or if the bar for obscenity will be higher. I think for a Southern Republican politician, it'll all get thrown in the same pot. Of course, ideally, the given examples would be protected under the clause that mentions literary or artistic value, but that will be entirely reliant on how individual judges perceive cases brought to them. Anime fans in Texas can hope that judges would see that anime such as Dragon Ball are not pornographic or obscene despite some questionable material. But that's far from a guarantee. Given the manga ban sweeping through the US, it's understandable why some fans would worry about the proposed law is too vague or broad in its definitions. Yeah, apparently Assassination Classroom is just too much. Is getting like taken out of libraries or circulation of like student or like in children's wings of libraries and stuff. Or in school libraries. It's like a banned book. At least like the first 2 volumes, I think. Screen Rant's take on Texas Senate Bill 20. The potential for misuse is incredibly high. While the law may be aimed squarely at actual animated pornography, the law is so broad that it could affect a lot more than just hentai. While proponents of the law may say this is unlikely, many cases of manga censorship for relatively inoffensive material, like Unico Awakening, does not inspire much confidence that the law will only be used against its intended target. This is the same stuff that people say oftentimes about other laws, like, say, the stuff that's supposed to protect kids on the internet from like interacting with not safe for work materials, but it compromises the safety and security of literally every adult on the internet that in any way wants to be in an adult space. Cause I don't know about you, but I don't feel very comfortable giving like social media platforms or every website that I can sign into potentially my like ID and shit. Like, we'll get into that later, but that's also a thing. There's also a possibility that the law will be used as a tool to censor stories about young LGBTQIA characters, as has been seen in many cases surrounding YA literature. I mean, that's a big part of it. There's no doubt that the depiction of minors in certain anime and manga series makes many fans, myself included, the person writing this, is a gag that I've never liked. But that and anime's other worst tropes making me uncomfortable doesn't mean I want Dragon Ball banned or those scenes removed. The potential to abuse this law is simply too high and too reliant on one person's definition of obscenity. Though it might be unlikely that this law is used to outlaw big series like Dragon Ball or Naruto, it could possibly be used that way, and it should be more than enough to be wary of Texas Senate Bill 20. This is sort of what I'm referring to when I'm talking about like standing up for artistic expression, even if it's artistic expression that you would not want to see personally, you know? Because the dividing of people of like acceptable targets allows like these lawmakers to see more and more ground so they can just do what Project 2025 says. They want to make all pornography illegal. And it's arguments like this that make it seem like banning hentai would be okay and acceptable, and I don't think it is. And also, like, for some people, like, they're, what they view as, like, synonymous with a minor would be also, like, chibis, for example. So, although I don't think that even, like, lowly show stuff should be banned, I know that there is a lot of stuff that just would be banned simply based on the art style alone. You know? So, like, there's going to be a ton of splash damage if something like this goes through. Although, why I mentioned the trans identification ban first is to mention that this bill is probably not going to pass either. But they're going to keep trying to pass it. And that's the thing. Did you know this rabbit hole could get deeper? I'm not sure I told you. But they also have an anti-furries act in Texas that they're trying to push through. Another thing that actually this one actually has a much more likelihood to go through because it's targeting minors specifically. What is the Furries Act? Lawmakers target non-human student behavior in schools. They're policing behavior here. Texas, and what might be one of the most unusual bills to come out of Texas legislature, lawmakers are now debating whether students should be banned from dressing or acting like anything other than humans while in school. The Forbidding Unlawful Representation of Role-Playing in Education, Furries Act, sponsored by Senate Representative Stan Girls, which, believe it or not, specifically outlaws things like wearing tails, meowing in class, and yes, using a litter box. If you don't know, the litter box, kids in schools using litter boxes is a falsity that the right made up to stream a moral panic. And at this point, I think they literally just huff their own farts about it, because I don't even know if it's actually convinced enough of their constituents that, like, it's a thing that, like, the average person in their districts would be like up in arms about. I think it's literally they're gaslighting. They're literally going, this is a bad thing that's happening, and it's not really happening, and then they come back the next year and say, this bad thing happens, so we're outlawing everything that has to do with it. Which is, I hate it. I hate it here. So under the Furries Act, students would no longer be able to wear animal-like accessories. No tails, no collars, no fake ears. Make animal noises like barking or meowing. Use a litter box. Again, like put it into, which is also super funny because the only kids that are going to be using litter boxes in American schools are the ones that are going to be using them while they're waiting to be rescued from school shooters, which is why that there are litter boxes in any schools. Unless they have a school cat, I guess. They're not allowed to lick themselves or others. But wait! There's more! My fucking... Stop biting me! That's not allowed in school anymore. Yeah. Don't worry, the bill isn't a total fun vacuum. It does allow students to dress up on certain days, including Halloween or a designated day within Halloween week. School-approved dress-up days, performances, and mascot duties. So every furry is gonna be fighting to be a mascot. Got it. Breaking the rules could mean serious trouble. The law isn't just making suggestions. It has teeth, though not the kind that might be banned under this law. God, this fucking page. Students caught disobeying these new guidelines could face suspension or even expulsion. Texas lawmakers are pushing higher criminal penalties while prison and jail populations soar. That's a different story. Yay. Schools will also have to include these rules in their student codes of conduct, and if they don't, the Texas Attorney General could step in and impose fines. Here's where it gets even more controversial. I could get more controversial. Alright, kill me. The bill doesn't just stop at school policy. It also proposes changes to the Texas Family Code. It suggests that allowing children to believe that non-human behaviors are acceptable could be considered a form of abuse? This means parents who encourage their kids to express themselves in this way might face legal consequences. They'll take away your kids if they bark. Alright. Governor Greg Abbott previously supported school policies that emphasize discipline and academic focus, and supporters of the bill argue it aligns with these priorities. Critics argue that the bill unnecessarily restricts student expression and can disproportionately impact certain communities. Lovely how this fucking article doesn't say which communities. Don't worry, I have more. I'm sure you can guess. If the bill gets a 2/3 majority in both the Texas House and Senate, it will take effect immediately. Otherwise, it's scheduled to kick in September 1st. Wow. Okay, so I wanted to show you. I don't know if I'm going to be doing this for everything here. Like I said, I have bibliography and stuff. There's only so much that I can keep a track of. I'll also post the links to what I have here later, so you can do your own research, which I encourage you to do, about all these things I'm talking about. But this is the Texas legislature website, so we can literally see that this bill exists. It's called HB 4814. You can go literally to the text, is what we did, and you can literally look at the actual text for the bill. That is a thing that you can do. So, let's look at it. Did you eat my Pocky? Well, at least I know you did. A bill to be entitled an act relating to the display of an allowance for non-human behaviors in Texas schools. Be it enacted by the legislature of the state of Texas, Section 1, this bill may be referred to as the Forbidding Unlawful Representation of Role-Playing in Education, or Furries Act. Section 2, Section 31.007 Educational Code is amended by amending subsections A and B to read as follows. A. The Board of Trustees of an independent school district shall, with the advice of its district-level committee established under the subsection F, Chapter 11, adopt a student code of conduct for the district. The student code of conduct must be posted and prominently displayed at each school campus or made available for review at the office of the campus principal. In addition to the establishing standards for student conduct, the student code of conduct must: 1. Specify the circumstances in accordance with this subsection under which a student may be removed from a classroom, campus, disciplinary alternative education program, or a vehicle owned or operated by the district. Specifically condition that authorizes or requires a principal or other appropriate administrator to transfer a student to a disciplinary alternative education program. Gosh, they're literally gonna put like people in fucking like what's it called, like a conversion therapy for being a furry. I mean, honestly, I think that there was a thing recently where someone literally said, hey, like, straight cis furries, you are a guest in the fandom. Like, this fandom is queer people. And there was a lot of straight people who were like, that's mean. But I'm gonna say it, furry is a queer subculture, and it's fine for cishet people to be in it. Just like with kink and polyamory, which a lot of queer people are a part of and contribute a lot to the community. So, like, I get it, but it doesn't take a genius to decide that targeting furries is a great way to target queer people without targeting queer people directly, and to say that queer people specifically are bad. It's the same thing as what was happening with like in the Nixon age. And what was the famous quote? Well, we couldn't say we couldn't say the N-word, and we couldn't say like black people are bad, or we couldn't say that like these immigrants are bad specifically. We had to use code words. We had to allude to things. We had to say forced busing and stuff like that, you know. And, you know, obviously increasingly the GOP has been, well, not that. They don't say the quiet part out loud, or they're increasingly not saying the quiet part out loud. And the way they're framing these things is very much like in the sense of control. They want to control our speech. They want to control how we refer to each other. They want to control how we refer to each other in our development. I don't know. I'm pissed about this thing, especially because as someone who found out that they were a furry later in life, I would have engaged in furriness and furry culture and all that stuff in school, like in high school, if not for the social pressure of seeing people bullied for it. So that was enough just to stop me. But just like having actual laws and stuff, like they want to kill us. Is that weird to say? They want to make life so unbearable that we game end ourselves. I mean, especially with trans people specifically. Outline conditions under which a student may be suspended as provided by the section 37.005 or expelled as provided by a section that one. Specifically, that consideration will be given as a factor in each decision concerning suspension or removal to a disciplinary alternative educational program, expulsion, or placement to a juvenile justice alternative education program, regardless of whether the decision concerns a mandatory or disciplinary action. 2. A. Self-defense. B. Intent or lack of intent at the time the student engaged in the conduct. C. A student's disciplinary history. D. A disability that substantially impairs the student's capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of students' conduct. You just wanted to put the R slur in this, didn't you? A student's status in the conservatorship of the Department of Family and Protective Services, or a student's status as a student who is homeless. Provide guidelines for setting the length of a term of a removal under the section, an expulsion under that section. Address the notification of a student's parent or guardian of a violation of the student code of conduct committed by the student that results in suspension or removal to a disciplinary alternative education program or expulsion. Prohibit bullying, harassment, and making hit lists, and ensure that district employees enforce those prohibitions. Provide as appropriate for students at each grade level methods, including options for managing students in the classroom, on school grounds, or in a vehicle owned or operated by the district, disciplining students, and preventing and intervening in the student discipline problems, including bullying, harassment, and making hit lists. And including an explanation for the provisions regarding refusal of entry to or ejection from district property under Section 37.105, including appeal process established under Section 37.105. I just love legal documents. They remind me of my childhood. I hate my childhood. Not weird to say, and definitely seems like a plan for them. Okay, thank you. I appreciate not being alone and seeing it. Nine, including an explanation of the provisions regarding refusal of entry to the ejection from the... Okay. 10. Prohibit any non-human behavior by a student, including presenting himself or herself on days other than exempt days as anything other than a human being. They really coming down on Therians here. Bullying has the meaning aligned by Section 37.0832. Harassment means threatening to cause harm or bodily injury to another student, engaging in sexually intimidating conduct, causing physical damage to the property of another student, subjecting another student to physical confinement or restraint, or maliciously taking any action that substantially harms another student's physical or emotional health or safety. Hit list means a list of people targeted to be harmed, using a firearm, a knife, or any object to be used with intent to cause bodily harm. Student who is homeless has the meaning assigned by the term homeless children or youths, under 42 U.S.C. section that. Exempt day means Halloween or any singular school day within one calendar week of Halloween, as designated by the school district or school campus as a Halloween day. School dress-up or activity days on which students are encouraged to wear costumes and garments that are otherwise different from the district or socially normally accepted dress code, provided that there are no more than 5 such days in a school year. The theme is based on an era in human history, a specific holiday, or a specific school event, and the theme of the day is not solely or primarily related to the history of celebration of a biological or artificial species that other than Homo sapiens. You can't celebrate animals. A day that the student must rehearse, perform, or attend an event that would otherwise require the student to dress in a costume if the student is a school mascot or is involved in district-funded or sponsored theater organization. Non-human behavior means any type of behavior or accessory displayed by a student in a school district other than behaviors or accessories typically displayed by a member of the Homo sapiens species, including using a litter box for the passing of stool, urine, or other human byproducts. No crying into litter boxes. A personal or outward display except during a school play or by a school mascot through surgical or superficial means? What do they think furries do? For the features that are non-human, such as tails, leashes, collars, or other accessories designed for pets. Actually, if I surgically get non-human ears, am I just not allowed to be in school anymore? If I were in school? Fur and other naturally occurring human hair, or a wig made to look like human hair, artificial animal-like ears, or other physiological features that have not historically been assigned to the Homo sapiens species through a means of natural biological development. They just love their natural biological development. Barking, meowing, hissing, or other animal noises that are not human speech. And licking oneself or others for the purposes of grooming or maintenance. I was going to make a joke there, but I'll continue. Human being means a biological entity that belongs to the species Homo sapien. Section 3, Education Code, is amended by adding subsection F to read as follows. Limiting a student to engaging only in human behaviors is not a violation of this section. Subsection Z, Chapter 25, Education Code, is amended by adding Section 29.905 to read as follows. Prohibition on certain non-human activities and behaviors. Exempt day and human being have the definitions provided by Section 37001. A student has an obligation to learn, grow, and advance as a human child. A student may not, during school hours, a planned district activity, or on school property, engage in any non-human behaviors as defined by Chapter 37001 Education Code, or present himself or herself on days other than exempt days as anything other than a human being. Also, I gotta mention here, you're putting these really harsh rules on kids, and kids are, well, not always gonna listen. But of course, they don't care about filling like juvenile facilities or taking kids away from their parents. The harder the hammer, they think the better people will be made examples of and eventually fall into line. A student or group of students may not create an organization under subsection E, Chapter 25 Education Code for the purposes of circumventing the regulations in this chapter, unless the organization is federally recognized. Okay, so they need students need to make a federally recognized furry support network, like how they have gay-straight alliances. We have to normalize students creating furry human alliances. They're federally recognized. I mean, it's going to be hard to get federally recognized right now, but anyway. Levity over. Abuse includes the following acts or omissions by a person. Mental or emotional injury to a child that results in a observable and material impairment of the child's growth, development, or physiological functioning, including in an educational setting, allowing or encouraging the child to develop a dependence on or belief that non-human behaviors are societally acceptable. Yeah, this thing would have changed our entire childhood. Even though we didn't do a lot of non-human behaviors, a lot of our friends did, and we envied them for it. Honestly, this might make more furries. Causing or permitting a child to be in a situation in which the child sustains a mental or emotional injury that results in an observable or material impairment in the child's growth, development, or physiological functioning. Physical injury that results in substantial harm to a child, or the genuine threat of substantial harm from physical injury to the child, including injury that is at the variance of the history or explanation given, and excluding an accident or reasonable discipline by a parent, guardian, or managing or possessory conservator that does not expose the child to a substantial risk of harm. Failure to make a reasonable effort to prevent an action by another person that results in a physical injury that results in substantial harm to the child. Sexual conduct harmful to the child's mental, emotional, or physical welfare, including conduct that contributes to the offense of continuing sexual abuse of a young child or a disabled individual under Section 2101 Penal Code. Indecency with a child under Section 2111 Penal Code, sexual assault under Section 22.01 Penal Code, or aggravated sexual assault under Section 22.021. It's so fucked up reading this, while in the back of my head is like, didn't they just pass like a fucking bill that allows them to do genital inspections on children? So they're already like not meeting their own standards of protecting children. Failure to make a reasonable effort to prevent sexual conduct harmful to a child completing or encouraging a child to engage in sexual conduct is defined by this section. Okay, is any of this still talking about... This is kind of like footnotes, basically. Forcing or coercing a child to enter a marriage. Yeah, don't do that. A complainant who has a reasonable belief that a school district or an employee of the school or school district is committing a violation of this section of the Education Code, violations covered in this section of the Family Code, may also choose to file a complaint with the Attorney General. Oh, so they're gonna set up an Attorney General snitch line to snitch on students, not students, to snitch on teachers who allow their students to bark. If the Attorney General determines that a school district or an employee of the district named in a complaint received under subsection C is violating this chapter, the Attorney General may file a petition for the writ of mandamus. Damn, I hate bureaucracy. To compel the governmental entity to comply with this chapter. The mandamus action under the subsection D must be filed in the county in which the school or school district is primarily located in. The Travis County, if the school or school district is an entity primarily operated by the statewide organization. Oh my god, this thing was... Ugh. I hate legalese. Yeah. This thing exists. Okay, we're gonna go back to the past. Samurai Jack real quick. What I want to know is... You're being mean to crackheads. Okay, so... This is from back in 2010. Now we're going to be going into my pro-fiction shit. So I've already listed to you out stakes of what is happening right now with the overreach of government bodies for self-expression, whether it be adults or children, to be weird, even. To bark, even. To, from the trivialist barking in class to something I'm very obstinate about, the ability to define your gender to the government. It's not just under scrutiny, it is under direct control and coercion, and that is what we're dealing with. So when we look at artistic expression, I hope that I don't seem hyperbolic when I am talking about my concerns of the worst that can happen with these lines of thought, and eventually the Overton window shifting and something like Texas Bill 20 eventually coming into law, and the precedent of stuff like that and stuff like the Furries Act having a potential to cause a ripple effect that affects people even outside of Texas. And to think about the Furries Act more specifically for a second, in the same way that Anna in the Morning talked about how certain like anti-trans youth laws were literally just amended and just took the youth part off and it just applies to everyone, they could do the same thing with the Furries Act. Oh, you can't act like an animal in a business or during working hours. I mean, it may seem ridiculous right now to say that they might make it, well, I don't want to say they'll make it illegal to be a furry, but I think they will certainly make it possible to fire you, for an employer to fire you for being a furry, which has already been an issue. I don't know if you know this, but in the history of furries, or the furry fandom partially came about from animators from different like animation studios who did a lot of anthro work, who really loved what they called funny animals, human-like animals, or animals with human like characterizations. And they all met up together, realizing that they all had this interest during what will ostensibly just be an average sci-fi convention, and they just had these room parties, and eventually it expanded to a con, right? But for the longest time, and I think still now, being publicly a furry is a great way to not get a job at Disney if you want to be an animator there. I have known furries who've had to hide it for jobs. And in the ADBL community, for example, there are people who are like, well, I mean, if I ever get that sick animation or, you know, like high-end like illustration job, then yeah, I'll probably have to squash my baby fur content, because if they find I'll lose my job. And that's already permissible. So, thinking about how, like someone saying they were at a fur con in a Facebook post could lead to their employer disciplining them, I think is a very, very possible future underneath this current regime. So let's go back to 2010, when a different obscenity law in a different country was being worked on, that also was about protecting children. Tokyo Metropolitan Assembly persons Masaki Ito, Zanko Kurishita, and Riko Matsushita all disputed on April 20th a newspaper report of a delay on a bill to regulate sexualized depictions of, quote, non-existent youths. The Sekai Shinbun paper had reported that the bill will be delayed until September. However, these members of the Democratic Party of Japan, the largest faction of the Tokyo Metropolitan Assembly, said that the bill may still be put on a vote as early June over the objections. Remember, this was posted 2010. The current draft of the bill would prohibit the sexualized depictions of non-existent youths, such as in manga, anime, and other materials, from being sold to minors. The bill denies non-existent, and we should not breeze past that. This, like, from being sold to minors, they're trying to make sure that the minors don't have access to access to lowly shoulder content, essentially. Though I guess wouldn't they just ban any like 18 plus materials from being in circulation, access to use? Wouldn't that make more sense? Regardless, the bill defines non-existent youths as characters that appear or sound to be younger than 18 years old. It will also designate material that deal with antisocial acts of sexual nature, such as rape and incest. Yeah, so all you freaks who are like, oh yeah, but I don't like underage looking characters. I just like my girl, or I just like my incest, or I just like my non-con. Again, I am calling to action, even for fetishes, or even for like ways of interest or being that you are not personally invested in. Understand that an attack against their expression also is attacking against your expression. Continuing. It will also designate material that deals with antisocial acts of sexual nature, such as rape and incest, as harmful publications, from which minors are also prohibited from buying or reading. So you need like an ID to buy those. Ito Kurashita and Matsushita are opposed to the bill as it stands. The legislation is being pushed by the Liberal Democratic Party, the second largest faction in the Assembly, and its allied parties. Even though the DPJ is the largest faction, the governor of Tokyo is Shintaro Ayashara of the LPD. Neither party has an outright majority without the support of the other parties. Veteran manga creators Tetsuya Chiba, Ashi no Jo, and Machiko Sayanaka, Lady An. Oh, wait, Lady An. Is Lady An? I didn't know that. Sorry, I'm having an anime moment because I saw Lady An and I thought of Persona 5, but now I'm realizing the nickname that Mona gives to An, Lady An, is actually probably a reference to whatever this manga is that I've never heard of. That I'll be looking into later because I'm curious. It does seem that in Japanese politics there are a lot of like mangaka who speak up for, well, the rights of artistic expression. Much like how, like, say, Frank Zappa in America fought for the rights of artistic expression for musicians. Damn, I'm on a roll today. I was afraid to do the stream. I mean, as I should be. We're talking about some real shit. These two people led a growing number of manga creators who voiced their opposition to the plan. The Japan Pen Club, an organization of the authors led by Tashiki Toda, also protested the bill. The assembly had already delayed a planned vote on the bill in March. Dan Kanemitsu, a translator and production coordinator living in Tokyo, had posted a report from a meeting that Assembly person Matsushiba and Takashi Yamaguchi, an attorney opposed to the bill, held on April 23rd. In a separate development, Tokyo's Office for Youth Affairs and Public Safety posted more answers to frequently asked questions last Monday. The office is responsible for determining which materials should be restricted from minors in Tokyo. The office asserted that the following materials are examples of what would not be restricted when the bill passes. Doraemon has a scene of a character bathing. Saze-san, scene of Wakame-chan's panties being exposed. Cutie Honey. I know Cutie Honey. Scenes of Honey Kasuragi's transformation. Crayon Shin-chan. Scenes of Shinosuke exposing his behind. Shin-chan. Dragon Ball. Scenes of Bulma dressing. Dragon Ball is actually is an interesting touch point because it came up in the in our present day article, right? Neon Genesis Evangelion. Rei and Asuka's nude scenes. That's good. I'm curious if the way it's worded or like how it's proposed that was being opposed, it was specifically how it affects not just the application of restricting it to minors, but the blowback of how it affects the rest of the industry and like adult purveyors of certain things, right? Or like certain sorts of precedent or something. I say this because I have another article here that we're about to read that was also from the past, but a little bit further in the future, which I am pretty sure is talking about the past version of the bill as it came to be. Except this time it's going to be not from Anime News Network, but CNN. When we were younger, growing up, I think if we were watching the stream, we'd been really surprised. Like, why are you saying CNN like that? CNN is the good guys, right? They're the opposite of Fox News. And ugh, I want to bang my head into a wall. However, Yukari Fujimoto, an associate professor at different Fujimoto, associate professor at Meiji University and former editor, asserted in a Twitter post that the Office of Youth Affairs and Public Safety document uses a set of criteria that is not in the actual text of the bill. Matsushiba and the other legislators opposed the bill have said that the bill would grant the office broad discretion in determining what would be restricted. Vagaries and laws can be used to do things that the law doesn't directly say. Here we go. This was from 2014, so 4 years later. Sexually explicit Japanese manga evades new laws on child pornography. Gosh, this is gonna be such a weird VOD. They stare wide-eyed from the pages of magazines, childlike in stature, but engage in extremely illicit sexual activities. They may be drawings, but critics say that the images found in the pages of some of Japan's erotic manga are so disturbing they should be banned. I believe that this kind of terrible material is not protected under the freedom of expression. Matsutada Suichi, a member of the ruling Liberal Democratic Party. The LDP, which we read about, which got mentioned in the Anime News article, the Anime News Network article. On Wednesday, Japanese lawmakers passed a law that will see people caught with child porn jailed for a year or fined up to $10,000. However, it doesn't include possession of anime or manga depicting child abuse, no matter how sexually explicit. How explicit are they? To see what's being openly sold on Japanese shelves, CNN took a hidden camera to one of the many manga stores in Akihabara's district of Tokyo. This actually sounds a lot similar to what VOTS ended up doing in, like, was it 2022? The district is known for as a hub for otakus, obsessive members of the anime and manga fandom, a worldwide group of avid followers of the genre. Down a set of stairs, there are rows and rows of manga, many containing popular themes and images. But 5 feet away, in an area marked adults only, the content took a sharp turn into shocking set scenes, apparently involving minors. Also, I think I want to mention here that there are several lanes happening at once here, and I think that they've been touched upon in some of these earlier articles before, like the Screen Rant article talking about being like, oh, will Dragon Ball be banned? It's not like it's hentai, being like kind of asserting that, or at least implying that hentai is okay to be banned, or it's more acceptable to be banned. And I think that something that we will be talking about in terms of artistic merit will also be coming up later, in terms of if something is obscene, if it has artistic merit, and if the artistic merit, and what artistic merit means to different people, and how that bar changes. But I would say that most people, the average person, does think of erotic or pornographic like art as inherently less valuable than art without it. I think that would be fair to say. I don't believe that, but I think the average person probably does. Gonna drop to make dinner, but really enjoyed the stream, and thanks for taking time to dive into those topics and the bills. It's hard to face, but really important to keep awareness and highlight what things are at stake. I really appreciate that. Sometimes I wonder if it's gonna be too much, and if people just want cozy all the time. But people will keep coming back, and I'm glad you had a good time here and you learned something and are made more aware. That's ultimately my goal here. All right. So I also wanted to mention that because I could see someone taking the side of, oh, it's acceptable to ban hentai if it means that works like Dragon Ball and Evangelion will be okay, right? But I know it's weird for this particular part of the topic to say we're not free until we're all free, but yeah. Down set of stairs, there are rows and rows of manga, many containing popular themes and images. But 5 feet away in an area marked adults only as the content took a sharp turn to a shocking set scenes, apparently involving minors. Some of the predominantly female characters wore school uniforms, hair clips, and innocent expressions as they engaged in sometimes violent set acts with dominant characters. Should it be banned? Mio Bryce, an expert on anime and manga from Macquarie University in Sydney, said Japan's obsession with kawaii or cuteness made it difficult to distinguish whether the characters in the material were depicting children or not. Cuteness means a generally more infantile character. Maybe the character is 20 years old, but maybe from your point of view, the character is 15 years old. It's very difficult. Sometimes you look at a fluff bite and you can't tell. This is also a thing that's a lot of that VTubers of you have a child looking model, so I can't tell if you're a child or not. I've actually had someone in our personal life go, but you always use cubs to show yourself, so I feel weird talking to you about kink stuff. And it's like this is not a pipe. Ken Akamatsu, who lobbies lawmakers on behalf of Japan Cartoonists Association, said a total ban on explicit content would damage the entire industry, making creators too scared to put pen to paper in case they risk breaking the rules. That's something I actually have personal experience with lately because of crackdowns on Kudokan and ADBL content and creators on Blue Sky, for example. And the continuing of that on like payment processing type sites such as Patreon, that there are less and less places to post taboo art, especially when it comes to like the stuff with advertising and stuff. Wow. He said the characters were imaginary, so unlike real child porn, no one was hurt. I don't know, should I do that already here? I feel like I should already. I'm gonna pull I have another thing I want to cross section right now because I feel that it's important to especially with that phrasing, address this as soon as possible. It's very important. Let's see. Okay, so there is an argument that goes around about how you talk about content that depicts fictional things that if done in real life would be bad, right? Specifically, the word CSAM is specifically is trying to be used to replace child porn in the lexicon because the thought process is that that phrasing legitimizes it to a degree because porn in and of itself is like, you know, like this act that is generally consensual, and also like sex is generally consensual. It's the same thing of like sometimes arguments talking about like sexual abuse and like if sexual abuse counts as sex in the functional way in terms of like, you know, maybe damage to your body, it is, but in the like philosophical way, there's a difference, right? And understanding that there are people who falsely label like cub content, Lily Show content, ABL content, anything that is like sexual or innuendous that has neotic characters in it. Sometimes people go, oh, I'm going to report this to the government, and or to like, you know, whatever bodies are worried about child exploitation. And these organizations have stuff like this on this site, which should make it at least a little bit more clear why I stopped one article to pull up another. Call it what it is. Help us change legislation from child pornography to CSAM. child sexual exploitation material is what that stands for. When children are involved, it's not child pornography, it's sexual abuse, and it's a crime. Many months ago, we published a blog asking the public to stop using the term child pornography. At Child Rescue Coalition, we believe that the use of language is important when protecting children. We recognize that child pornography is unfortunately still a legal definition used in charging perpetrators in the U.S., but we'd like to change that, and we need your help. We believe in CSAM, not child pornography. Stop CSAM. Children do not choose to engage in this horrific treatment, nor do they deserve to have a film distributed and watched repeatedly by sick perpetrators. This becomes the single worst moment of their lives, and they are forever traumatized. We believe the evidence of sexual abuse is not pornography, is child sexual abuse material. Reframing, changing language, thinking of it in a specific way. It can be done in good ways too, not just codifying into law that you have to say a thing, or you can't say a thing or you get arrested. At worst, inappropriate terminology trivializes the sexual abuse and exploitation of children. Some actually believe the use of the words child pornography benefits child sexual abusers because it indicates legitimacy and compliance on the part of the victim, and therefore legality on the part of the abuser. Conjures images of children posing in provocative positions rather than suffering horrific sexual abuse. 12 Child Protection Organization joins forces to banish the term child pornography. As you can see, there's lots of organizations that are trying to spearhead this. This has been going on for a while. I mention this all to say, when someone says something like anime CP, it is misleading and honestly really insulting, and I hate to pull the as a victim of, child sexual abuse, I do feel really shitty when people equate something like onimai to what happened to me or whatever, or what happens to people. That is to say, when you frame taboo art as facsimile of the thing itself that's depicting, then I think you're doing reality and the people who have to live with the reality a disservice. I'll try not to pull the emotion card with that too much, because I think that that is valuable to have also a lot of arguments based in, the logic of certain moralities, or however we're the frameworks that we're constructing about what is a moral way to deal with this stuff. Yeah. So that's why, and also that adds extra context to this, because as we've said, and I think Fanta said a couple of streams, well, probably a ton of streams ago now, our line, which is many people's line, and the context of, say, someone who identifies as a pro-fiction advocate, that if it's not CSAM, if it's not you're using actual stuff that was recorded of an actual child's abuse to create the thing, then, it's not this exploitive material. I think that even AI images that aren't trained on CSAM specifically, but try to realistically recreate it using pictures in the dataset of actual children and other sexual and sexual content within the datasets, is close enough that there should be some legal thing about it. But stuff that people draw? No. Shihoko Fujiwara runs Lighthouse, a nonprofit for exploited children. She told CNN she worked on a case where a predator used a cartoon to convince a child that sex abuse was normal. So the pedo might bring the animation and say, "This is how you practice with adults," she said. I wanted to read this article specifically because even though it's in bad faith, it's bringing up arguments that are very common that people bring up against this stuff. And I would say, as commonly it comes up, that because someone can hurt someone with a thing doesn't mean that the thing itself is representative of harm. Obviously, the go-to is video game violence. Video games do not, violent video games do not normalize violence in the sense of making someone think it is okay to harm other people. In the terms of using, like, say, some sort of manga or anime or doujin to, like, groom someone, one, we think that it would make grooming a lot harder if there was more education, like early sex education for children to understand their autonomy and know when and have the tools to know when someone is, like, doing something they shouldn't. And then also, like, I think it's admirable to be like, this was the thing that hurt me, so I want to prevent other people from being hurt by it. It's like the circumstances of that abuse was not dependent on that one particular object. I say this because, like, our abuse was not predicated on that, and yet still happened. So I think that people are attacking the wrong target when they're going, this thing's existence just creates exploitation, as opposed to people are using it for exploitation. And I mean, in terms of pro fiction, we can even go even further if you want to talk about stuff that is, like, say, hate speech, which technically they teach hate speech in school. I don't know if you know this, but, like, Triumph of the Will, like the Nazi propaganda film, is lauded as such a important cinematic film that it's taught in film school. I was taught it in college, for example. Even though, unlike, say, anime and manga that may depict underage characters in compromising situations, hate speech like Triumph of the Will or Birth of a Nation had a measurable effect on like racism and abuse in society and people being hurt, because it directly promoted the thing and was like, dude, like, it was like, it promoted intolerance. And I think that that's different. And I bring it up to recognize that there's a lot more space in the room for a lot more parts of this conversation, even though we're not necessarily focusing on all of them tonight. While no link has been made between anime, manga, and child abuse, Japan is facing a serious child abuse problem. According to White House, I'm used to saying White House because I'm American. According to a white paper issued by a national police agency in March, the paper said that the number of child abuse victims jumped 20% between 2011 and 2012, and the number of victims, arrests, and cases at the highest levels since they started compiling statistics in 1999. At the same time, the number of clear child pornography crime cases rose to 1,596, the highest ever recorded, the paper said. Most, 85%, were internet related. The figures inspired the U.S. State Department to label Japan as an international hub, quote, for producing and trafficking child pornography. The U.S. report noted that no national law addresses the unfettered ability of sexual explicit cartoons, comics, and video games, some of which depicted scenes of violent sexual abuse and rape of children. It added, while the NPA continued to maintain that no link was established between these animated images and child victimization, we just had a bad feeling, you know? Other experts suggested children are harmed by a culture that appears to accept child sexual abuse. We do live in a society that accepts child sexual abuse. I would say that a lot of victims, in the experiences that I have known of loved ones and what I've seen anecdotally at least, I can say for sure that adults who find out tend to be more likely to want to sweep it under the rug to not cause problems, especially if, say, the perpetrator was a major patriarch of the family or someone with a lot of promise that they don't want to ruin the life of, right? There's a lot of acceptable losses. There are a lot of things that certain people, especially people in power, especially parents or uncles or whatever, are willing to accept or willing to compromise for their own peace of mind, lack of scrutiny. In my experience, your parents find out, they think of you as an embarrassment for being targeted in the first place. So that is to say, I don't think that it's anime, manga, and video games that is sending that message. Actual children suffering and crying is not acceptable, but manga doesn't involve actual children. What is manga? Fucking Christ. Okay. The term manga means casual drawing. The earliest examples date back to the 7th century and became very popular in the post-war period. Mikari's Bryce said that coincided with the work of the so-called god of manga, Tezuka Osamu, the creator of Astro Boy, one of the more popular Japanese cartoons that made the leap into Western media. Now the industry is worth an estimated $3.6 billion in comic book and magazine sales, according to the Publishing Science Institute figures from 2013. Animation takes in another extra $2.3 billion, according to the Media Development Research Institute. As Bryce points out, only a small portion of the market peddles sexually explicit material involving children-looking characters. Very often, people think manga equates sexual or manga equals violence. It's only a part of manga. These are some very poetic, very beautiful ones, she said. I love how it's a zero-sum game in that framing, that manga is either violent or sexual or poetic and beautiful. Never both. Cuteness is a problem. Oh my god. I can't make this up. The bigger problem, she said, is that manga permeates Japanese culture. So what you're saying is you're racist. Got it. It can be seen everywhere, from street signs to government pamphlet. It's just the style of illustrations a lot of the time. Ugh, gosh, I hate this. Often the characters depicted are young, vulnerable girls who meet consumers' desires for something kawaii or cute. Cuteness is a problem, she said, because cuteness is something that makes you feel you have to protect the person. And there's a very fine line between I can protect the person and I can control the person. You know, actually, one thing this thing got right. Sorry, not cuteness is a problem. Cuteness makes you... We have a whole fucking... we had a whole PowerPoint presentation about cuteness because there's an evolutionarily psychological reason for cuteness to exist in young animals. But cuteness is experienced, or I guess exuded, by things other than young animals, but it still elicits the same reaction. Aww. Right? And wanting to protect something can also lead you to finding it cute, or that person cute, including adults, including people in your life that you value. Sometimes they might bark like an animal. I don't know. In terms of thinking about like why people are into things, sort of. Not in a what trauma do you have that led you to have this disgusting fetish, but more in the realm of like what people get out of it. Like say non-con content, like non-consensual content. If you were into as like Ryoma, like that game we played a while back, Heat Wave, that has like this violence and sexual violence as part of it, but it's not just to have it there. It's trying to elicit certain experiences. It's trying to navigate certain feelings, and in Heatwave specifically, like being a cute, fawny thing contributes to like this survival mechanism of trying to be a good victim, so at least they don't kill you while they're victimizing you, which is really dark. And it's stuff that some people definitely like to explore in their art. And certainly not everyone, but it certainly exists, and I think it should exist. And so, like, especially thinking about the difference between like loli content and like moe content, like this distinction, super apt to point out. There is a fine line between I can protect this person, I can control this person. And even outside of, you know, the frameworks that I was just mentioning, the what I'm saying are acceptable frameworks of like, you know, consensual kink and like artistic expression, abusers also do that shit. Abusers also take someone under their wing that they think is cute or, you know, moldable, and they want to control this person. There's a negative truth in everything. She said the prevalent depiction of young girls, especially in Lolita complex material, risks giving the wrong impression of women. If you're looking at it all the time, how are you actually seeing people? Is it just a fantasy, or maybe some people with a bit of a wrong mind think it's actually there? And that is the way to treat women. So there is a risk, she said. So there's a lot I could pull out of this, especially in this last part. Like, it is a floundering attempt at what is happening now, to a certain degree, where the reasoning behind stripping certain rights or having a puritanical framework that restricts what people can say or what people can create from a place of trying to protect women, trying to protect children, like protecting the image of these good weaker beings, and particularly a sense of like almost a sense of social justice. I think it's interesting that it ends here and doesn't go further, because there is a feminist critique of anime and anime tropes, not just in depictions of like Lolita stuff, but in the wider anime community, even with adult characters and with depictions of like sexual harassment gags. Like it's certainly there. It's not above criticism, surely, but it's beyond criticism when you're trying to outlaw it. And it's certainly not a safe space to have those difficult conversations when the person is insisting that you hate women because you look at too much anime. And also, I think it's interesting going from just the existence of this thing that people consume to automatically thinking about the people who consume it the absolute most. Which is interesting, because as a hikikomori otaku myself, I'm not even in the highest range of how like down the rabbit hole you can be. And I mean, I'm certainly not normal, and I'm certainly not well adjusted, but I think that I think that, like, in my case, if you wanted to make me like a more sociable person, a more, I don't say socially acceptable, but like socially healthy, then making it not like incredibly scary to be outside would be great. And I think that sometimes there is that focus on like the individual's actions in terms of stuff like racism, or like sexism and misogyny, of thinking about how individual people treat each other and not how systems treat people. And it's like, oh, you're talking about like respecting women and like women's rights, but you're only talking about the social aspect of it and not the things that are the sort of the guardrails for pushing those behaviors and affecting how culture manifests. Because even though like a law is not absolute morality, it's certainly, after a certain amount of time of being in place, is going to affect how people think about certain things. Just like how during Prohibition, alcohol was different than it is now, and alcohol is just so much more casual. And the culture of Prohibition actually is why we're like this with alcohol in the first place now. What I'm saying is, it will have a cultural ripple effect that will not have the intended consequences that people think it does if they limit this obscene material. And yeah, I do believe that too much of anything is bad, right? But shit, at that point, this article would have been improved by saying, oh, are they actually seeing people? Maybe they should touch some grass. Literally, if they ended it there, it would have been a more positive article. Because it's just spinning its wheels on hate. I hate that. Okay, so where are we at now? Yeah, we did the Furry Act, Lonely Band stuff. So, also, I want to remind you that this article I just read was CNN seething that that anime and manga and hentai stuff did not get considered to be child exploitation material in 2014. So, I know that most of my audience are age players, so some of y'all don't even give a fuck. And here is how I'm gonna rope you all into this. Even if you're one of the good baby furs that doesn't engage in any sort of content that has characters that could be confused for minors. We already did a whole stream talking about like that sort of thing with like Fur Affinity and stuff, and like the Pokemon and Digimon like young forms ban, and I don't think we talked about it too specifically, but we did feel that there was a sort of wrong-headedness about people being like, no, like my Pichu and my my baby Lucario Sona can totally be adults. It's fine. Don't treat me like those dirty cub porn artists, like having people literally throw the nearest acceptable target under the bus and being like, no, my thing is okay, actually. In the same way that someone may have a style that can be easily confused with younger looking characters, but they're like, no, all these characters are 18 plus, I promise. And it's just like, you could arbitrarily also change the characters' ages. And in the opposite direction too, where you can have, where they're like styles that scale to make even canonically young characters look older. And you know, that's a conversation we've had too that blurs everything. So this is actually regarding the UK. There's someone who's proposed some shit to target lots of sexual practices and pornography, and is basically trying to like clean up the internet in the same way that a lot of people are, especially like say credit card companies. Creating a safer world, the challenge of regulating online pornography. And this is a general online pornography too, not just concerning minors and stuff. And there's a lot here. Increasing the onus and accountability of platforms for harmful pornographic content. Protecting these those most vulnerable to exploitation and harms. Strengthening enforcement of pornography offenses. Future-proofing against tech-enabled harms. Strengthening governance and oversight. Tackling violence against women and girls. Creating a culture of positive masculinity. This one sounds on a level. What do they have to say here? Come on, I'll give you a little good faith. Tackling violence against women and girls. Creating a culture of positive masculinity. Violent, harmful, and misogynic pornographic content is illegal to distribute in physical forms. Should be treated as illegal content on online platforms. This could be done through a safe pornography code in the Online Safety Act, or by creating a new publication offense. The aim of this would be to prohibit certain pornographic content online, including degrading, violent, and misogynic content, as well as what can encourage the interest in child sex abuse, just as is prohibited on the online world. This is just the same thing. This is just people not understanding that the thing is not a pipe. This is treating the fiction as reality. Violent, harmful, and misogynic pornographic content is common on mainstream platforms that host pornography. Under the extreme illegal pornography offense, the content does not meet the illegal threshold. However, it would be refused classification by the British Board of Film Classifications in the offline world. That means that this content was distributed in physical form, for example on DVDs, the person supplying the material will face criminal charges, including a prison sentence of up to 2 years under the Video Recordings Act of 1984. 1984. Sorry. The disparity between online and offline world cannot continue. Pornographic content that would be refused classification on the offline world should be not available to view online. Honestly, I would say that if there's, I don't know about all the stuff that they're referring to because there's a lot of vagaries here, but like I would say that if it's just the act, especially if they're talking about the acts in and of themselves, and especially because they're not specifying whether it's like live action pornography or like art that has been like drawn or say like 3D modeled, people do stuff in Blender all the time. Like you couldn't make a DVD of that sort of stuff. Because I do understand that the UK is a lot harsher on this stuff, and it is not as actually it's America's gray, whereas other countries like I think like the Netherlands are a little bit I think the Netherlands is gray too, in terms of this sort of stuff and obscenity sorts of things, and then there's also of course the nature of enforcement, because the overreach that these governments are trying to have is basically trying to force platforms to enforce for them, and that's another thing. It's like a lot of these platforms rather not even put in the manpower necessary to do the enforcement. And of course, with the rising like technological algorithms and AI systems and stuff like that, it's a lot more easy to like railroad people into certain behaviors online, especially with these laws in place. So that's something to consider. So yeah, good faith gone. I think that this the wrongheadedness that I was talking about before. There's a certain type of feminist that thinks that, and we used to be this type of feminist even, that thinks that like a sexually liberated woman is like anti-feminist or something. Like it's such bad brainworms. It's such bad brainworms. We're not actually reading this entire thing. I actually came here for a specific thing. Oh, wait, let's look at LGBTQIA plus people's experiences. Let's see if that's maybe better. When speaking with stakeholders in the LGBTQIA plus community and reviewing research on people within this community's experiences of online pornography, stakeholders and researchers often use the phrase queer. Therefore, to avoid misquoting or incorrectly reporting findings, the review has used the phrase where appropriate. We must acknowledge the nuances of different experiences of queer people to ensure that their voices are not left behind. The relationship between the role of pornography and the queer community is better understood. Wow. This has influence from like someone who I'm pretty sure is conservative in the like UK Parliament or whatever. So I'm actually surprised to see this here. Younger generations are increasingly identifying as part of the LGBTQIA plus community, and research has found that those youth are more likely to consume pornography at an early age than heterosexual youth. Pornography can also provide LGBTQIA plus youth with sexual scripts that differ from the heteronormative scripts often found in mainstream media. Are you literally saying it's bad for people to have scripts that are not heteronormative? You barely got out the gate of trying to be performatively progressive. Damn. Orta Films, an ethical queer pornography platform, told the review how queer pornography can reflect the bodies and identities of those underrepresented in mainstream pornography, supporting queer individuals by centering and celebrating difference. That sounds good. Some research indicates that gay and bisexual men have higher rates of pornography usage than heterosexual men, with reasons including the use of pornography as a form of sex education. I think heterosexual men have just as much of a problem with understanding sex education. And also, sex education. Sex education is important. If there was robust sex education, then this wouldn't happen. Just like how when you take away diversity, equity, and inclusion stuff, there's less critical thinking, and people have a hard time differentiating like literary concepts and understanding that it is not inherently dangerous for art to depict a thing. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Or maybe behind myself. The wide availability of specific queer categories and sexual exploration, however, concerns also have been raised around the impact of pornography on queer men's sexual health. While studies suggest the viewership of bareback pornography, male-to-male sexual intercourse without the use of a condom, can impact queer men's inclination to engage in risky sexual behaviors. Evidence submitted in this review has shown that the online pornography depicting force, physical aggression of violence is also prevalent in LGBTQIA+ pornography, and that violence is not just portrayed towards women. In their analysis, 415 video scenes of gay pornographic videos, Fritz and Bowling 2022, found that I thought they were talking about Fritz the cat for a second, found that 31% of all scenes on two of the most popular free online pornography tube sites contained at least one act of physical aggression. The majority of aggression came in the form of spanking, scenes, bondage. So, I really hate this. It's just like, if people are better educated, and I'm just feeling like a broken record, then you won't have the problem of people conflating pornography with reality. And it's just like, it's so funny that even on like in a liberal mindset, you go, oh yeah, and it's normalizing violence against women. It's like, oh really? And it's like, yeah, and these spankings. I'm just like, Forced fellatio was found in 27% of scenes. What researchers assess may impact gay sexual scripts. It should be noted that this research found aggression levels were lower in the heterosexual pornography scenes, and the types of physical aggression typically depicted in heterosexual pornography, such as gagging, choking, and open-handed slapping, were not as prevalent in gay pornography. Interesting, that. Also, I want to mention that it would provide queer people with more scripts if our existence wasn't seen as taboo in and of itself. And if people weren't like banning books that depicted us and our existence and talked about our experiences. I think the fact that queer people have been pushed to the margins of society and the shadows and had our existence, even in the most platonic of ways, seen as inherently devious and sexual, has made it so that self-expression, especially of sexual and romantic interests, has happened in a framework that is a lot more explicit than it would otherwise be. And, you know, it's one of those things where it's like you're attacking a symptom and not the thing itself. And so they're talking about hypersexualization. They got some good shit here, but they're going in the wrong direction with it. Researchers argue the explanation of this can stem from the additional research on opposite same-sex pornography videos from a mainstream pornography website found that female pornography featured higher levels of verbal and physical aggression than male to female pornography in comparison to male and MF pornography videos. FF content had the highest amount of verbal aggression as well as featured various forms of physical aggression such as spanking and choking. However, the researchers argue that the explanations for this stem from the assumption that the main viewers of FF pornography are male. Another one of those fucking women can't do anything without doing it for a man shit. All the greatest hits here. Further research indicates that FF category is often created for heterosexual male audiences, which has led to stereotypes of hypersexualization among queer women and normalized violence against queer women. The male gaze does exist, but I feel like they're like hyperbolizing and narrowing things. However, none of this was what I was actually coming here for. I was coming here for... They literally have a section about age play. But we're gonna actually not start there. We're going to go to pornography's impact on sexual scripts and behaviors online. Because this is, again, this touchstone. They're not trying to make the thing not exist necessarily. They're trying to make it so taboo, so bad, so punished by systems that it is much harder and a lot more scrupulous to access, to engage with, and, you know, increase shame about it, and especially with this rhetoric that's been used in this thingy. Pornography's impact on sexual scripts and behaviors online. For a long time, research and debates around pornography's impact on crime, sexual violence, and societal harm have mainly focused on establishing a causal relationship. However, recent research has shifted towards the questions of if and how sexual norms are influenced by pornographic content, looking at the concept of sexual scripts. Sexual scripts is the theory that all social behavior, including sexual behavior, is socially scripted. Sexual scripts act as a guideline for what is appropriate sexual behavior. It is important to note that it is difficult to quantify To what degree viewing pornography affects sexual scripts? People are impacted in different ways by media, and the same applies for pornographic content. For example, Professor Alan McKee's submission to the review's call for evidence sets out the academic research on pornography has failed to start with a definition of healthy sexual development to study the relationships between pornography and its audiences. And researchers commonly confuse correlation and causation. This is true. Professor McKee goes on to say that much commercially available, quote, pornography is patriarchal. It consistently privileges male over female sexual pleasure. This will demonstrate that perhaps pornography may not be shaping sexual scripts, but is rather promoting one patriarchal view of sex and pleasure, which can be argued is equally as problematic. It could be argued, for sure. However, the review did receive multiple pieces of evidence to suggest that pornography plays a role in shaping and influencing sexual scripts and behaviors. I won't deny that. For example, a 2016 study surveying 487 American college-age men between 18 and 29 argued that pornography created a sexual script which guided real-life sexual experiences. And I think that this also wraps into, you know, the talk of even in this paper wraps into like taboo sexual practices and like the concept of art inspiring you to do a thing in reality. In this same thingy, I think they talk about choking specifically, which choking is sort of in terms of like sexual practice, like I guess discussions, has been of increased interest for a lot of people, especially in the kink community, because there is research to suggest, as far as I know, that choking actually does do damage. Asphyxiation play can do permanent damage to you, and over time can contribute to like bad health outcomes, especially as it regards to like I think like memory and stuff. And a lot of those our brain fucks up as we get older, sorts of things. And so like there are people who are saying like don't do asphyxiation play ever, you know. But even if asphyxiation play is dangerous, I think people should still be allowed to do it, and I think that is not a problem that is depicted in pornography. In fact, especially because of us engaging in like 95% like animated or artistic erotic content, that we're more likely to like... Oh god, I lost my train of thought there. I was gonna say we're more likely to something. Talking about how this all affects behavior and stuff, though. But I guess like I am often engaging in some understanding of fantasy with a thing. And there is a certain like desire to bridge a gap. I mean, especially thinking about ADBL stuff, obviously, where it's like I am an adult living an adult life, and yet like a desire for infantile things to have behaviors or to have a disposition that reflects you as younger. You know, one could say that's you trying to bring your kink directly into reality, and some would go slippery slope, but you know, it's a fallacy for a reason. Results show the more pornography a man watched, the more likely he was to watch pornography during sets. It's so interesting. it's a weird thing talking about different people's sexual experiences and practices and what's normal. Obviously, we've never been normal, so it's like, oh, that's what men do? Huh, funny. Results show that the more pornography a man watched, the more likely he was to watch pornography during sex, request particular acts seen in pornographic content, deliberately conjure pornographic images to maintain arousal, and have concerns over his own sexual performance and body image. Furthermore, higher pornography use was negatively associated with enjoying sexually intimate behaviors with a partner, with such research suggesting that pornography is more likely to have negative impacts on relationship quality, sexual satisfaction, and self-esteem for women in particular. I think that it's sort of also like a social media thing of like comparing people and stuff, and having like really high standards for sexual performance and stuff. Oh, right. Thinking about fantasy. I was thinking that because most of the erotic content we consume is of a like constructed like art drawn or whatever nature, that it's kind of like in terms of the impact it's having on us, like we are constantly like kind of straddling that gap, understanding where the gap is, and realize and knowing that like I can't have big anime eyes, I don't have enough room in my brain. You know? But like talking about like how things feel and like achieving a feeling that embodies part of the fantasy of what you want. I mean, talking about something maybe more accessible to people, like the like spanking, even. There, or maybe even biting, stuff that leaves bruises. There's an assumption that like, oh, your partner's leaving bruises on you, they must be hurting you in a negative way, right? And in a way you could see that doing sexual stuff that leaves bruises on your body, especially because it can send the wrong message, is almost like appropriating abuse. And you can have all sorts of frameworks. It doesn't mean that they're useful or benefit us in any way. But you can argue it. Additionally, a 2020 government commission review of the potential relationship between pornography use and harmful sex attitudes and behaviors concluded that there are associations between the two, especially violent pornography. In particular, the 4 themes that were found to be influenced by pornography use are viewing women as sex objects, shaping men's sexual experiences of women, acceptance of sexual aggression towards women, and perception of sexual aggression, such as being more permissive and a reduced willingness to intervene in a potential act of sexual violence. Now, this is saying nothing of the society that devalues women and also tells men that they can never show emotion other than anger. Like oftentimes, and that most of the emotions that they're not allowed to show to almost anyone, they're allowed to offload onto their intimate partner. I feel like that also shapes men's relationships with women. A study of 1,880 heterosexual Americans found that both men and women who use pornography more frequently have a higher likelihood to try or be interested in trying sexual behaviors that they have seen acted out in pornography. Art affects life. That is true. I'm definitely not arguing that someone doesn't see something important that they would want to try out, but I think there's also the concept of like the middle ground of understanding, like I said before, that you can't actually bring your fantasy into reality, or in certain cases you should not, and having those lines, because those lines are not necessarily arbitrary. Like with asphyxiation, maybe I want something, an experience that will make me lightheaded without actually restricting my breathing, right? And we can just say that my partner choked me, for example. And that is coming closer to the fantasy, right? But it's not fully getting there. And I mean, roleplay is a big thing for that. Like, incest roleplay? It's like, I'm not trying to, like, have a relationship with my actual siblings. But there's that taboo nature. And I think that's also relevant to mention that as things get prohibited, as there's, like, more of a crackdown on things, the more there are people who will be drawn to it even more, and you won't fix the problem. You'll just intensify it in a way. And I think that it's reasonable to, like, see a thing in media and like it and want to recreate it in a way while recognizing that you shouldn't recreate it all the way. And sometimes it can be benign. The other day I wore a scarf like I was a fucking anime ninja. But I know that I shouldn't go everywhere with a scarf trailing behind me. Might get caught in something. Something as simple as that, I feel like, illustrates my point at least a little bit. Huh? I didn't know people watch porn during sets. I mean, some people do. It hasn't happened with us a lot. I think there's also, I don't know if they're also including stuff like mutual masturbation, which could also be a thing. In terms of what they're referring to. I hope they don't mean a Netflix and chill. Because I feel like like most people are not having sets to, if they have something on while they're having sets, it's not pornography. It's whatever they were watching before they started having it. Given some evidence shows that pornography is an influencing factor in forming people's views on sets, this makes it even more important that the content we consume does not foster unhealthy or unsafe sexual behaviors. The most striking finding from evidence submitted to the review, and from the review's own research on mainstream sites, is the amount of pornographic content available online that promotes and perpetuates harmful, violent, misogynistic, and often racist tropes. Damn! They coming hard with the rhetoric and words that make sense in terms of trying to legitimize their approach. They speak a good game for like 2 seconds. This type of content will often be refused classification by the British Board of Film Classification, and would therefore be illegal to distribute offline. But it's rife on many online mainstream pornography sites. For the purpose of this review, it will be known as legal but harmful online content. Fucking Christ. Also, I think the British Board of Film Classification probably their purview is too limited. If anything, if you were gonna try to do something, the internet should have its own, like, the Internet Media Board, you know? Not tacking that on to film classification stuff, because it's different. As touched on earlier, I recognize the importance of balancing user safety with freedom of expression and do not intend to infringe on those rights. However, where categories of online pornographic content are evidence to be causing harm to the public, and where such content would be regulated and refused classification by the BBFC in the offline world, putting safeguards in place to protect users is important and overdue. I don't know, I'm still in the vein of, like, say, like, for illicit drugs, for example. I think decriminalize everything and provide resources for recovery, and you will watch these rates go down. If you decriminalize taboo pornography, and you allow for robust sex education, especially as it pertains to people's sexual agency and able to recognize like sexual abuse, then you'll see sexual abuse go down, and probably intimate partner violence go down too, I bet. But hey, I don't think anyone's gonna base their laws after what some baby fur VTuber says. Come on. Creating a safer world, the challenge of regulating... Oh, sorry, I need to... Creating a safer world, the challenge of regulating online pornography. violent, and misogynic pornography. This subsection does not consider most BDSM pornography as sexually violent. However, as with offline content classified by the BBFC, such content is subject to specific consideration. Pornographic content portraying misogynic, violent, degrading, and humiliating sexual behaviors and attitudes is common on both mainstream and less popular sites. This is especially concerning given the impact pornographic content can have on sexual behavior. As we continue to see reports of violence against women and girls across the UK, research of Northern Ireland's Executive Office in 2022 to 2023 found 1 in 5 correspondents had experienced at least one type of gender-based violence in the last 5 years. In England and Wales in 2024, 3,000 VAWG offices were recorded each day, and in Scotland, more than 1 in 6 women have experienced online violence, and 95% of rape or attempted rape victims in 2023 to 2024 were female. Research in 2021 analyzing video titles on landing pages of pornography sites found that content can normalize sexual violence as a normative sexual script. This research found that 1 in 8 titles shown to first-time users on the homepage of mainstream pornography sites describe sexual activity that constitutes sexual violence. The most common category of pornography in these landing pages feature physical aggression and sexual assault. This does not include verbal aggression nor consensual BDSM material. BSM material where they're saying, I consent. You know that the Patreon has like a thingy where they want people in sex acts in art that people are producing through Patreon to say I consent. There's actually like even artists kind of memeing about it and like making art being like, oh, I consent, and then doing whatever. Titles of videos in the physical aggression and sexual assault category includes words such as brutal, attack, kidnap, force, torture, violate, destroy. It is, however, important to note this reaction only looked at content offered up on first-time users' landing pages, and that there are additional specific categories for sexually violent and sexually violent pornography on mainstream sites, constituting thousands of videos. So we're gonna go down. There is evidence of influential relationships between the use of pornography and harmful sexual attitudes and behaviors towards women. While the nature and strength of the relationship varies by study, the finding holds across multiple methodologies. Pornography use is one amongst other potential factors that appear to contribute a permissive and conductive context that allows harmful sexual attitudes and behaviors to exist against women and girls. Oh, they're talking about strangulation and choking content, like I mentioned before. Although lots of evidence provided in the review focus on VWAG in reference to heterosexual pornography, in part because the review's defined objectives, research has also explored the prevalence of violence and aggression in queer pornography, and the potential impact of sexual scripts. We read that before. It's important to note up front that the term choking is often used colloquially, but incorrectly to describe the non-fatal strangulation content pornography. Choking is an internal obstruction within the throat, whereas strangulation is defined as the obstruction or compression of blood vessels and or airways by extreme pressure on the neck impeding normal breathing or circulation of the blood. Suffocation is to deprive a person of air, which affects their normal breathing. Suffocation is something referred to as asphyxiation or smothering. Wow, a porn category is wrong in a direct definition. Amazing. By these definitions, strangulation pornographic content is rife on mainstream media platforms, commonly known as choking content. For the purposes of this section, this review will use the colloquial term choking instead of strangulation, as this is the language used on platforms and by users. Pornographic content showing choking in the title was found to be prevalent on the landing pages of mainstream pornography sites. let's see, choke her, choking fetish, strangulation. A warning that the user is searching for illegal let's see. From the reviews on research, based on carrying out a basic search on some of the top 10 most visited sites in the UK, the Isle Complete for searching CHO provides the following options: choke her, choking fetish, choke me, daddy. It's important to note that some of the top sites do not let users search for strangle or similar words, and a warning that the user is searching for illegal or abusive material pops up. Interesting. UK law is different. The UK made non-fatal strangulation and non-fatal suffocation a criminal offense as part of the Domestic Abuse Act of 2021, following concerns that perpetrators were avoiding punishment since the act can often lead to no visible injury. Despite this, the review heard anecdotal evidence that received research that demonstrated non-fatal strangulation is common in pornography and is having real-world impacts on how people are having sex. Wow, so much. They did a lot of. This is a lot of research. I'm gonna be fair. And this is actually much more interesting to dissect than a lot of the other stuff that we considered in bad faith that we read tonight. They're talking about the what it does to you at certain stages. Hannah Pearson, 16, married killer James Morton, 24, on the day she died. Morton was reported as being obsessed with strangulation, frequently watching porn featuring strangulation of women. Although the judge said Morton had strangled Hannah without warning or permission, Morton claimed he began lightly strangling Hannah before more forcibly strangling her. This is another one of those thingies where it feels like they're like, this person did a really bad thing, and this person happened to also like porn of the really bad thing. So obviously the porn caused it. Many studies in the area are unrepresentative as they are undertaken through a heteronormative man-choking woman lens and do not constitute casual evidence. However, they do provide some insight into further areas of investigation that will help us understand the complexities of non-fatal strangulation and its depictions in pornography. For example, academic research has found that where strangulation is non-fatal during sex, strangling or choking may impact brain structure and morphology. In particular, this can affect caudal maturation, which support and enable cognitive and behavioral functioning in young adult women. Yeah, this is actually corroborating. This is actually corroborating what I was talking about earlier with research about like asphyxiation play and how it can damage the brain, like legitimately. So like, it is a risk to do asphyxiation play, but like, it's a risk to smoke a cigarette, you know? Maybe there should be warning labels on major porn websites where it's like, note, asphyxiation play can lead to brain damage. Fits it. Although obviously I know that that simple thing will not accomplish the proposed aims of all this, in the sense of changing people's behavior overall. But I want to give a good faith suggestion at least. Every time they talk about choking, I think of End of Ava. As you should. Studies have shown that non-fatal strangulation can be a precursor to some serious violence within abusive relationships, as victims are 7 times more likely to be murdered by their partner if there has been an incident of non-fatal strangulation beforehand. I've heard that too. Charities that support survivors of domestic abuse frequently see strangulation and suffocation being perpetrated by abusers. Domestic abuse charity Safety Lives estimates that about 20,000 survivors are subjected to non-fatal strangulation every year. Pornographic content depicting exploitation and implying coercion of actors is a concerning category of content. Academics conducted content analysis of landing pages and titles and found terms that implied the inability to consent were prominent. Terms afflicted with being underage and using the keywords very young and schoolgirl were common. This excluded terms such as just young and teen, which fall into a separate category and will be tackled later. This research found a total of 2,698 titles insinuated coercive and exploitative sexual activity. When talking about live action pornography, I will not admonish concern for like categories like young or teen. But roleplay does exist. As with other categories of content, a large list of keywords also used to capture the range of circumstances that may describe such activity in coercive or exploitative circumstances, including accident, bribe, chloroform, desperate, crying, distress, schoolgirl, and helpless. Oh, I should totally add helpless to my favorite tags. That might be cool. Freedom of expression is not infringed on is important when reviewing pornography categories. However, we know pornography can influence and shape individuals' sexual scripts and behaviors. To this end, titles containing language or portraying sexual acts of a coercive and exploitative nature should not be permitted. H-Play! Here we are. We're at the H-Play section. The reason that I even have this up. I wouldn't even know about this paper if not for the H-Plays category. So here we go. H-Play is broadly considered a subset of the BDSM community, referred to within the H-Play community as littles. Adult role play as teens, toddlers, or babies. Some examples of role play include situations where there is a dominant father or mother, headmaster, headmistress, and a submissive little boy, girl, or a baby. Non-binary. This review sought evidence on whether age play pornographic content could encourage a genuine interest in child sexual abuse material, and it was found that the evidence was limited in this space. Interesting. However, the review heard anecdotally from stakeholders in law enforcement and child safety that there are concerns that seeing adults roleplay as children in pornography can contribute to interest in CSAM content. So, not researchers in any way. Got it. The sources that I made it the fuck up. Additionally, some child safety stakeholders, I love how it's so vague. Additionally, some child safety stakeholders raise concerns that this type of content could be used to permit abusive relationships between adults and children by an abuser using this content as a tool to normalize that behavior to their victims. Hey, does anyone remember when this exact same plot point came up before, but it was about Lily's show? And actually, and in that case, actually citing a time where it actually happened. Stuff like this is kind of like the trans bathroom thing in the sense of, I'm not saying it never ever happens anywhere ever, but it is so unlikely that it is not it's not a causal enough relationship for there to be concern, or not even concern, I should say, that we need a state apparatus to limit this thing, in my opinion. By abuser using this as a tool to normalize the behavior to their victims. Educate people, and victims will be able to see past that, even if it's content that they had never, a type of content they never seen before. Age play pornographic content is available online on mainstream platforms. However, some of this content would not be classified by the BBFCs in the offline world. As per the BBFC's list of content they refuse to classify, see Chapter 1. This category would likely be captured as material, including dialogue, likely to encourage an interest in sexually abusive activity, which may include adults role-playing as non-adults. Despite age play pornography very often featuring consenting adults, again, there is undoubtedly the potential for harm to the viewer. So I also want to, really hammer home here that they have not made a distinction between live action and completely fiction pornography, I guess you could say. But I would say that in the ADBL community there is a lot of live action stuff as well, and it's between consenting adults overwhelmingly. And it's built into the fucking acronym. Like, they seem to understand some amount of the culture, but not really. It's so, their understanding is so flimsy. While it depends on the content in which age play is being exhibited, material including dialogue that is likely to encourage an interest in sexually abusive activity, which may include adults who are playing as non-adults, should be prohibited online, in line with regulation of the offline world. Let's see, what's after the teen part? Image-based sexual abuse. Another concerning trend in online pornography is content that, while presumably consensually filmed, implies that it is not. Content with titles describing image-based sexual abuse, namely all forms of non-consensual creation or distribution of sexual images, including material commonly known as revenge porn, upskirting, and voyeurism, including hidden cameras and spy cams. This is something. This is something of actual concern. Like material that was non-consensually obtained that is being distributed as pornography. Yeah, I mean, if you use the same framework as the child exploitation websites, you could even say describing it as pornography is insulting to the victims, and it shouldn't be described as such even. Although obviously the term revenge porn specifically was not made in the framework of what I was just saying. If anything, it is a collision of the more general view of a lot of people and this more concerned and constrained view, I guess. Because revenge porn is literally is generally stuff that is obtained usually consensually at first, but circumstances change, like an ex-boyfriend, for example. Or it was obtained in a way that was misleading, like with a spy cam, for example, like having consensual sex but not knowing that you're being filmed, and then that being distributed to people without your permission. It is a intense violation of someone, and it's fucked up. And I think that laws against it are good. Wow. I can agree with them a couple of times. This implication of non-consensual content is wrong. I think that the thing they're focusing on here is still in my fucking craw, though, because what they're saying is if you have content that has that framing, then the implication is bad, and so it is bad. But again, the role play and people seeking out in fiction stuff that they can't or shouldn't pursue in real life is a part of it. Kind of like a couple that pretends that they're cheating on each other, but they're fucking each other, you know? Like, sometimes people do have a thrill of that thing. Though having some way to legitimize and make sure on a site that the stuff that you're viewing was actually consensually filmed and whatever, I think is important. We're not gonna read this whole thing. This is 172 pages. Like with the other stuff, we will definitely be... Wow, are they OSA violations? Oh no, that OSA is a different thing. But like I said, there's going to be a big list of all the links that we've explored today. I'll add it to... I'll probably comment on the YouTube video version of this, the VOD for it. Or maybe I'll link to a document, like a Google Doc with it. But I will just post the links in the Discord server later as well. Because there's a lot to go through. And like I said, it was the ADBL section that most people were zeroing in on, which is why I even came across this. Also, I am exhausted from being flashbanged. So I wanted to look at the person who was spearheading this. I hadn't looked at individuals necessarily, even though I could have with the Texas bills. Just because I want to understand the context, because I'm not a Brit. Baroness Burton, Gabby Burton, British Conservative member of the House of Lords and political aide, best known for her association with David Cameron during his term as Prime Minister in the United Kingdom. Not a lot of information here. Oh, she's like a fucking, she has like a Supreme Court thingy. Or, no, she was nominated for it. Gosh, the House of Lords is so fucked up. I think I did see a video recently talking about, like, how they have the thing set up of, like, people who can have political influence with their entire life, and it's, like, a title that they get from birth or something. That's a thing as well in Parliament, but, not something I'm looking at today. It doesn't really talk about a lot of the stuff that she's done specifically. I guess I could go to some of these articles and stuff, but I wanted to have some context for it. But yeah, this is the person who was like spearheading this, not the researcher, obviously. A person using this, trying to get some sort of legislation out of it, you know? It's a little harder to gauge. Okay, hold on. Wait, which do I want to go to? Yep, I want to go here. Unfortunately. Okay. Next article. Wikipedia, actually. I talked about the fact that calling something like anime CP or something is misleading and insulting, right? This Wikipedia article is literally called Legal Status of Fictional Pornography Depicting Minors, which is functionally what it is about, literally. But some of the wording here might be a little bit, in the way that I was pointing out, was a little wrong-headed. Generally, you can see America is in this section specifically as a gray area, and how it's treating fictional pornography depicting characters that look like minors. In the United States, pornography is generally protected as a form of personal expression, and thus the government, by the First Amendment of the Constitution, where pornography ceases to be protected expression, is when it falls under the Milner obscenity test. This is the important thing that we're gleaming out of this. The Milner obscenity test. We're going to look at that in a second. As the Supreme Court of the United States held in 1973 in Milner versus California. Another case, New York versus Feber, held that if pornography depicts real child abuse or a real child victim as a result of photographing a live performance, for instance, this is not protected speech, regardless if the material is obscene under the test. That seems like a reasonable standard, and it seems like a lot of people commonly have that standard. I've kind of been repeating myself a little bit here. But that is also by design, so you can see these patterns. But there's not just patterns in the concepts and the arguments supporting my position, but also in the other position. The CNN article, just like the article that we were, or I shouldn't say article, the paper we were just reading that had like research and was using the research to further some of those same thought destinations, where like, you know, this hurts women and girls, this like creates an unhealthy image of sex for people and makes people unhappy and all this stuff, but eventually goes down to like sorry, I'm mixing my I don't want to mix metaphors so much. I'm also thinking of the article literally designating the fake children of the victimless crime as non-existent minors or whatever. Like understanding the context of why it's so important to center, has child abuse actually happened? Let's keep that in purview. I think I lost my my momentum a bit. I got a little bit thrown off. Forgive me there. In 1996, the U.S. Congress introduced the Child Pornography Prevention Act of 1996, CPPA. I guess that's the progenitor of COPPA, actually, to update the types of pornographic media featuring minors considered illegal under U.S. federal law. In 2002, the United States Supreme Court ruled Ashcroft versus Free Speech Coalition that two provisions of the CPPA were factually invalid due to being overboard in banning materials that are neither obscene under Miller. Ah, I see. So sometimes there's overreach and they're like, no, this is going too far under Miller. Miller being the standard is what's like keeping the Jenga tower in place, is what I would say. Nor via the exploitation of real children as in Ferber. In doing so, the case also reaffirmed Ferber while acknowledging the state of things under Miller. In response to Ashcroft versus Free Speech Coalition, Congress passed the Protect Act of 2003, also dubbed the Amber Alert Law. Oh, that's why we have Amber Alerts. All right, cool. Which was signed into law on April 30th, 2003 by President George W. Bush. The Protect Act adjusted its language to meet the parameters of Milner, Ferber, and Ashcroft decisions. The act was careful to separate cases of virtual pornography depicting minors into two different categories of law: child pornography law and obscenity law. In regards to child pornography law, the act modified the previous wording of appears to be a minor with indistinguishable from that of a minor phrasing. This definition does not apply to depictions of drawings, cartoons, sculptures, or paintings depicting minors or adults. Furthermore, there exists an affirmative defense to a child pornography charge that applies if the depiction was a real person and the real person was an adult or over at the time of the visual depiction was created, or if the visual depiction did not involve any actual minors. This affirmative defense does not apply to child pornography created via morphing, namely depictions created, adapted, or modified to appear as identifiable minor by engaging in sexually explicit conduct. I think this actually is making me think of what they were saying about AI, because even if the AI is not trained on the actual children, it in people trying to make content that is indistinguishable from actual CSAM is it doesn't follow the standards of that harmful material of what is permissible, obviously. And I think that these standards are, well, reasonable. Of course, obscenity law has progressed, and obviously things are might not stay this way. Obviously, we're still in talking about, what was this, law passed in 2003. So we still don't even, I don't even know if they mentioned COPPA specifically, but it might come up here. Section 1466A of Title 18, United States Code, makes it illegal for any person to knowingly produce, distribute, receive, or possess, with intent to transfer or distribute visual representations such as drawing, cartoons, paintings that appear to depict minors engaged in sexually explicit conduct and are deemed obscene. Thus, virtual and drawn pornographic depictions of minors are still found illegal under U.S. obscenity law. The obscenity law further states in Section C that it is not a required element of any defense under this section that the minor depicted actually exist. Laws governing non-child pornography are guided by the Milner Standard, a three-pronged test used by courts to dictate obscenity according to the average person's point of view of the standards of the community as well as state law. The part follows: appeals to prudent interests, prurient, characterized by an inordinate interest in sex.
Prurient.
Prurient. Can you say prurient? Ugh. Appeals to prurient interests, depicts or describes in a patently offensive way sexual conduct, as described by law and taken as a whole, lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. Materials that fall within all three prongs may be declared obscene in court law. Now remember, those are two different frameworks that overlap in terms of deciding if something is illegal, because something can be obscene without counting as child pornography, obviously. It's interesting still to me of like just how much of a moving target saying taken as a whole lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. It was interesting to me. By the statute's own terms, the law does not make all fictional pornography that depicts characters look like minors illegal. Only that it can be found to be obscene or lacking in serious value. The mere possession of said images is not a violation of the law unless it can be proven that they were transmitted through a common carrier, such as the mail or the internet, transported across state lines, or an amount that showed intent to distribute, such as an affirmative defense made for possession, or no more than 2 images with reasonable steps to destroy the images, or reporting or turning over the images to law enforcement. The first major case occurred in December 2005, while Dwight Worley was convicted in Richmond, Virginia, using a Virginia Employment Commission computer, to receive and distribute obscene Japanese anime cartoons that graphically depicted prepubescent female children being forced to engage in oral. On December 18, 2008, the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals affirmed the conviction, consisting of 20 years imprisonment. So this stuff like this is what people refer to when they're like it's actually not legal in the U.S. of like lowly show content, for example. But we continue. Holy appeared to the Supreme Court, but was denied. The court process to seek judicial review on the decision of a lower court of the government agency. Oh, so the Supreme Court was like, nah, we're not doing that. After being tracked down by IP, John Charles Wellman was arrested on May 7, 2007 and was convicted and sentenced to 40 years and 3 counts related to fictional child pornography. He appealed, arguing that the search warrant that led to his arrest was invalid. The jury instruction involving the term obscene was erroneous because it lacked a knowledge requirement, and the sentence was imposed in violation of the 8th Amendment prohibition against cruel and unusual punishment. His appeal was rejected. So we do have some cases, but it's still not as clear, right? Because we don't have just like a lolicon prison just sitting in America, do we? 18 USC 1466A has been met with legal challenges regarding its modifications to obscenity law. In particular, the provisions of the law to establish an alternative obscenity test in the Milner standard have been challenged. In October 2008, a 38-year-old Iowa comic collector named Christopher Hardley was prosecuted for possession of explicit lolicon manga. The judge ruled that 2 parts of the act that were broader than the Milner standard were unconstitutionally overboard as applied specifically to this case, but Hardley still faced an obscenity charge. Hardley was convicted in May 2009 as a result of entering a guilty plea bargain at the recommendation of his attorney, under the belief that the jury chosen to judge him would not acquit him from the obscenity charges if they were shown the images in question. I see. Later ruling in the United States, Dean 2011, called the overbirth ruling into question because the Hartley case failed to prove that 1466A were substantially overboard on their face. Dean was convicted under the sections previously deemed unconstitutional due to the fact that the overboard claim in Hartley was an as-applied overbirth challenge, and was therefore limited to the facts and circumstances of that case, whereas in Dean and the defendant was charged under 1466A A2 for possession of material constituting actual CP does not require a finding of obscenity, and was read to fall within the language of the relevant statute. The facts of this case precluded Dean from satisfying the substantive due process requirements to satisfy a proper facial challenge against the relevant statutes. Facial challenge? In U.S. constitutional law, a facial challenge is a challenge to a statute in which the plaintiff alleges that the legislation is always unconstitutional and therefore void. It is contrasted with an as-applied challenge, which alleges that a particular application of a statute is unconstitutional. Okay. At the state level, some states have laws that explicitly prohibit cartoon pornography and similar depictions, while others have only vague laws on such content. In California, such depictions specifically do not fall under state child pornography laws, while in Utah, they are explicitly banned. However, there are legal arguments that state laws criminalizing such works are invalid in the wake of Ashcroft, and some judges have rejected these laws on constitutional grounds. Accordingly, the Illinois Supreme Court in 2003 ruled that the statute criminalizing virtual CP, I hate their fucking phrasing, but I think that there's actually how they phrase it on it's not laws, but like the decisions, was unconstitutional per the ruling in Ashcroft. On a federal level, works depicting minors that offend contemporary community standards and are patently offensive, while lacking serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value that is found to be obscene in a court of law, continue to stand as illegal, but only if the conditions for obscenity discussed above are met. Mere possession of these works continues to be legal. Legal professor Cereza has since stated that the serious artistic value is very difficult to evaluate, and that the legal task of evaluating the lack of such value cannot be executed objectively. Real? You can't. It's art, right? I would say that if an artist drew it, then it has some sort of artistic weight, even if the artist just drew it to titillate necessarily. Shit, I took a fucking art history course about this shit. Art history should be mandatory education in like fucking secondary school, I swear. Due to the fact that the United States obscenity law determines what is obscene in a court of law in reference to local standards and definitions exclusively on a state-by-state, case-by-case basis, the legality of drawn or fictitious pornography depicting minors is ultimately left in a gray area. Much like other forms of alternative pornography, some states pay less mind to the contents of such materials and determine obscenity based on time and place an offense may occur, while others may have strict, well-defined standards on what a community may well be allowed to find appropriate. Others often may have vague laws of definitions which are only used to allow the government to prosecute recidivist offenders on both a federal and state level. Oh, so like a strike system almost. Alright, so we go to the Milner test specifically. I keep calling it the Milner test for some reason. The Miller test, also called the three-prong obscenity test, is the United States Supreme Court's test for determining whether speech or expression can be labeled obscene, in which case it is not protected by the First Amendment of the United States and can be prohibited. Because, again, we're talking about free speech. Artistic expression falls under free speech. This is why we're even having this conversation. The Milner test was developed in 1973 in the case of Miller versus California. It has three parts. Whether the average person applying contemporary community standards would find that the work, taken as a whole, appeals to be the prurient interest. So, like, sets-minded. Whether the work depicts or describes, in a patently offensive way, sexual conduct or its excoriatory functions, specifically defined by the state law. And whether the work, taken as a whole, lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. The work is considered obscene only if all three conditions are satisfied. The first two prongs of the Miller test were held in the standards of the community, and the third prong is based on whether a reasonable person will find such value on the material taken as a whole. For legal scholars, several issues are important. One is that the test allows for community standards rather than a national standard, which offends the average what offends the average person in one community may differ from what offends the average person in another community. Duh. Another important issue is that the Miller test asks for an interpretation of what the average person finds offensive. I mean, it sucks because the average person in America isn't black, for example. So, as worded, if you just kind of like go middle of the road about everything, then you can get away with saying a lot about what the average person finds permissible. Another important issue is the Miller test asks for interpretation of what the average person finds offensive, rather than the more sensitive person in the community are offended by. As obscenity was defined... Wow, I drink water. As obscenity was defined by the previous test, the Hilken test, streaming from the English precedent. In practice, pornography showing genitalia and sexual acts is not ipso facto obscene according to the Miller test. For example, in 2000, a jury in Provo, Utah took only a few minutes to clear Larry Peterman, owner of a movie bus video store in Utah County, Utah. He had been charged with distributing obscene material for renting pornographic videos that were displayed in a screened-off area of the store clearly marked for adults only. The Utah County region had often boasted of being one of the most socially conservative areas in the United States. However, researchers have shown that guests of the local Marriott Hotel were disproportionately large consumers of pay-per-view pornographic material, accessing far more material than the store was distributing. That's super funny. And just because someone's conservative doesn't mean they don't like sets. It's just they're not supposed to like sets. Military tests may lead to greater censorship is a concern, because it allows for community standards and demands serious value. Yeah, depending on the values of the culture, then yeah, certain things won't be considered to have serious value anymore. It's a moving target, unfortunately. Justice Douglas worried in his dissent that this test would make it easier to suppress speech and expression. Milner replaced a previous test asking whether speech or expression was utterly without redeeming social value. As used, however, the test generally made it difficult to outlaw any form of expression. Good. Many works decried as pornographic have been successfully argued to have some artistic or literary value, most publicly in the context of the National Endowment of the Arts in the 1990s. I hate that there's even such serious consideration whether or not something being pornographic constitutes it not having artistic value, that you actually would have to scrutinize it further, of being like, oh, this is pornographic, so obviously it has no value. It's almost like the starting premise. Problem of jurisdiction in the internet age. The advent of the internet has made the community standards part of the test even more difficult to judge, as material published on a web server in one place can be read by a person residing anywhere else. There is a question as to which jurisdiction should apply. The United States versus Extreme Associates, a pornography distributor from North Hollywood, California. Oh, I used to live in Hollywood. Well, I didn't used to live in Hollywood. I used to live in I used to live in Los Angeles, but not Hollywood. I wish. Too rich for my blood. Was judged to be held accountable to the community standards applying in Western Pennsylvania. What? Where the Third Circuit made its ruling, because the materials were available via internet in that area. The United States Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit has ruled in United States versus Kilbride that the national community standard should be used for the internet, but this is yet to be upheld at the national level. I'm really scared about how that's gonna go. I didn't realize how precarious things were, even without the current going-ons. Okay, I have a little bit of, I don't know if I want to call it a treat, but we have something that's not reading. So I could have started with this. I could have easily started with this. It would have been so easy. Here's a fellow YouTuber talking about the Texas anime ban and giving his perspective on it, having looked at stuff. And after that, we'll look a bit at the bill itself ourselves. But I wanted to include it because in terms of the context we exist in as like anime fans and like the wider effects of what this bill could usher in, I think that I can't pronounce that. Oh god, I can't pronounce that right now. Miyu Tanabusata has some really great points. Yeah. And was certainly his video was a big influence on me even doing this presentation today.
All right, and yeehaw, buckaroos. We're going down to Texas today to talk about Texas's draconian anime ban. That seems to be another harbinger of the end of times. Yo, everybody, I'm Buster Green, your host with the most, and you might remember me from the anime Mutant Busters, where I was the green guy. If you haven't seen Mutant Busters, go watch it. Anyway, so this was one of the hardest videos I've had to make in a minute. I had to restart this video like 4 times because I kept getting like swept down hard into a well of depression, worrying about the world going into World War III, Elon Musk's heel turn into a drug-addicted wacko, food prices being impossible to deal with, I haven't been able to eat eggs in months, and overall things are pretty bad in the US right now. but let me just stick to what I'm here to talk about today and what's actually going on.
Yeah, it's easy to
today we're talking
spiral.
about censorship and persecution, which is on the rise in America.
Types of censorship. Moral censorship. The removal of materials that are obscene or otherwise considered morally questionable. Pornography, for example, is often censored under this rationale, especially child pornography, which is legal and censored in many jurisdictions in the world. Although, as we discussed before, a lot of like victim advocacy organizations are pushing for the use of the term CSAM, child sexual exploitation materials, which we've already discussed.
Because every day things are getting worse and worse as America slips into a full fascist decline of shittiness. So in today's news on that decline,
so we read that article earlier. See, it's all here.
And a new law has dropped in deep red Texas that at first glance seems to be trying to ban anime, but the more you look at it, the worse it looks. So today I'm going to try to sit down and take a hard look at that law and decide for myself if this law is being blown out of proportion or if it is actually going to straight up ruin your life and maybe everyone's life. Because
spoiler, it might ruin everyone's life. I think that even after reading so much and talking about this so much, what I find value in what he was about to say is that, especially based on the information I'm seeing going around and what I was looking for and reaching out at, just how wide a breadth this is going to the effects of this bill could have aren't addressed by any one thing that I showed you all today. Yes, it may be used to affect the anime industry. Yes, it may be used to individually affect people and like throw people in jail for small, insignificant, victimless crimes. But also, I think, especially starting with the context of that those other bills that are being pushed in Texas, the furry one, and the one to criminalize transgender people. That, especially when we're talking about obscenity, a lot of times it's tied to a moral panic that is trying to delegitimize queer people and make it so we can't exist. And as far as I know, this guy is like a straight cis guy, so I was really appreciating his perspective. It was a breath of fresh air. Oh, bread. Sorry, my girlfriend was showing me gay bread.
Are you ready? Are you ready for the gay bread?
I'm ready for the gay bread. Alright, continuing.
Its long-term detrimental effects could shape the anime industry and maybe shape your own life. And now I have to wonder, how bad is this and if we can do anything about it?
Is Texas banning anime or is Texas banning
everything? I'm also
everything?
going to warn you guys, we're probably going to get into some sexy, dirty stuff in this video because this is a hot topic about people's bodies, what people think women should look like, and what should or shouldn't be illegal. There is a very high chance that YouTube might demonetize this video. So if that happens, and if you feel like supporting me, please feel like donating to my Patreon, because I'm using the money from Patreon to make the second episode of the Mutant Busters anime, which is my singular goal in life right now and the only thing I'm trying to do before I die. So please send me money because I need to pay the animators that need to help me draw the drawings that make the anime look so good.
I know a couple of artists who are just like, I just want to get this one project out and then I can die. Not even in a suicidal way necessarily, just like, I will be satisfied if I can get this out before everything explodes. And I think there is a valid place to be about that. And I mean, I am not immune to such musings, but at the same time, when you are depending on the way you frame it, it can lead you to some bad places. I can't speak for him, obviously, but I also understand the desperation of it all and wanting to get out this art that is so special and important to you. I vibe with that.
Okay, so let's all calm down first and take a look at this thing from its genesis to where it's at now, because there's honestly a lot of people on both sides of the aisle warping this thing to suit their own political agendas and narratives, and I'm trying to look at this thing as neutrally as possible to just see how bad it is and forecast its possible effects on the country. So as I'm understanding, this law became public knowledge, I want to say on Sunday, and it started off as a bill. It's still a bill. It has passed unanimously through the Texas Senate, but the bill hasn't become a law yet, and it hasn't.
Okay, so of all the Texas legislation we've looked at today, this is the one that is like actually through. It was mentioned earlier as like if it doesn't get enough approval at the level that it's at and doesn't go into effect immediately, it will go into effect in September. Regardless. I'm pretty sure.
Been installed into law, so this is technically something that hasn't gone to effect. So if you are in Texas, I do think you.
I'll say no. I was mixing that up with the. It hasn't gone into effect. I'm mixing up with the furries law, because September and school stuff. Gosh, they're just rolling out so many. It's hard to keep track of. I just double checking because I don't want to give you any immense information.
Should be trying to get out there and put a stop to it. Maybe call your local congressperson, because this can change people's lives. Yeah. So the way the law is written is it's written to criminalize the possession of any material depicting a minor in obscene ways. And that is unfortunately a very vague sentence that has a lot of interpretations. So looking into it more deeply.
And remember, this goes wider than pornography specifically, because obscenity does not necessarily. Remember, there's the three prongs. Remember the three prongs.
It's Senate Bill 20 of the Texas Senate. It's intended to be a rollout to the amendment of Chapter 43 of Texas Penal Code. And the exact wording of the law is as follows: that if a person commits an offense, if a person knowingly possesses, accesses with intent to view, or promotes obscene visual material containing a depiction that appears to be of a child younger than 18 of age, engaging in activities described by section 43.21A1B, regardless of whether the depiction is an image of an actual child, a cartoon, or an animation, or an image created using artificial intelligence application of computer software. That said, the activities described by section 43.21A1B are up to design and interpretation, though they describe the standard acts that would be considered deplorable by most. The definition of obscene material ends with this line: material of a performance taken as a whole that lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. Okay. So the big problem with this law is that the law's overall goal is just to ban obscene things, and there's no real definition for what obscenity is there. Now, obscene things are unfortunately also constantly changing in the cultural zeitgeist. Like, for example, 40 years ago, Lenny Bruce used to be beaten and arrested all the time for saying the F word in bars, and now I fucking say that every day. So, good thing I don't live in the 60s, because YouTube in the 60s was apparently a bad place to live. Now, there are numerous complications.
I love YouTube in the 60s.
So let's start peeling back the layers of the onion. Level 1. Does this law ban AI? So yeah, as I read into this, the law's original intention, and from what I'm getting from reading through this, is that Texas lawmakers originally designed this law to combat against generative AI. Now, I actually am against generative AI, and when you make this argument that it's an anti-AI law, I'm actually full for it. Because, let's face it, the average AI content creation library is pretty much full of pictures of strange children that were uploaded to stock photo websites, and then on top of that, it's also loaded up with every piece of porn that's ever existed in the history of the internet. As far as I know, you can make some pretty horrible shit with AI by just combining these two things together. And I don't know about you guys, but I've seen some really cringe videos on my Facebook of random people transforming into AI-generated pregnant anime women. I don't know what that's about, but that actually disturbed me a lot. Now, because AI is usually trained on porn, the AI is almost intentionally and defaultly leading into creating porn, even if you tell it not to, which is really, really gross. The fact the AI is trained on porn is also why most AI models have difficult times depicting people who are like ugly outside the typical spectrum of human beauty, because there's not a million pictures of ugly people. There's a million pictures of desperate people on OnlyFans, and these are the ones that are being fed into the AI machine. Unfortunately, I don't think you can just pass a law like this, because that changes nothing about the locked-in behavior of these existing AI models, which are all trained on porn. But the vagueness of the law opens it up where maybe if this law was passed, you could use it to criminalize AI. But if I'm being real, I know how the law works, and honestly, it would probably just be used to criminalize AI in the hands of poor people who can't be trusted to handle the infinite power of AI.
You see where I'm coming from with this? These are things that I wouldn't have immediately thought about, I don't think. But this does wrap into what I was saying before about like there being undue scrutiny on individuals instead of the systems that like provide these harmful things that individuals may or may not use or do.
Because, you know, poor people are just going to use it to make porn of Goku or some shit. So you can say that sucks for AI bros, but AI was always designed to be a tool for the rich to steal labor from the poor, and now that part of AI could be written into law with the way this law is so vaguely laid out. Now, I should probably mention at this time that I don't think this law will actually be used to outright criminalize AI or anime, but I can see the law being used to attach felonies to people who are already caught doing crimes. So, like, I don't think you'd be arrested for, like, buying an old DVD of Dragon Ball from, like, a thrift store, but I think in, like, this instance, if you had an AI generator or you had, like, some anime hentai, that could be felonized and you could get possession charges in it, the same way, like, if you're arrested for speeding and they catch you with a bag of drugs, you get that possession charge added on. So that's kind of what I think they're intending to use this for. I think they're using this to add bullshit charges to people they're already arresting for other reasons. But they also could completely, like, come down on this and persecute people over this. So
there's a lot of shitty ways for them to use this law, so that's comforting.
So let's move on to level 2 of this law. Does the law ban porn? So yeah, the extreme vagueness here is what I keep coming back to, because there's some extreme misuse cases you can get into when you really consider the vagueness of it. Because all this law is actually against is obscene material. And the way the law is phrased exactly says that any material where a person looks like they're under the age of 18 would be obscene in this situation and banned. So actually that opens up a ton of possibilities, because artistically you can argue that, like, literally any anime woman, no matter how old she is, looks like a child to you. And while it obviously blows out of the water most hentai and other pornographic content, the reach here is massive, and it could even blow, like, you know, G-rated girl dating shows out of the water, because just almost all anime stars teenagers, and there's a massive vagueness here about where actually the line is. And there's also this argument that it could just be used to ban porn in general because of that vagueness that you don't actually know how old women are when you watch a porno. Because this law says that it's obscene for anything to feature young-looking people, you could say that that would allow it to persecute almost all types of porn except for ones featuring obvious senior citizens, which is something that a lot of Republicans have been pushing for, and likewise certain websites have also been contemplating cutting off access to porn in the US as punishment for Trump's tariff war. So moving on to level 3, does this law actually ban anime? So yeah, it seems like it does. Once again, it's really complicated here because it seems to cover any sort of sexual innuendo, and there's a wide spectrum of anime that sometimes deal with sexual innuendo in a funny and comedic way.
I want to also point out again, the Assassination Classroom is like a banned book in, like, schools, so they consider it harmful. Assassination Classroom. Please keep that in mind, because there's a tiny liberal maybe still in your head that's like, oh, maybe it's not so bad. Maybe it's not so bad. Maybe they won't use it in such fucked up and evil ways, and it's like they've used a lot less to do plenty of harm. So yeah.
There's also some anime where just the protagonist will straight up sit naked in a bathtub or just be shown naked for a second in an artistic sense. Like, various Gundam shows sometimes show their teen protagonist naked, although I would argue that Gundam never does it in an explicitly obscene way. But then again, I guess like all the sex scenes in Gundam Seed would count because like Flay was like manipulating Kira sexually. Many people are also pointing to Kill la Kill, where the joke is that the girl is wearing an outfit that many people would consider obscene. But I otherwise feel like, aside from the outfit, there really wasn't anything that super bad in the series.
Of course not. Never at all.
Since it came out. There's also the early parts.
I was being facetious. Kill la Kill is horny as hell.
Dragon Ball, where Goku gets naked all the time, and there was also that one time where he shoved a pole up that guy's blah. So yeah, Rip Toriyama, you were the GOAT. Anyway, then there are also people joking that, how about Naruto? Naruto is complicated because all throughout Naruto, he's using the sexy no jutsu. Now, does the sexy no jutsu count because that's actually an illusion? But does that count because Naruto is technically a 12-year-old boy using this illusion of a naked woman? Even though he's not an actual naked woman, he's projecting the image of a full-grown woman. You could also make this whole narrative that Naruto would be banned because he's technically a child soldier fighting in a war, and that itself is obscene.
Which is why I mentioned while playing Standalone, hey chat, is me playing a game where the child soldiers are cool actually promoting child soldiers? And it's not okay because it's pro-child soldier? That's exactly that was... Damn, that was a... For someone watching this vibe, for someone to have watched all of this up until this point and seeing the vibe for Standalone, that's a big ask. But, you know, if you're just watching a stream vibe, then that's a different thing entirely. Deep cut. All I'm saying is I had this planned out from the start. Okay, I'm fucking lying. I have it planned out from the start, but it's nice it came together that way.
The other problem is that this ban is applied to anything that looks like it sexualizes minors, even if it actually doesn't, or if the women just look too much like minors, which makes it very similar to this Australian law I'll talk about at the end of the video. Which makes me wonder if it would apply to, say, Yatsuba, a hilarious little series that's not obscene at all, but it's just about a little girl doing her like daily routine, and there's nothing sexual, nothing creepy about it. It's just a show where the main character is a 5-year-old girl. Although now that I think about it, Shin-Chan would definitely be banned because Shin-Chan is super obscene. But does anyone still care about Shin-Chan?
The Shin-Chan game was pretty cool.
Say that the way the law is stated, it seems like it's mainly targeted at characters like Frieren, who, you know, Frieren, she looks like she's 15, but she's actually like a 500-year-old lady who otherwise has the personality of your hipster grandmother. I feel like this is also more specifically targeted at those elder Lolita category characters like, say, Tiki from Fire Emblem, who is a 900-year-old fire dragon stuck in the body of a prepubescent 10-year-old girl, or like Clan from Macross Frontier, who is an alien warrior woman who is supposed to be in her 20s, but she can sometimes turn back into a child because of a little wacky sci-fi technology.
Gotta make sure I watch that anime later.
I do also personally have some issues with this trope because I think this trope is dumb. But as much as I think this trope is dumb, it has actually happened in real life. There are actually a variety of adults who have hormone and growth issues and who stay small their entire lives. So then would pictures of them be banned? Like, there was a whole reality TV show about that one lady. Is that banned? And then, yeah, now I'm remembering, like, Monster Girl from Invincible. Would they ban Invincible over Monster Girl? Like, the way the law is written, you can definitely make an argument for basically anything over it. So then the next level, would it ban video games? And yeah, there's a massive complication here about how much content would cross this line. Like, everyone's pointing to Persona 5 as probably like the most blatant example, because in the original game, you know, Joker fucks. He's basically allowed to fuck with every girl in the game. That's like one of the most amusing things about Persona 5. He can even fuck his technical sister and his literal teacher and several middle-aged women around town, which is very obscene but very hilarious.
Which one is this?
None of this is ever shown.
Oh, is the ballerina girl from Royal?
That Joker fucks and these ladies are like down for it is meticulously laid out very carefully and like hilariously. So that would definitely count as obscene in my book, I believe. But
there was a bunch of discourse about it when it came out.
So yeah, does that count as obscene? What do you think? Leave a comment. Now, there were also some people joking sarcastically that because Joker fucks, like, would that therefore count to, like, other appearances of Joker in other media? Would he then be banned in Smash Brothers? Or worse than that, would Smash itself be banned entirely for featuring him? And also, I guess Bayonetta is okay because, don't forget, she's an adult. But yeah, so And honestly, Persona is just the tip of the iceberg. I can think of like dozens of games throughout history that have involved teenagers in lewd scenarios. This would basically wipe out the entire dating game genre. I could also see this ban creating some kind of a lashback censorship effect, where like, for example, in old games, they used to change the appearance of protagonists to make them look more American, and some
Yeah, that
just
might
make them look
happen.
tougher and more stupid. That brings us to level 5. Then doesn't this ban just sort of ban literally everything? So yeah, there's constantly moving standards and goals that could make this law like basically the gateway to a full fascist state of oppression and censorship, as LGBT rights keep getting degraded in this country and like book bans keep becoming more and more of a thing. It's not hard to imagine the very quality of like being gay could be considered obscene, and then you could just wholesale ban literally any media featuring any gay characters ever. That would all qualify. And this law could also be a gateway to a...
How many of these shows have I seen? I didn't know My Family was queer. I've seen the first episode of Pose. I've seen all the first season of Heartstopper. I've seen Orange is the New Black till the end of the season where they killed my favorite character. But me and watched the L Word.
Holocaust situation where large numbers of weebs and gay people could be rounded up and sent to a gas chamber or a torture camp. The vagueness of it does keep getting worse and worse the more I read into it, because it's technically not just any anime, it's literally any fictional depictions of minors in any obscene circumstances. So like, does anyone remember that shitty Seth Rogen movie called Good Boys where a bunch of 5th graders did crimes? That would count as obscene shit, I believe. So that movie's outlawed and Seth Rogen's going to jail. Or what about South Park? We know South Park is made by like 2 old dudes, but literally every South Park episode is like children doing obscene shit. So that seems like it would be absolutely square in the headlights of this law. And yeah, honestly, like, I know this law is
Honestly,
just
it feels like stuff like this, if it comes into effect, would like isolate America, not just culturally, but culturally in the same way that the tariffs might distance people economically, where it's like they buy less stuff that is made overseas because of it.
Now, but the vagueness at play here makes it an absolute nightmare for free speech and free self-expression, and there are many people on Twitter pointing out because this law is so vague, it could be applied to anything. You could ban Rick and Morty because Morty is a minor in danger. You could ban Steven Universe because he has all those mental problems. You could ban the Twilight series, which is explicitly about teenagers having sex with monsters, or you could ban The Walking Dead because there's a lot of obscene shit in that series. And the main character, Carl, was supposed to be a 12-year-old, even though I think his actor was like pushing into his 30s by the time they killed him off on the show.
I take
Or
offense
because
to
there
that.
no
He
legal
was
definition
like
of obscenity,
17.
You could literally basically like apply this law to literally any form of media, unless all the characters
Carl
are,
should have
like,
stayed
over
on the
30.
show longer, is what I'm
This law
saying.
also might have crippling effects on the entertainment industry as a whole, because like Funimation was like built in Texas, and even though they've been technically absorbed into Crunchyroll, they've rebranded as Crunchyroll Dallas, and they still have a massive anime empire set in Texas. All their old offices are still there, and seemingly depending on how bad the reach on this rule is, they might have to technically move their operations to a different state. So this law could effectively shut them down or force them to move, which just hurts the economy in Texas. Like, there would be no reason for them to stay there when they've been kneecapped and they can't make products that would otherwise be legal in the other 49 states of the US. All right, so now let's take a step back and look at how people are reacting to this. So everything I've said up to now is just my personal opinion on how this law could be interpreted, but I think overall this law is a really bad thing because it's just too vague, and it can be literally used to hurt almost anyone if you apply it carelessly. But looking into the online reaction to this law, there's been a pretty wide spectrum of people all over the political landscape with various different stakes in the industry and various different personal feelings who are all twitching and going nuts over this thing. So we have a lot of people on like both sides of the aisle taking shots at this law, people who are both for and against it on both sides of the aisle. I did see a lot of far racist people initially thrilled that the law would just allow for the mass jailing of people who collect porn, anime fans, and LGBT people. And then there was the argument that, like, you know, if someone is a big lolicon, if someone is a big pervert, they probably deserve to be arrested. While I can see the argument on that, if someone is like a loud and proud sexual deviant, should they really be arrested when they've done actually nothing wrong? Should they be arrested for dreaming about fake women? Like, no one was hurt there, so what's the real crime? But then that goes back to the argument that the law is just going to be used to blanket arrest anyone who's a weirdo, anyone who's different in society, anyone you don't like. You can probably just point a finger at them and say they're bad.
I think that's the point of the law, actually. I'm gonna be real.
There's also some schadenfreude going on through the heads of various Republican anime fans who were very pro-Trump, very pro-Musk, very fuck everything, until this came down right on top of the house where they live. And speaking of Musk, Musk lives in Texas, and he has openly bragged about watching anime hentai with Grimes when they were together, and he loves watching romantic anime all the time, so I guess you'd have to lock him up too, because he's definitely as guilty as any of the rest of us. Now, there were definitely a lot of people who live in Texas being, well, like, well, I collect anime, but surely they won't arrest me, right? Surely I'm a good person, I pay my taxes. Why would the Republican Party ever hurt me?
They came for but when they came for the anime fans, no one spoke up for me.
But yeah. There's also some people saying that the law would just be used to villainize like outright nudity and outright art in general. You could literally apply this law to anything, The Simpsons, Family Guy, a majority of...
They'll just apply it to anything they don't like.
Majority of Renaissance art.
Yeah.
Literally anything that shows any person naked like would be like up for grabs under this. But I feel like if you guys really, really want a more in-depth crash course on this topic, you should probably check out the anime Shimonetta, which is literally about this.
This has come up in our community before. We should probably watch this for community nights at some point. I'll have to look into how long the series is itself.
It's been a controversial topic that's been proposed in the past, and they've always like shut it down in Japan. But Shimonetta is this R-rated, very hilarious show that posits that if you did go ahead and ban all obscene material, the problem there is that obscene material, no matter how perverted it is the material that gets people eventually familiar and comfortable with their own sexuality and their own concepts of romance. And if you take that all away, you're going to end up with a generation of even more mentally fucked up, even more repressed children who won't know how to talk to each other or breed in 20 years, which is just going to further like fuck up the birth rate problem, which is something that the Japanese government seems to sort of care about.
I think that's interesting because it makes me think of the thing with the UK paper and research about like obscene pornography and whatnot, because of them being like it teaches people toxic social scripts that they act out in their actual lives and hurt people with. Where he's saying that the anime is kind of explaining that by limiting pornography and like artistic expression, that people in the same way that maybe you would learn a social script, that there are things about their own sexuality or their own personhood that someone figures out because of that. Shit, in that context, I would say that even running into porn that disgusts you can be valuable. I won't elaborate.
Essentially, Shimonetta argues that if perversion is outright outlawed, you will actually just increase people's overall levels of perversion, because then like people will become even more attracted to the illegal things that are considered sexual. The argument is that the more you make these things illegal, the more people ultimately end up craving them, and it's just like alcohol prohibition except applied to porn. I would though say ultimately that the only silver lining here is that the ban right now is limited just to Texas, but supposedly that's just the law affecting Texas first. I want to say that in a worst case scenario, the law could eventually potentially spread beyond Texas to a majority of the southern and Bible Belt states. In an absolute worst case scenario, I think Trump could theoretically implement this on a national scale someday. But I do think if he tried, California and New York would probably be the most hard opposed to this because of their strong entertainment industry infrastructure. So I do think this is likely only going to affect Texas unless we end up in a full Handmaid's Tale dystopia in America where all bets are off and everyone's fucked. So lastly, I want to end this off by going on a tangent, because here's the last level. Once upon a time, Australia banned certain kinds of women. Now, yeah, this law is scary.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be weird. Australian bans flat-chested or small-chested women. And I mean, I feel like it speaks to that paranoia, like in the paper again, where it was like, oh, if they're using terms that imply that like coercion was how you got the or trickery was how you got this footage, or that it was non-consensual in some way, how do we have proof that it was actually consensual? And I was like, how do you have proof that every person that you talk to on the internet isn't a minor? It's a weird place to be, especially if you let the paranoia like grip you. I mean, because there's reasonable and like responsible ways to navigate stuff online and relationships online, and of course a lot of people's fear is that what they think they're talking to a like adult, it ends up they're not talking to an adult. That's like one of the greatest fears of an adult on the internet, I think. And like the reasonable concern that, you know, that you've been misled in some way, or that this thing has been obfuscated to your peril. I mean, I think it's a reasonable concern, but I think that like if you let that paranoia grip you, then like you do shit like this.
New, but shit like this has unfortunately gone down already at other places and other times in the world before. So I want to talk about this similar but different censorship law that passed in Australia 15 years ago by the Australian Sex Party, which despite having a super fun name is not a super fun group of people. Now, the Australian Sex Party did not ban anime or manga. They instead banned, get this, women with small tits, the itty bitty titty ban as it was known at the time. Now, it was a pretty fucked up law, and the way the law was written was that even if a woman was like 20 or 30 years old and she took a selfie exposing herself for her boyfriend, if she has A cups, she's committing a felony, but if she has B cups, it's completely fine. Now, the logic behind this ruling is that even if a woman has small breasts and you take a picture of her, there's no legal way to prove she is not a child or was not a child at the time the picture was taken. Now, what's weird, though, is as I'm researching this again today, I remember this was a huge argument and a super hot topic in 2010, and I'm super weirded out looking at it again now, because I feel like after it came into law, people just took the L, and it was really never discussed again after.
I also am realizing that there's such a like a census part of that too, because there's a scrutiny of women's bodies, but not men's. A teenager, like a 15-year-old or a 16-year-old like teenage boy can sometimes pass for an adult man. Sometimes we pass for a college student. Like getting real close to the line where it's you know, scary to be in that that arbitrary vagueness, right?
That. Aside from a minor research report looking into it in 2013, wondering if it did actually change anything. Although there is this one argument here on the flip side that argues that it did change something, because there were so many people who argued at the time that outlawing flat-chested women was also basically a ban on thin women as well, and the theory, while hard to directly prove, does seem to overall come to pass, with the average weight of an Australian woman in 2010 climbing almost a whole 10 kilograms, from 64 kilograms in 2010 to 73 kilograms in 2025. And everyone in America who doesn't know what a kilogram is, some common 10 kilogram objects are bowling balls, a bag of food, a paint can, a pumpkin. So yes, this is actually a very dramatic increase in the average size of a woman, the average size of a woman in Australia went up 3 sizes from 2010 when the law was passed to where it is now in 2025. So when A cups were outlawed, only outlaws had A cups. Now there's plenty of other reasons and excuses you could point to that could have caused that, but the dramatic size increase being caused by a freaky law that banned flat-chested women is to me some pretty mind-blowing Twilight Zone level shit. Like, there's a real argument to be made here that this law caused all the women in Australia to get fatter and heavier as a sort of natural defense mechanism against how stupid it was. So yeah, overall it's fucked here that laws like this, when put into effect, can overall change people on ways that you can't even, like, predict. And I think even if I wasn't an anime fan, I think laws like this are completely fucked because they're mostly just used to persecute people and change their lives and behaviors. So that's pretty much everything I have to say about this. So let me know what you guys think. Let me know if you live in Texas. If you live in Texas, are you scared? Are you going to take action against this? This hasn't become a law yet. So if you want to stop this, this is your time to stop this. Otherwise, I feel like the overall quality of life is just going to go bad for people in Texas. And if it does come into effect, it could spread to the other states as well, which concerns me. All right, I'm Mute Buster Green. Let me know what you guys think about all this. Yikes. All right, good night.
Thank you, Ian Buster Green. I really appreciate your thingy. We will watch your magnum opus OVA later when we're done with our topic. I really appreciate your video and your takes on the topic. Awesome. I am also generally fond of people who don't automatically go Lolacan in the volcano. Let's see. Where else do we have? What else do we have? I feel like I have a little bit more. Ah, yes. So we got the thing itself. I don't think we're gonna read through a whole thing necessarily, but I think I think after looking at all these different refraction points and all these different contexts and me trying to give you so much information and trying to make you understand the stakes that I think things are at, and reiterating that it's not necessarily about liking certain quote-unquote obscene art, but recognizing that that part of defending everyone's free speech and everyone's artistic expression is allowing artistic expression, even artistic expression that is a little bit squicky for you. And I think this is a perfect example of how our, like, disgust drive, I guess you might call it, is used to control us and society. Like, that's what moral panics are made of, you know? Like, our disgust sometimes overrides logic, just like any other emotion can, you know? And it's a powerful weapon that can be used to certainly sway people in lots of ways. I mean, in that same way, I'm thinking about how the Democrats are, you know, showing their fucking transphobic faces in a lot of ways, with some Democrats coming out after the election as saying that centering trans rights will lose them too many elections and shit like that. Ugh. It is unfortunate we're in the place that we are, but, like, as people in the world, like, we have to help each other, and we have to stand up for each other and support each other when we can. If we keep backbiting and keep relying on our disgust to dictate our morality and who's worth helping, and especially like getting the thing out of our modus operandi about, like, having an acceptable loss of someone else's freedom that can be trampled just as long as mine doesn't, then I'd like to think that things can be, well, maybe not better, but not worse. But not worse. Penal Code Title 9, Offenses Against Public Order and Decency. Chapter 43, Public Indecency. Subchapter A, Prostitution? Access Software Provider definitions. In this subchapter, access software provider means a provider of software. Filter screen allow. Device deviate sexual intercourse. Oh boy. A person commits an offense to a person, knowingly offers or agrees to receive a fee from another and engage in sexual conduct. Soliciting of prostitution. Online promotion. Aggrievement of online. Compelling. Accomplice witness. Obscenity. Subchapter B, obscenity. Section 43.21 definitions in this subchapter. Obscene means materials or a performance that the average person applying contemporary community standards will find that is taken as a whole appeals to the prudent interest in sex. Describes or depicts or describes patently offensive reproductions or descriptions of ultimate sex acts, normal or perverted, acts or actual or simulated, including sexual intercourse, sodomy, and sexual bestiality. Remember, sodomy is actually just non-normative sex, largely. But yes, also anal sex. Patently offensive representations or descriptions of masturbation, its scrotatory functions, sadism, masochism, lewd exhibition of the genitals, male or female genitals in the state of sexual stimulation or arousal, covered male genitals in a discernibly turgid state, or a device designed and marketed as useful primary for stimulation of the human genital organs. Taken as a whole, lack serious literary, artistic, political, and scientific value. They're actually applying the Miller test here, it seems like. But their scrutiny is kind of going in the direction of the Wikipedia article's concerns, actually, I think. Performance means a play, motion picture, dance, or other exhibition performed before an audience. Patently offensive means so offensive that on its face it's as an affront to the current community standards of decency. Promote means to manufacture, issue, sell, give, promote, lend, mail, deliver, transfer, transmit, publish, distribute, circulate, disseminate, present, exhibit, or advertise, or to the cost to agree to do the same. Wholesale promote means to manufacture, issue, sell, provide, mail, deliver. Oh my god. Okay, yeah. Transferring things. Yes. Obscene device? Obscene device means a device including a dildo or artificial vagina designed and marketed to be useful primary for the stimulation of human. If any of the depictions or descriptions of sexual conduct described in this section are declared by a court of competent jurisdiction to be unlawfully included therein, this declaration shall not invalidate the section as to the other patently offensive sexual conduct included therein. Obscene display or distribution. A person commits an offense if he intentionally or knowingly displays or distributes an obscene photograph, drawing, or similar visual representation or other obscene material and is reckless about whether a person is present who will be offended or alarmed by the display or distribution. didn't you think about if someone else on the internet would see that that art you posted? An office under this section and is a Class C misdemeanor. Acts 1973, 63rd leg. I think this is one of the thingies that we looked at today. Obscenity. A person commits an offense if, knowing its content and character, he wholesale promotes or possesses with intent to wholesale promote any obscene material or obscene device, except as provided by subsection H. An offense under section A is a state jail felony. A person commits an offense if, knowing its content and character, he promotes or possesses with intent to promote any obscene material or obscene device, or presents or directs an obscene performance, or participates in a portion thereof that is obscene or that contributes to its obscenity. It's so funny. It's like if it contributes to obscenity, that adds to it. But even if it's just a portion, like if it's only adding a portion of obscenity to the entire thing, where it's like the concern about, oh, this is too vague. And it's like, oh, if something has one obscene element, is the whole thing just illegal then? Probably yes, under this. A person who promotes or wholesale promotes obscene material or an obscene device, or possesses it with the same intent to promote or wholesale promote it in the course of his business, is presumed to do with knowledge of its content and character. A person who possesses that's an interesting number, 6 or more obscene devices or identical or similar obscene articles is presumed to possess them with the intent to promote the same, even if you haven't done so. Okay, it is an affirmative defense to prosecution under this section that the person who possesses or promotes materials or device prescribed by this section does so for a bona fide medical. It is an affirmative defense if you, for a bona fide medical, psychiatric, judicial, legislative, or law enforcement purpose. Oh yeah, just have all these dildos for law enforcement purposes. Certainly. God. It is affirmative device of prosecution under the state that the person possesses or promotes material or device prescribed by this section does so for bona fide medical. The punishment of an offense under the subsection A or C is increased to the punishment for a felony of the second degree if it is shown on the trial of the offense that the obscene material that is the subject of the offense visually depicts activities described by section 43.21 A, 1, and B, engaged in by a child younger of 18 years of age at the same time the image of the child was made. An image that is to a reasonable person will be virtually indistinguishable from the image of a younger child at 18 years of age, or an image created, adapted, or modified to be the image of an identifiable child. In this section, identifiable child means a person recognized as an actual person by the person's face, likeness, and other distinguishing characteristics, such as a unique birthmark or other recognizable features. When who was younger than 18 years of age at the time of the virtual depiction was created, adapted, or modified, or whose image as a person younger than 18 years of age was used in creating, adapting, or modifying the visual depiction. An attorney representing the state who seeks an increase in punishment under subsection H3 is not required to prove the actual identity of the identified child. You know, just so it looks like one. Sale, distribution, or display of harmful material to a minor. So I don't think we went as far back in the history of some of the rulings from the Wikipedia article, but there is a case that started from someone selling like pornographic magazines to a minor, and that like caused its own sort of precedent early on. So I wonder if this is somehow connected to that sort of reasoning, because yeah, adults shouldn't sell or give like illicit materials to minors. Yeah. Minor means an individual younger than 18 years of age. Harmful material means a material whose dominant theme, taken as a whole, appeals to the prudent interests of a minor in the sex, nudity, or excretion. Is patently offensive to prevailing standards in the adult community as a whole with respect to what is suitable for minors, and C, is utterly without redeeming social value for minors. A person commits an offense if knowing that the material is harmful and the person is a minor, he sells, distributes, exhibits, or possesses for sale, distribution, or exhibition to a minor harmful material. He displays harmful material and is reckless about whether a minor is present or will be offended or alarmed by the display. That one got me thinking about the internet and stuff, and our discussions, community-wise, about adult spaces online, and if, like, say, a site like Twitter or Co-host should allow people to post, like, illicit stuff. Even YouTube. Oh, 1 second. Whoa. I don't think I've eaten in a while. Ugh. Coming on the home stretch. We can take a break soon. Don't worry about me too much. Maybe just a little, though. I have this Capri Sun. Emergency Capri Sun, go! Plus, I know when Big Sis finishes with the bread, I'll be brought bread. Okay, that should tie me over at least a little bit. A person commits an offense if... Bread? Oh. I got brought bread. It has cheese on it? I like bread. Thank you for bread. It's almost like you heard me say I was hungry.
Wow.
You're like a medic. Or like a bread medic? A breadic?
Bread here.
Is that like a Team Fortress 2 thing?
Bread.
Huh?
Bill's here.
Thank you. I like bread. Okay, well, I'm gonna eat this bread and then we'll continue. How's everyone feeling so far? Feeling comfortable? I feel like I've been TED talking you all. And honestly, I've even been having less ums and uhs than I expected. It's still challenging to talk about all this, but I don't know, I respect y'all's intelligence to follow along. I'm glad I could have this framing as also like a current events thing instead of just like stop bullying this one section of the anime community type thing. Not that that wouldn't be a valid approach. Gosh, bread. Yeah, I guess it's fine. Politics, I mean. It's just tiring and, you know, soul gouging. You know, I'm reading an actual bill again. Anyways, we continue. Let's see. I don't think we need to be too concerned with the parts that literally are like, hey, don't show explicit materials to minors. Though, obviously, like I said, observing the fact of it's like, oh, if you're not caring about whether a minor could see it, especially in the online context, is something we should probably be concerned with. Sexual performance by a child. Sexual performance means any performance is part or therein that includes sexual conduct by a child younger than 18 years of age. Sexual conduct means sexual conduct, actual or simulated sexual intercourse, deviate sexual intercourse, sexual bestiality, masturbation, sadomasochistic abuse, or lewd exhibition of the genitals, the anus, or any portion of the female breast below the top of the areola. Performance means any play, motion, picture, photograph, dance, or any visual representation that can be exhibited before an audience of one or more persons. Produced with respect to a sexual performance includes any conduct that directly contributes to the creation or manufacture of a sexual performance. Promote, simulated means the explicit depiction of a sexual conduct. Oh, sorry, that's stimulate. Wait, is it? That creates the appearance of actual sexual conduct during which a person. Oh, so like innuendo. Well, maybe not innuendo. Like when you have two people and one's behind the other, but like there's not like it's kind of like how it's framed. A lot of these are not exactly redundant, but wow, legalese. A person commits an offense if knowing the character and content thereof he employs authorizes or induces a child younger than 18 years of age to engage in a sexual conduct or sexual performance. A parent or legal guardian or custodian of a child younger than 18 years of age commits an offense if he consents to the participation by the child in the sexual performance. An offense under subsection B is a felony of the second degree, except that the offense is a felony of the first degree if the victim is younger than 14 years of age at the time of the offense is committed. So here they're talking about actual victims, regardless of whether the actor knows the age of the victim at the time of the offense. A person commits an offense if knowing the character and content of the material he produces directs or promotes a performance that includes sexual conduct by a child younger than 18 years of age. We should also remember that when they say a child younger than 18 years of age, they're also including fictional depictions, real or drawn. And like Green was talking about, like, the vaguity of this allows for certain depictions to be under fire, even ones that are not technically explicit. Again, innuendo. Except that the offense is a felony of the second under subsection D, a felony of the third degree. Except the offense is a felony of the second degree if the victim is younger than 14 years of age. It is an affirmative defense of the prosecution under the claim that the defendant was the spouse of the child at the time of the offense. What? Conservatives still want to marry kids. I don't know what to tell you. they say that queer people are one thing that they're actually a thing that they actually want to do. I don't know what else is what? In affirmative defense, the conduct was for a bona fide educational, medical, psychological, psychiatric, judicial, law enforcement, or legislative purpose. Hey, remember how chat that I mentioned earlier that there's a Texas law that was like legitimizing like genital inspections in schools? I see they have a built-in defense for that now. The defendant is not more than 2 years older than the child. I'm surprised they have a clause like that. When it becomes necessary for the purpose of the section 43.26 to determine whether a child participating in sexual conduct was younger than 18 years of age, the court or a jury may make the determination about any of the following message. Oh, wait, is this the law? What? I was talking about it, but I didn't know. What? Personal inspection of the child. Inspection of the photograph of the motion picture that allows the child engaging in a sexual performance. Oral testimony by a witness of the sexual performance of the age of the child based on the child's appearance at the time. Expert medical testimony based on the appearance of the any other method authorized by the law or by the rules of the evidence at common law. Employment harmful to children. But the child labor laws, but this is specifically for this thing. Okay, this is talking specifically about like different types of abuse. I feel like I don't want to read all this. It's certainly uncomfortable a lot. And also with how they're mixing their language, it's it's unclear if they mean actual actual victims. But a lot of the stuff is also definitionally like setting the terms of what they mean in certain places. An offense under this section is a felony of the second degree, except in the offense of a felony of the first degree, the child is younger than 14 years of age at the time that is committed, even if they don't know. Conduct under this section constitutes an offense whether the actor knows the age of the child at the time of offense. Yeah, it's the same kind of things over and over again. Now I'm thinking of the CSAM advocacy of the use of the term CSAM organizations, talking about how in a legal context the term child pornography is still used, even though they're trying to replace that word with CSAM, especially because of the thing I was just saying of it being unclear. Well, actually, the thing he was talking about, like, specifically, like, the legitimization of, the legitimizing force of that term. Any film, photograph, negative, or slide of any photographic reproduction that contains or incorporates any of the manner of film, photograph, videotape, diskette. I'm looking for the AI section, maybe? Wow, there's so much here. And they also have stuff for, like, the numbers of stuff. I do hate how, like, so many of these laws are so much, like, in this framework of, like, the protection of children. It's it's actually really easy to have a hard time finding where one part begins and the other ends. Ugh. Gosh, my fucking head hurts. I took so much psychic damage. I took so much psychic damage. How the fuck can I wrap this up right now? I'm in pain. I hate what's happening with this stuff. I feel like I wanted one more article to wrap things with, but I'm not sure if I have one on hand. Especially because, like, talk about the thingy is specifically so much about the anime part. You know? I won't belabor my points. I've been talking about them constantly this whole time. I think we need to stand together to push back against stuff. There's only so much that I think that like calling legislatures is gonna do. Especially in a red state where they already don't care and they're already disregarding. And I mean, even Democrats are like this too, though. They are certainly more responsive to social pressure in that way. I think like letting people know that that this bill is a thing and that it's being supported and how it's gonna affect people is like real and like cumulative is like super important. Well, I was talking before about like having our collectively having our like cells coerced or manipulated by our disgust of things. I actually was experiencing that right while reading the stuff, looking through what I was trying to find to really look at that, like the language they used and being like so specific. The things they were most specific about was the what counted as like abuse or whatever in like depictions, but it started to just blend together in this sense of just saying horrible things over and over again in this context. And it's like, we know that the context that they're talking about this stuff is not the direct context that they are wanting, because they are doing the thing where they're conflating the two things, which, you know, conservatives do a lot. They can conflate two things and then tie them in a box together and throw them down the river, obviously. And by making certain things seem like by obfuscating people's intentions and by assigning malice where there is little to none, they make the shadows on the wall bigger, you know, and a lot of stuff they do is grown from a legitimate place. Just like in particular with that UK paper, and having a stance of, oh, this will actually be good for society and for people, and people will live better lives because of this, and framing this and couching it so much in like a politic of betterment of society. And it's really easy for fascism to do that while still doing and perpetuating harm and being like, oh, we're going to solve the harm, actually. And talking about all this, like, it really, it does really scare me of how things will continue to devolve. And how much will be under attack. And thinking of the context of the question of the day, which, you know, is the context of all this, right? What aren't you willing to give up even if it compromises your safety? My loved ones, my artistic expression, my selfhood, I guess. I'll still be trans even when the government says that I can't. You know? I invite other people to think about what they aren't willing to give up, even if it compromises your safety. Any, like, especially someone who is visibly or openly trans, certainly has a lived experience of navigating a society that would rather you compromise or tries to force you to compromise yourself in order to stay safe or to forego punishment. And I mean, even with the like anti-trans identification bill, I think that one might say, "Oh, well, like even if you can't tell the government that you're trans, and you can't tell an employer that you're trans, you know, in your personal life, in your own home, it's fine." And it's just like, fuck off, fuck off with that. They cut up more and more of our world. And attacking artistic expression is part of that. Relating artistic expression to abuse and harmful behavior is part of that. They want us to suffocate. They're trying to take all the air out of the room. And they're certainly doing their fair. The GOP is definitely doing their fair share to control actual children's bodies, as we saw with like the furry act. And they're trying to control all of our bodies, and they're just trying to start as young as possible. Hopefully, because there won't be any trouble with the vibe, because, you know, this is all educational and stuff, but who knows. I'm also saving this so if it ends up not being something that I can keep on, like, on our regular places we put VODs, then we'll try to figure out somewhere else for it. Damn. We have a good sense of ourselves and how we discuss these topics. Actually, I thought it would be around 4 hours of talking, and here we are, 4 hours and 20 minutes. So, I guess I can be proud of that. Everyone knows this shit is fucked. I hope that I have made some amount of progress in showing some like related things that we should together be caring about and you know, integrate as part of our praxis. We're not free until we're all free, and they will attack the most vulnerable of us first in order to separate and divide and conquer. So by the time they get to the rest of us, we'll be so disorganized and strewn about that we can't have a sizable force, that we can't have sizable opposition. So do remember where you can provide help, whether it's like something as direct as, you know, direct action, lol, or if it's something like what I'm doing, or arming people with knowledge in other ways, or ways to fight. And of course, diversity of tactics is also important. As much as I was shitting on calling legislatures like some sort of bureaucratic quote-unquote interaction may be useful. If they open up any snitch lines in Texas, you should flood them. I think I'm allowed to say still legally. Who knows though? Maybe next year I won't be. We gotta be proactive in more ways, and we gotta be aware. We should not be drowning all our sorrows in the endless stream of all the stuff going wrong, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't, you know, care and try to engage where we can. Yeah, that was kind of my thing. A bit too much for me right now, but thank you for explaining it. I mean, if anyone was like in and out, I can totally understand getting lost in the sauce. And yeah, again, 4.5 hours. I'll probably end up reviewing the VOD myself before I post it, just so I can be sure. When we looked at an older VOD when Fantasia was playing, was the Soul Mirror Relics, we weren't sure how it felt like played back to us, and we had been playing it off, thinking we had put our foot in our mouth somehow. I was like, no, Fanto did her best, especially for being thrown off, and hopefully I did at least somewhat worthwhile take on this whole topic and the context and the scope, given that, you know, I had planned around it. But whew, am I exhausted. If we end stream early, you know why. Though I'm not planning on ending quite yet. I do plan on going on break, but fun. Let's get out of this fucking politics fucking category, please. But yeah, artistic expression is valid. Art is victimless. And make sure not to fucking scapegoat people who are more vulnerable than you. And we're all vulnerable to some degree. So take care of each other. Okay, so that YouTuber that we were watching for more content and take on what we were talking about with the Texas obscenity law and stuff. He's also an animator, an artist generally, and I felt that watching the OVA for his anime would be a nice way to cool down, especially since, you know, it's like a thing he cares about a lot, and I want to maybe expose more people to it. I thought that would be cool. And you know, it's nice to, it would be nice to enjoy some anime together. We have it's been a while since we did a little watch along on stream with folks. I think the last time was watching the second episode of Digital Circus, and we actually still have not watched the latest episode of Digital Circus, so we do need to do that at some point as well. Oh wait, I do think I have a link to the exact video. Let's look at the trailer first. I wish I had more bread.
Please support indie animation. There are 5 unfinished episodes of this show in production. Please consider supporting our Patreon if you enjoyed the show. We have a paid crew of animators, artists, and musicians. Supporters will receive behind-the-scenes updates and previews for episode 2. High-level Patreon supporters will have the ability to influence aspects of the show. If you do not have money, sharing or rewatching this video on YouTube would be the best way to show support.
Oh, yo, show support.
It says here your name is Mido Bass.
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
I just turned 16, sir.
According to this, you're almost single-handedly responsible for resolving a B-rank mutant attack in Northfield yesterday.
It had to be done, sir. I was going to die.
This is very impressive work for a buster of your rank. After some deliberation, we've decided to promote you. Henceforth, you will assume the designation of Mutant Buster Red and join the Mutant Elimination OPs.
I don't think I can accept that, sir.
Why not?
I can't kill people anymore. It's too much.
People? Mutants are no longer people. From a physiological and legal perspective, mutants are little more than wild animals.
Oh, in a legal perspective? I see.
Buster organization, the protectors of the remains of the human race. Our sole purpose is elimination of the ongoing mutant threat by any means necessary. Is that clear, soldier?
Yeah, I know, sir. I'd like to make a request.
Go on.
I want to become a Mutant Buster Green instead.
I love anime. Huh. The Mutant Busters in southern New Jersey. Oh wow. That's so obscene. Oh, they actually put mutants in jail instead of just killing them? Gentle judgment. She's shooting tape? Oh. Tape is how all their weapons are powered, maybe? Or maybe just the heavy weapons.
years ago, a mutant, codenamed Icarus, was the
Oh, I
first
thought
of
I
his
clicked on the
kind to
trailer
appear.
first. I guess
He
not. We're just
immediately
watching the
infected
episode.
several people as he emerged onto land, turning them also into mutants. That was the beginning of the mutant Z virus, which has since begun to spread uncontrollably. The mutant Z virus is transmitted via bodily fluids or from any direct injury caused by an infected mutant. After infection, a human will begin to mutate after an undetermined period of time.
Into a
sometimes
cutie.
Instantly, sometimes a day later. Mutants are wild and savage monsters at the time of their initial transformation. Sometime afterwards, some mutants manage to regain varying pieces of their original human intellect. As a result of this, there are now mutant prisons and mutant colonies where mutants try to live their lives peacefully, but separately from the rest of humanity. However, there are also a rapidly growing number of mutants who view this situation as an all-out war. To keep the growing mutant population under control, the United Nations formed the
If the only place in society for mutants is jail, then fuck yeah.
Mutant Buster Organization, an elite team of cybernetically augmented super soldiers. Their job is to take mutants into custody, dead or alive.
Current day, New Atlantic City, New Jersey, 1998. Wow. It's like fucking Air Force One on steroids. Capture specialist, scientist, sniper, cyborg, close combat expert.
Situation has escalated. We have casualties on the portal. Target is rampaging out of control.
We're approaching the drop zone now. Control.
Carlos
We
Bray,
have a status on.
airplane pilot. Commander of Special Ops Unit.
Are we being fired on?
Negative, ma'am. I'm not sure. I didn't pick up anything on the radar.
Oh god. Episode 1. Dead pilot. Yeah, it makes more sense than firing on though.
Red 2, get up here! We lost the pilot! We need you on controls!
No point, ma'am.
What?
The first attack took out the engine.
Shoots on now! Abandon ship! We need to jump before we lose too much altitude. Green, are you paying attention?
Yeah.
Also having a panic attack?
I heard you.
Is that thing the Jersey Devil?
It's the target. I've never encountered a flying type. Fascinating.
I hate the flying ones. Why'd it have to be a flyer? The only thing I hate more than a flyer is a burrower. Underground missions are the worst. Don't even get me started on the sand shark meeting from last month. I'm still finding sand in my knee joints.
Oh,
That's enough groaning for one mission. Game phase
I
is
want to
on,
protect
kiddo. It's
him.
go time.
Which must mean I want to control him, obviously.
Okay, come on guys. Get it together.
Are you even ready to talk? Anyway, Mutant Busters, get your shit together. 3, 2, 1, let's bust.
Let's bust.
Mutant Buster Red 2 taking off.
Oh my god, this is like the Power Rangers movie. Or the Ninja Turtles
Getting too old for this crap.
Michael Bay movie.
Buster Hunter, exterminating the target.
How everyone jumps out of the plane tells you something about them as a person. Or as a combatant.
Ah, jeez.
Earth to green! It's go time! Snap to it!
I just remembered, I don't like heights.
Yeah, I figured that would happen.
Me and Buster Green, doing the thing.
You don't pay me enough to deal with this bunch. Mutant Buster Blue, starting the mission.
I'm surprised they didn't get spiked from the air. Maybe killing them wasn't the intention.
Attacking near ground zero again? Not very original.
Ah, God damn it! Not sand again!
This place is an eternal hotbed of mutant activity. Unfortunately, we're the Mutant Buster team responsible for this region, so you better get used to it.
Did those work through your mask?
Don't ask stupid questions.
Up on the boardwalk now. We better move. It's duck hunting season.
What's this? This is Mutant Busters of what was it, of Eastern New Jersey. It's a web anime. He doesn't like sand because it's rough and it gets everywhere. Of course. Oh, that's what it looks like. Woo! I love the creature design. Oh, so much TF. Oh, wait, that's not TF, that's just death. I think I'd rather be TF than deafed. Deaded, I mean.
Target is a pterodactyl-like unit with acidic vomit. Official designation is Birdit.
Green, I told you to stop giving the mutants stupid names.
I love that gag. No, keep giving the mutants stupid names, Green. I love it. Red fire. Glue? Oh, that's why he wanted to be a mutant green, so he doesn't have to do a mutant Buster Green, so he doesn't have to directly kill anyone. He can just stop them in their tracks and let his teammates kill.
Red 2, target is in range. Take aim.
Yes, Blue. Firing incendiary round.
Incendiary sniper round? Fuck. Oh, I thought I was gonna maybe try to escape.
Blue, get behind me!
Damn it, where'd it go?
He can block the acid? Interesting. That's a kick! Wow. Oh, he started mutating immediately.
Green, mutation in progress. Neutralize now.
I'm on it.
Get him with the glue gun. If anything, he's kind of protecting their humanity by stopping them before they kill. Oh, did it level up? So much bigger now.
Race, fall back! Find someplace safe to hide!
Andrea, I can still fight.
That's an order! I promised your father you wouldn't get hurt!
I hate that. Fuck that.
Alright, I'm sick of you! I'm taking no more of your shit today, Horodactyl!
Horodactyl. Whoa. That's pretty big now. He can barely get his arms across her neck.
That's enough rampaging for one evening, love.
Oh no. Get away.
Need some help?
Oh. You got like some ice powers? This is giving me some X-Men vibes.
Lady, you need to chill.
She looks like Jill Valentine.
Bang.
Which has the power of Iceman. Oh. Fuck. Bang. One more piece of ice. Oh. Glue gun. He looks tired.
I didn't want this. Please stop.
I don't want this. I can't stop.
Mutants are no longer people.
Sorry.
Almost looks like a praying position.
Is it over?
Hey, aren't those guys the...
Is this all you guys have?
Oh shit, that was just the first part of the episode. Alright.
Hey, you did a good job today. Sorry for kicking you out of the plane earlier.
That was really good pacing.
So, hey Blue, we've been waiting here a few hours for backup to show. What's the holdup?
A Mutant Buster Grey team is on their way to haul off her ass and take her to Mutant Buster Tower for examination, analysis, questioning. They'll see if her brain is working and put her in for processing before she's shipped out to the nearest mutant containment camp. Though, I guess for her situation, they'll need to find one with a pretty big birdcage. I'm not sure if we have any in this state. Maybe somewhere out west.
Oh, okay, cool. So, why aren't they here yet?
We defeated Bird Death in the middle of the night, but the Greys are underpaid and short-staffed after midnight. They won't have the manpower to get a team and vehicles together until the AM shift comes in at dawn. It's not like this is Radio Finger where the monster just explodes after we beat it up.
Wait, you're a fan of Radio Finger? I love that show. What was your favorite kaiju?
Anyway, here they come.
Okay, so they have some stuff in common. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, it like leveled her down. Nicholas
Man,
Gray.
this image is depressing. They literally just rebuilt that corn dog stand. Jesus Christ, this city's going to be entirely wiped off the friggin' map at this rate.
Alright.
Minami.
Yes, Captain.
Minami, dear girl. So tell me what exactly happened here.
Right. The Myers woman appears to have mutated with aspects of both bird and crocodile genome, as well as
Ooh.
a tendency to spit venom.
Birdadile.
So essentially she turned into like a dinosaur?
No, sir. Dinosaurs are extinct.
Not
Oh my
anymore.
god.
Alright, I'm depressed looking at her. Haul her ass off.
I love body horror.
Let's talk about this later. I see my ex-girlfriend over there.
Your ex?
Oh, hi, Andrea. Same old, huh?
Nicholas, please remember to call me Blue while we're on duty.
Doesn't that mean you should call me Gray?
So what exactly happened here, Gray?
The subject is formerly Dottie Myers. She
Oh.
worked as an exotic dancer at a nearby casino. She mutated about 23 hours ago while working. Took out a lot of civilians before she managed to get outside.
A recent mutation? Where's the mutant that bit her?
She wasn't bit.
What?
Get a load of this. This is the footage. Eyewitness accounts say someone stuck a syringe in her leg while she was backstage. No one got a good look at the guy, of freaking course, but cops found the needle. The lab's analysis confirmed it had traces of the mutant Z virus inside.
You're telling me someone did this to her on purpose?
This actually isn't the first time we've seen this around here either. As best as we can gather, someone's turning people into mutants on purpose. Usually in the middle of large crowds.
Well, yeah, they want to kill a lot of people.
Damn, this is serious.
It's
What
terrorism.
could possibly be the motivation?
Hell if I know. Anyway, as long as you guys keep trapping them, we'll keep cleaning them up. It's business as usual from our perspective.
And you call me the callous one.
I've been at this for too long, Blue. Fine. I'll keep my team on standby. If they find any other leads in the lab, you'll be the first to know. Oh, and Andrea, try not to destroy any more of this city, if possible.
It's not.
Things have been hard enough as it is.
Big talk from the goddamn head janitor. If it hadn't been for my team, the damage here would have been far, far worse.
Ooh, egos.
So, how's the hot dog guy?
You pretty much got him instantly, so the mutations to his body were pretty minor. He might actually be able to be mostly rehabilitated if he's lucky.
Cool. Cool.
Yeah. He's like a anti-Aaron
So that's your
Yeager.
ass, the kid who single-handedly killed a B-rank mutant? Add him in with the others and you got a weird bunch on your hands, Andrea.
Don't I know it? I told you to call me Blue! Damn it!
Too late. You're too familiar. Oh wow! It's like the Evangelion. I love that particular kind of end card. Oh, was this a comic then? It's like adapted from.
everybody, it's me, Mito Bass. In the next episode of Mutant Busters, an old man gets more than he bargained for when he enters into a deal with a sinister sales lady. Can the Mutant Buster team work together to stop this insanity? Find out on the next episode of Mutant Busters.
Versus Hornhead. Oh, I see. Every episode is versus a different mutant. That's pretty cool. So yeah, that was the pilot for Mutant Busters. The head honcho wants to do 5 episodes, it seems. He says he's mostly just focusing on the second episode, probably because things are in such a dire state that maybe he feels like if he does the second episode and nothing else, then it will be better than nothing. With things as bleak as they are, I totally understand the idea of, damn, maybe my next project might be my last. That's something we've thought about too, honestly. Certainly not immune to it. I really like what it's doing and how it's doing it. The Meme Buster Green, I'm super into. Not just because it's literally the creator self-insert, but you know, compelling hook of a character so far. Not unwilling to fight, but not wanting to kill. Valid. You'll probably see us totally promoting this again when the time comes for episode 2. So keep that in mind. And you know, support indie anime. This isn't the only indie anime that exists, but it's easier if you are looking for it specifically, because if you only look at what the mainstream or like what your algorithm is gonna give you just by going through your normal motions, then like a lot of smaller works will just go completely past you, because you know it's not generally the benefit of those sources to elevate like smaller creators and more niche stuff, you know. Have you seen the trailer for the new Glitch show? I don't think I have. Gaslight District, 11 hours ago. Oh, this looks great. Oh, this looks great.
Dad? What do we do now?
You stay by our side, kid. Now, follow my lead.
Lie, cheat, deceive, cement. Welcome to the Gaslight District. Oh, that's soon. Oh, I'm so here for this. Thanks for mentioning it. So cool. Hats off to OG indie anime, Neon Neku Sugar Girls. Metaphorical hats off. I'm not wearing a hat right now. Okay, I need to take a break. We've been streaming for 8 hours and have only done our demo. Forgive me if we don't get to every game tonight, or if our break drags on a little bit longer. We'll be back when we're back, I guess. Can't wait to eat bread. Make sure to take care of yourselves. And be good while I'm gone.
Miami. The air was hot from summer rain, sweat dripping off me before I even knew her name. La la la. It felt like ooh la la la, yeah. Sapphire moonlight, we danced for hours in the sand, tequila sunrise. Her body fit right in my hands, la la la. It felt like ooh la la la, yeah. I like it when you call me senorita. I wish I could pretend I didn't need ya, but every touch is ooh la la la. It's true, la la la. Ooh, I should be running. Ooh, you know I love it when you call me senorita. I wish it wasn't so damn hard to leave you. It's true, la la la. Ooh, I should be running home. You keep me coming for you.
It can be so hollow when the wall can get direct. You might become an exile, no grip for respect. There'll never be a girl like me and they'll still want more. Hypocrites in the hers, I can do better than the nurse. It can be so hollow when the world can get direct. You become an exile and you still want more respect. Never grow like me, but they want more and more direct. Hypocrites in the hers, I can do better than these nerds. It can be so hollow when the world can get direct. You become another exile, yet you grind for the respect. Never like a girl like me, and they still want more. Better than the better. I can do better. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than the nerds. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than the nerds. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than the nerds. I can do better. It can be so hollow when the world can get direct. You become an exile and you still want more respect. Never grow like me, but they want more and more direct. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than these nerds. It can be so hollow when the world can get direct. You become an exile and you still want more respect. Never grow like me, but they want more and more direct. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than these nerds. In a world of darkened flames, burning bright, and I wanna live inside my memories. Well, I can't. It'll be as I once thought to again. And I live in every single day as if it were my own. And I'm looking forward to it all. Science. I'm hoping for my only cure to be open arms, wide open, wide open, wide open, oh, wide
friend in Miami. The air was hot from summer rain, sweat dripping off me. Before I even knew her name, la la la. It felt like ooh la la la, yeah. Sapphire moonlight, we danced for hours in the sand, tequila sunrise. Her body fit right in my hands, la la la. It felt like ooh la la la, yeah. I like it when you call me senorita. I wish I could pretend I didn't need ya, but every touch is ooh la la la. It's true la la la. Ooh, I should be running. Ooh, you know I love it when you call me senorita. I wish it wasn't so damn hard to leave ya. It's true, la la la. Ooh, I should be running home. You keep me coming for ya.
Ah, there we go. I forgot that I had to unmute me here. This scribble, and I'm letting Fantasia take over for the rest of the night. And we'll see where it goes from there. So give me a second and we'll continue with the rest of the stream.
Hey, have some.
I've got to be careful. If they spot me, I'll be in trouble. One of those wisps is being bullied, but I can't help them by myself. Cool! Cheshire! There's a wisp in trouble! Let's go help them! Get out! It's glad to meet you. You're welcome. Cheshire, over here!
Saving the wisps brought a small joy to Cereza's heart.
Those fairies are just awful. Don't fear, wisps. I'll save you.
Madam _ is he just subscribed. Well, here's to surviving another month. Almost at 4 years now.
Have I been muted this whole time?
Cheshire, let's go!
Wow.
Stop it!
At least it was only for 17 minutes. I guess I didn't say anything important in the first 17 minutes. Or at least I'll tell myself that. But yeah, especially in case you're new, hi, I'm Fantasia. I use she and her pronouns, and I am slightly humiliated by having been muted for so long. But I'll try to get over myself.
Yes!
So yeah, welcome to Cereza and the Lost Demon. Woo! Down the rabbit hole we go. Turn-and-Dog complete! Working together, the two vanquish the Turn-and-Dog in Fairyland Tower. Yet it still seems that there are other Turn-and-Dog in this region. No time like the present. Wisp of Weekly 2. There's this really tall red structure the fairies call Fairyland Tower. Inside it's packed full of fairies and they're all searching for wisps. And after they catch a wisp, they torment them for a while. They make them disappear. None of the wisps ever come back. They say they're using the wisps to collect energy, or they're all feeding them to the really big monster. I've heard tons of different rumors. I'm not sure which are true, but either way, it just means steer clear of there. A lot of fairies don't have very good eyesight, so if you find a good corner to curl up in, you might be able to hide from them. Don't even think about putting up a fight. Wisps can't beat fairies. We have to run. That's how we survive. If they still find some way to catch you, well, just say your prayers. I suppose who knows where they'll where the train will take you. Oh, maybe we need to ride the train. Oh wait, maybe... Yeah. Alright. Oh boy. That looks painful. Whoa. That's a lot of trains. But to confirm, you can hear me now, right? Chomp. We did it! Alright, now we can save you.
Come here!
Ooh, excuse me.
Glad to help.
Thanks, only took 35,506,250 seconds to save me. Big nails. Big Nails has some nails jabbed in his head and one in his belly too. He's quite sensitive. He knows and cares about little things that other wisps don't. Oh.
Cool.
Oh, just one? Goodbye.
Cheshire!
Huh. Oh. I don't think I can push this. Cheshire, over here. Oh. Very cool. How do I... Oh. Okay, I'm woken up a little bit. Oh, that thing just keeps respawning. Alright, got them both up here. How do I help? Gotcha, little one. Fun guy. Probably the greatest chef of all wisps. His ability to turn random assortment of knickknacks and the other wisps find in the forest into delicious dishes has made him quite a valued member of the hideaway. And while he loves to cook, he loves others enjoying his cooking as well. Since he was a child, he always loved experimenting with new and exotic flavors, which led him to Avalon. He's not remorseful about becoming a wisp, telling himself that now he can eat and never gain weight. The only problem with the only problem the other wisps have with the fun guy is that sometimes his zeal for trying new tastes can lead to him sneaking some suspicious shrubbery into his recipes. Like poison or like something that gives you the runs or something. Yay! Now I'm finally free. I'm gonna get back and make a big meal.
Cheshire, over here! Come here!
Bum, 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 bum. Oh! Oh my god, it's the evil Thomas the Tank Engine! I feel like Cheshire is laughing at me. Not necessarily with me. Like, on some JJK Sakuna type shit. Haha, it's so nice seeing you struggle, human. Come on down. I wonder if the train is gonna end up being the main boss. Two peas in a pod.
Cool.
Awesome swag. I don't think I can go back up the... no, I cannot. Again! I can just go back up. Thank you for confirming you can hear my beautiful voice.
A gigantic tower built by the fairies. Strange contraptions were scattered about its base. Its haphazard construction reflected the disorder in the fairies' hearts. Chomp! Saving you.
You're not hurt?
Getting back to the hideaway to think up some defense plans. Oh, cargo going in such a hurry. Whoa! Almost got hit by that. Non-Euclidean train.
What's this?
Humans are welcome at our circus. Why is it written in human language? Oh, I can go back down now. Okay, so that's going deeper in. Oh, it's what do you call it?
Let's get him, Cheshire.
Chompy chompy. Perfect. Can I open the chest now without consequence?
Yes!
Oh? Oh no, they're marching up through that portal. I wonder where that's going. That's very sinister. Well, I know where that's going. Okay, so that's a critical path, so let me go back down. Oh, excuse me. Presenting the rare talent, Amadon Deba. Behold the miracles of Adaman's Big Top. Maybe I can jump on top of the train? Though I'm not sure why I would want to do that. Fairy Kingdom History 2. The feudal era between the fairy nations officially came to a close by the hand of a fairy known as Moltred. Both a skilled strategist and fearless warrior with a flaming spear, his fighting earned numerous accolades, brought his home nation to prosperity. Stories of his strength spread through the forest, and many of Avalon's most talented fighters gathered before him. With his unrelenting ambition and military prowess, he conquered the surrounding fairy nations, one after another, until he finally succeeded in overcoming all of Avalon. Mordred's unification of Avalon, however, ushered in an era that was as heated as the surface of the sun. After his conquest was finished, there was not a single soul left with the power to oppose the new fairy king. Gaining absolute authority, his hubris grew, and his already tumultuous pride began to misshape him. Slowly but surely. Okay, so I'll probably go that way once I'm done going upward. Maybe? Click, click, clack, clack, clack. I'm in. Oh, I forgot to set the category. There we go. No more just chatting for me. Wow, you can even hear her breathing. That doesn't look like a very comfortable position to nap in, but you gotta get in your winks where you can.
You're getting punished! see it!
I love my cuddly monster. Thank you. I'll stick with you for a bit. Oh. Okay. Oh, thank you.
Right, you can't stand rosemary. Fine, just stay where you are.
Demons hate this one trick. Alright, there's one more in here we need to free still.
Glad to help.
Am I free? I'm scared, but I've gotta be strong. Guiding Wisp. Try guiding Wisp through the Eternidog. Be careful, if they get hit, they're done for. Wisps are very weak. They cannot survive any attacks whatsoever. Guide them with care. I love how the other ones stay with Cheshire. Wow. Giant burners. After 10,000 years, you're free.
You're not hurt?
Thank you for your help. Now let's get out of here. Alright, I wouldn't be surprised if the boss was through here. Aww. Ride him, cowboy!
See that? Told you I'd save them myself.
We're a team! Shiver, something doesn't sit right. I think it's okay for us to wait. Do you think it's okay for us to wait here?
Prepare yourselves!
Get into the battle zone. Oh, hello. Goo Magog, Fairy Knight. Nice!
Cool.
Chomp! Alright, little wisps, you're safe.
Thank goodness you're all safe. That was a bit closer than I expected.
Cereza tried to put on a tough face, but she was ashamed to have been saved by the demon yet again. Cheshire had expected as much. He sat and watched the wisps with an uninterested expression.
What was the point of saving these things again?
Cheshire asked flatly.
Look how happy they are. Colum and his friends can live together again. Maybe find some solace in this forsaken forest.
Who cares about them?
Replied Cheshire. Demons are not known for their altruism.
I guess that's fair.
What are you saying? You would just abandon them? Don't you know what it feels like to be torn from someone you love?
But as she said these words, Cereza realized something.
Oh, I suppose I tore you apart from those you love when I called you to this world.
Oh, that's a good observation.
I was just born. There's nobody I love. No need for love, only strength.
The demon's philosophy was simple.
You were just born? Then you...
I'm this strong as a newborn. Just imagine when I grow.
Oh,
the
he looks
demon
happy.
interrupted Cereza's introspection with rapturous laughter.
I'm going to be strong too, but I'm going to do it with style. Unlike some creatures I could name. If I had been stronger, I could have saved her that night.
Oh.
As she spoke, visions
Right.
of the night she failed to save her mother flashed before Cereza's eyes.
Well, let's get out of here.
Cool.
Let's take you home.
Thank you, Cereza.
Colm was chuffed. He told them he wanted to show his thanks for saving his friends.
Follow me.
Turnadog complete. Yet there still seems to be other Turnadog in the region.
Yes.
Looks like a birthday party.
Cool.
Wow, those would have been easy to miss.
Follow me.
I'm so glad everyone's safe. Thank you so much, Cereza. Boop, 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 boop. Oh my god, it's like they all got to ride one of those little horsies like that's outside of supermarkets. Or a rocking horse.
You walk fast for someone with such short legs, Colm. To be honest, until meeting you, I thought wisps were just a tall tale.
Oh, I think the next boss I fight will probably provide me with the power that I need to break that.
Cereza squealed in delight. She was still a child after all.
This game is so moe. Fairies Research Log 7. Wow, there's a lot of journals in this. Being a ruler, in short summary, is to decide what stays and what must go. To take all the spoils never is an option. We lament. One would surely weigh themselves down with that which should be omitted. One should never hesitate to execute a healthy purge to their kingdom to make out with the old and in with the new. And as the one eternal, infinite ruler of Avalon, we hereby proclaim the inconsequentials of this kingdom to be devices we have created that have sadly broken down, wisps who have been drained of their energy generating vibes, eyesores bearing ancient regalia, incompetent stupid fairies. If unnecessary for our kingdom, we wish they be promptly removed from our sight. We have decreed that the Fairyland Tower vicinity shall be the proper place for the expulsion of this detritus. We shall extend a proclamation to our kingdom that this waste must be disposed of with utmost haste. Repeated excursions to and from the site, however, seem an unconscionable bore. Therefore, we have ordered the construction of a giant slide that feeds directly into the disposal area. So fairies may toss their unwanted articles straight down the slide, gone in an instant. Could this be our most ingenious idea to date? We shall make the arrangements to see that it is exacted immediately. Oh. So these slides are actually very sinister. That's actually very sad. That was quite a lengthy slide. Just thinking about it makes my bottom hurt. Oh, another rest area. They're so Zelda Spirit Tree coated.
Usually it's strictly wisps only, but I'll make an exception.
Yay!
Hey, where'd your kitty friend go?
Kitty!
Careful, Cheshire! I don't know if wisps can have heart attacks, but scares like that can't be good either way.
Oh, I couldn't care less about weaklings like him. We have a job to do. No time to play fort with these pipsqueaks,
said Cheshire as he eyed Colm.
Why, someone's a grumpy cat. I have something for you too.
Oh. Nom noms.
You think a demon's hunger is so easily satiated?
But the drool dripping from the demon's maw betrayed his cool exterior.
I think this is the happiest he's been in a while. Thanks.
Cereza, you look tired. We're safe here, so why don't you take a little rest?
Now that you mention it, I have been on edge ever since coming to this forest. Thanks for everything, Colm.
Don't mention it. Let me know if you need anything else.
With that, Colm ran off to frolic with his ethereal chums.
Oh, they're thorns?
Why? Why won't it open? Mummy? Where are you, Mummy?
Oh.
Dry your tears.
It's the boy in white.
You are stronger than you know. Your desire to save others will give you strength. A mother's warm embrace. You will feel it again, as will I.
I'm curious about that. I don't know if I fully trust him.
The boy's final words were still ringing in her ears. Cereza's chest felt warm, as if in this dark, cold forest, a flame had been lit deep in her heart.
I wonder when I'll see him again.
Just thinking about her next dream, Cereza couldn't help but smile.
Kinda reminds me of, Revolutionary Girl Utena. Like, the prince and all that. If you haven't, seen, Revolutionary Girl Utena, you should try it out. It's good. Bind combo. Unleash a charge strike after Cereza is bound to an enemy to perform a powerful combo attack. Slightly increases Cheshire's vitality. Cheshire reverts to his stuffed form when his vitality is depleted.
Cheshire, here you go.
Whoa. Bind combo help.
Come here. Let's get him, Cheshire. How do you like this? You're getting punished!
Alright, that worked out. And vitality increase.
We need a rest.
I'm sure the next core is right around the corner. Wisp's Hideaway. Ignis's Journal 3. The dreadful clown is turning out to be quite the formidable foe. His malicious wisp tricks have resulted in some of the largest accumulations of negative vibes in fairy history. Hate negative vibes. Catapulting him to the top of the fairy hierarchy. It's striking to think that he used to be a fairy no bigger than the rest of them. His story, I fear, is one of being driven mad by power that they cannot contain. Once the general overseer of Fairyland Tower, he carried a modest reputation for being an efficient wisp tormentor. Now he just holds up in his tent all day, working on his little circus show. I was certain his madness would eat away at him until his eventual demise, but he seems to have a very keen sense of self-preservation. There was a young witch who went to face off against him in his tent. He made short work of her. The girl must have underestimated him based on his foolish appearance and challenged him to a ball balance duel. An unfortunate mistake. He has trained for years and years on that ball of his. Every movement practiced to perfection. Within an instant, the poor witch was flattened like a pancake. It just goes to show, challenging your opponent on their home court is never a wise strategy. Huh. I guess that's true. Hey Cereza, did you find any more of our friends? Looking closely, this cage is all battered. I wonder if it's tossed out as rubbish. La 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 la. Oh. La la la. La 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 la.
You're leaving already?
Sorry, we're in a hurry.
Can I trouble you with one last request? If you find any more of my friends captured in the forest, would you be so kind as to save them and send them back here? We'll make it worth your while, I promise.
You have my word.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Saying farewell to Calm, they resumed their chase. The White Wolf was just ahead.
Take care, Cereza. Take care, Kitty.
See ya, Column. Chapter 5. The Mad Circus. Calm thanks. After you've helped a few wisps, go see Calm in a wisp's hideaway. He may give a gift to you. When Calm has something to share with you, a wisp mark will be displayed on the map. Be careful not to miss it. If the ringleader finds you, it's all over. Be careful, sis. Be careful up ahead, this is a really scary circus. Do you have anything I could use as maybe a needle substitute? Just needs to be pointy. Unicorn horn? Yes, this one is just the pointiness I need. I can make this to a great needle.
There's power here. It feels big.
Cheshire sensed something nearby.
The elemental core is near. Maybe inside that tent?
Well, that's one way. Oh, Turnadot. A mini Turnadot.
Prepare yourself! Shush it! You're getting punished!
You just gotta be a bad Bramblebush. Oh, that's how I get down.
Prepare yourselves!
Really windy. Don't push me off.
Yes!
Swag.
I saw this act at a fair once. Never thought I'd be the one performing.
Oh, tightrope walking. Hmm? Oh, it's the train. I'm on the evil train, everybody! Wow! Bum, 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 bum. I think I'm probably gonna call it a night after after boss fight. I don't think I have the spoons to go to and through Peripeteia. As always, next week. But I am looking forward to this boss fight. That's an interesting creature. Abaddon Duba, Lunatic Wisp Juggler.
A massive fairy took them by surprise. Once again, Cereza was petrified with fear.
Get out of the way!
Cheshire yelled at the terrified Cereza.
I can fight! Don't treat me like a helpless child!
It's like watching Rick and Morty. It's just like watching Rick and Morty. Except for all the ways that it's not.
Get it together. I'm going to be a witch.
Let's get ready for a show!
Here's our chance! You're getting punished! Get down from there!
Wow.
Every shot he...
Okay, this is pretty hard. Dodge roll's coming in real handy though. Oh.
Every shot he dodges! There must be some way
Oh.
to hit him! You're not going anywhere!
Very cool. I wish I had thought of that before though.
Cheshire! You're not going anywhere!
Bon voyage!
I'm tired of your tricks! Cheshire! Time for the finale!
Oh my gosh! Smash! Bon voyage.
They had defeated the formidable fairy. If only slightly, Cereza felt she had made a difference.
Not bad, huh? Told you I'm good for more than just carrying you around.
But Cheshire was not impressed.
Oh, Cheshire was not impressed.
You stuck-up demon.
Cereza was fed up with Cheshire's arrogant attitude.
Cool.
Yo, a full vitality increase. I'm really close with fragments too, so I'll probably get another vitality flower soon. Oh, okay, so stone. So it's gonna be what, grass, stone, fire or something after this maybe? I thought it was gonna be fire now. The elemental cores in each shrine can be destroyed by Cheshire's attacks. One bite is all it takes to get to the Tootsie Roll center of a Tootsie Pop? Of elemental core. Wow.
It's just like before. I know. Hold on. I wonder what power you'll get this time.
The power to be a little shit. Stone Cheshire. You destroyed the stone elemental core and received its power. Change Cheshire to his stone form by pressing B. When the night is young, you face your darkest hour. Fate in the mass, it can break you, take you. Follow the light, and it will guide you through the night. Follow the light, and you can believe, and I believe in you. I believe in you. You know who's got the power. Sorry, wrong anime. Stone Cheshire can perform a powerful stomp with R that can smash, pop, or flip over certain debris. What?
Come here.
We're getting closer to Big Bad. Let's see if we can make anything. Blast cocktail.
Nice!
Use it to create a shockwave, stunning all nearby enemies. And one more. We're gonna blast them!
Yes.
Alright. Time to save. Whew, the Mad Circus! Complete. Two powers out of 4. Can't be beat. Alright. I hope Cereza and her lost demon have a good nap. Okay, much sooner than usual. I think I am gonna end stream though. This has been such an exhausting week, honestly. And it's good to take care of yourself, as we often tell you all to do. Plus, I gotta do laundry because, with, wearing cloth dips, we have to be really careful. A lot more leakage and seepage. There's the raid party message, so, if you stay for the raid, you can, help, hype up the raid when it hits. Let's see who is live. Right, you got Trevor Fotts. Bob Ross. Spacing. Playing random horror games. Abby Sitter. Grimmy. Code is live. Bagel Rabbit. Do you want to hear some violin playing? Furries who play a violin. Interesting, interesting stream. We don't usually, raid, like, cam, like, IRL cam, streamers very much. So maybe I'll do that. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Gonna raid Bagel Rabbit. Alright. I hope everyone's had a good night. I hope the week hasn't been too harsh on you. We'll see you next week. Community night as always on Discord. We'll be sure to post the links for the stuff from the discussion part, like into the VOD on YouTube. Yeah. We're doing our best. Please keep doing your best. The future will be filled with happiness and sadness, and the depths of that sadness may surprise you. But so may the heights of the happiness. Though I'd like a little bit of stability in the future as well. We have to be kind to one another. And remember that any of us can be vulnerable, and sometimes it's good to have solidarity to protect each other into the future. Thank you, and good night.